You ready?
All right, we got 2 minutes before we get on.
There we go.
We don't know the rights to the music. Don't slam me, YouTube and Facebook.
Facebook, bro. Cowboys doing like some DJ and stuff early in quarantine, mixing records. Boy, Facebook would shut me down with the first like 2 seconds of the song. Like, that get started. Like,
they're like, no, you can't get started.
Yeah,
we got a minute and 30, man. Get the lights, get the shares up.
Yeah,
we got Philly on deck. Yeah. We don't own the rights. We got a little Meek Mill since we playing Philly, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get the lights, get the shares up. We got a minute. We're going to be on this thing all the way in it. Talking about little Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
Is he here? Is he gone? Yeah, we got it. About to turn it right where we turn it off. It's going to turn up.
Yeah, right.
Appreciate y'all tuning in and rocking with us. We about to go live in 40 seconds. We'll let it build up a little bit.
I don't say a word.
Not a word.
Oh my God! And I got what I deserve. Cowboy Nation. Yeah.
Hey, thought we was finished.
Hey, Dallas Cowboys need to come out to this tomorrow at the home game. Yo, that was so fire. Just let this come out to that game, like right there.
Man. You know what I'm saying? Just one time. Yeah. Just one time. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Boy, I'll tell you what, it would definitely have me way too hyped.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it is I would be doing. Oh man. But we in this thing. We got my boy J-Tuck from Cowboys Fans Only in the building.
What's up, gang? Hope everyone had a great holiday and a Merry Christmas. It's time to get back to business. It's Philly week, beat Philly week, man. I'm so excited.
It is. No matter what.
Yeah.
Beat Philly.
Beat Philly, bro. That's the only thing on my mind is beat Philly. That's it.
Nothing more. Well, you might be worried about your offense coordinator a little bit, though.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it, man.
We're going to talk a little bit about that. But I hope everyone had a blessed and wonderful Christmas. T99, old boy Chops in the building. With that, you already know, Swoop. You already know what it is. Hashtagging it with that PH, keep it a little clean. But yeah, fuck Swoop. How about them apples?
What's up, bro? What's up? I got Wink Mendoza. What's up, everybody?
Yeah. But with no further ado, Kellen Moore kitchen plane, sir.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore.
Yeah. Well, let me get your take first, because you were kind of quiet on Twitter before you hit me, man. Let me get your take on this, man.
Man, at the end of the day, to me, and from the bird's eye view as it pertains to Kellen Moore, you don't take the meeting if you're not interested.
Right.
At the end of the day.
Right. I agree.
I don't really see why that would happen, why you would take it unless right, you weren't going to do it. So I mean, I think for me, at the end of the day, it's something that he wants to do. He's familiar. Obviously, we know that it's his alma mater, right? And at the end of the day, I think he takes, personally, I think on the outside looking in, he takes that meeting, and if the job's offered to him, I think he takes it. I don't see, because if he wasn't going to take it, he doesn't take the meeting. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a wrap. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could see that he took the actual meeting is for leverage. I mean, you kind of want to poke your head in and see, and maybe this is going to be the opportunity where Jerry Jones can say, you know what, I really want to keep Kellen Moore. He's going to up that bag a little bit. So that's the possibility. But like we talked about before we came on the show, I feel like Kellen Moore, he doesn't need to interview for this Boise job. Like, he's played there, is his alma mater. He has history there. He's been an offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. He's played in the NFL. It's pretty much, they were just seeing, are you interested in this job? So it really comes down to, does he want it? Now, me personally, this is what I was saying on Twitter, y'all. I feel like if Kellen Moore's goal is to be an NFL head coach, I feel like it's a step backwards. Because I feel like if Kellen Moore is able to produce these numbers he has been doing even this year that he showed last year with Dak Prescott, let's say, for instance, Dak Prescott comes back next year and we're one of the top-ranked offenses again, I feel like NFL coaches and teams are going to start poking around asking for Kellen Moore to come in for that job. So I feel like he's closer to being a head coach.
Well, and let's be clear, right? Because there was even mentioning of could he be viable for the Minnesota job if it came available? I mean, there was some whispers in that ilk, but I think at the very end of the day, I just, for me, as I'm looking at this across the board, I mean, you can pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Kellen, are you interested?" You don't need to go interview. Right. You don't need to, and better yet, it doesn't have to really get out. You can just pick up the phone and see what the gauging of the interest is at the end of the day. And for him to go out there now, I will buy the idea of they wanted to see him in the room with interviewing for the job and what his vision was for the program to see and maybe check the temperature if they think he's ready or not. Right. But I think at the end of the day, for me, if the job is completely offered to him, I think Kellen's gone, because if he didn't want it, he wouldn't have took the interview. Right. I think it's just what it boils down to. And look, I mean, we can talk about whatever within the house and that Jerry has built, and maybe he wants to groom Kellen to be the head coach, right, moving forward. All of what we kind of saw with Jason Garrett whenever he was here. But I mean, it's a little different, but kind of the same, because Kellen Moore was on the coaching staff before McCarthy got here. He wasn't completely hired, and McCarthy gave the check mark to keep him here. Right. But if again, we're looking at the offense and the numbers and everything you're talking about. I mean, there's things that I've been critical of, right? Whether some of the bonehead calling within the 35, the red zone stuff. But overall, I mean, the numbers and what he's put up, I mean, yeah. And what we talked about before we came on, is it Kellen Moore's play calling, right? Or is it Dak molding himself into this type of quarterback that he's become? Because we all talked about Romo and Linehan and said, yeah, if it wasn't for Romo, well, we'd be in a whole lot of trouble because Linehan is trash. Right. And so I kind of, do you put the cart before the horse, or, I mean, just kind of those things that you look at, so it's just one of those things to me when it's elevated, first it got mentioned, oh, hey, Boise State head coaching, maybe Kellen, to 2 days later, he took a flight and had an interview. It just hits me differently, because again, you can gauge interest via phone call. You don't have to go interview.
True. And to answer your question, bro, like, I feel like Kellen Moore is the scapegoat. This is what I was talking about on Twitter. I really don't understand the Kellen Moore hate. Besides, he just doesn't look like an NFL coach. I mean, I think that's what gets a lot of Cowboys fans frustrated. Like, when I say Kellen Moore could be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, I believe Kellen Moore could be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Like you said, BJ, what we could have easily did all along is kept Kellen Moore as the OC and brought in a defensive-minded head coach or a defensive-minded coordinator. Because I feel like the offense from last year to this year, now granted, you asked about is it Dak Prescott or Kellen Moore, but we've also seen flashes of offense with Dak Prescott out. A lot of the creativity play. We even saw it against the 49ers. A lot of creativity plays. So I feel like what Cowboys fans need to really ask themselves, right? Who is really in charge right now of the play calling? I personally believe it's 100% Kellen Moore. I feel like it's filtered down to Mike McCarthy, but for the most part, Kellen Moore's in charge of the play calling. So if that's the case, Kellen Moore last year had one of the highest production offense. Like, as the offensive coordinator, y'all, your main job is to have an efficient offense. That's it. So the personnel is not your problem. The defensive issues and things going on the defensive side of the ball, not your problem. Special team is not your problem. Situational handling and clock mismanagement, that's not your problem. Your main focus is to have an efficient offense. And I feel like Kellen Moore has done that for the last 2 years. He's been the coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, and he will continue to do that, especially once we got Dak Prescott back. So what we have to run the risk of, if we get rid of Kellen Moore, he goes to Boise. What happens if Dak comes back and his offense sputters? That spotlight's going to come directly on Mike McCarthy. And I feel like, Jerry Jones might kind of say, hey, man, like, our offense, we're not scoring 40 like a game like we thought we were going to be. I don't see creativity and whatnot. So, I feel like Jerry Jones is going to make Kellen Moore an offer, put a buck in his ear to keep him, just like he did with Jason Garrett. Also kind of what he did last year with Chris Richard before let him go. Yeah, because there was a lot of things. I think Miami job was Chris Richard, but Chris Richard decided to stay, and then we ended up
Right.
cutting him. But I feel like Jerry Jones has a way, and he's going to talk to Kellen Moore because I feel like he wants to keep Kellen Moore.
And for me, I'll pivot a little bit different way from my bird's eye view, if you will, and kind of what I'll say to that is, I honestly I hope he does take the Boise State job.
Okay.
Me and at the end, look, in no disrespect, and there's a lot of truth in there, and things that I have talked about when it comes to Kellen Moore is, hey man, I mean, basically he was a quarterback's coach and he was an offensive coordinator. I mean, low key, he is learning on the job, right? I mean, this is only his second full year, calling these plays and things that are happening. But it's just still something left over from the previous regime that we're always just kind of thinking about and doing. And, again, I'm going to go back to Mike McCarthy, and the biggest thing that Mike McCarthy is supposedly going to bring to the table beyond just, he's been a Super Bowl winning head coach, is he was a play caller. It's the West Coast offense. If he's going to be the guy in charge, then I need him to do what he's doing best here. Now, I'm with you. If Kellen leaves and it sputters and we got to take a look at it and Mike McCarthy's not the guy, cool. Because here's what I'm okay with. I'm okay with ripping that Band-Aid off. I don't want to sit here and prolong a guy that's being the head coach that isn't going to get the job done just because Kellen Moore's able to keep this offense with his play calling above water, if you will. Now, I don't think it's going to be that because, look, I mean, say whatever we want to say. I mean, 4 different quarterbacks, the offensive line and everything else, and he's won more than 4 games. So, to a certain extent, I think you have to at least admit that you did upgrade a head coach, because if Garrett had these same things, we probably don't win another game for the rest of the season, to be honest. Right. So, at the end of the day, if we're going to keep, I just don't really understand. For me, if Kellen Moore had, as we talked before, Mike McCarthy, offensive-minded guy, West Coast offense, play caller. Kellen Moore, not a West Coast offense, and I get it, and they're doing a mesh and make it work. And you're probably right with Jerry wanting to keep him. I'm not saying that you're wrong on that standpoint, but for me and the betterment of this team, I hope he takes the job. I think he's willing to take the job, and I hope they offer it to him and he takes it.
So what could Mike McCarthy actually bring to this team offensively as far as the play calling is considered? I mean, besides in the red zone where Kellen struggles, but I feel like as the head coach, he should already have been working with Kellen to get the red zone situation situated before. So I don't see Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling and all of a sudden we're the number 1 ranked offense moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's a conundrum that we find ourselves in with the way this organization is ran, right, Tuck? Again, when the hiring came in, I was like, okay, West Coast offense, bet, we're going to see what's happening. And then it turned into, well, no, we're going to keep this. I'm going to learn the verbiage. I'm going to work with quarterbacks, right, and those kinds of things. And, as the years kind of unfolded, we kind of see what his defense is, and we've seen what Kellen Moore has been able to call and, what he's been able to do even with the injuries, right, as a play caller. You got to look around and be like, what was the point of hiring Mike McCarthy?
Right, which I've been saying, right?
So you maybe should have came with a defensive guy. I was a big proponent. If we're going to go and really switch this thing up, I was like, man, go get me. At the time, go get me Lincoln Riley out of Oklahoma and pair him with Ron Rivera as a defensive coordinator, if that was even possible. Obviously Ron Rivera got a head coaching job or whatnot, but something of that ilk is what I was looking at, because again, it's just still something left over from the Garrett era. And it's, and that's ingrained in him. Right. And this isn't me trying to bag on Garrett or whatnot, but if you're the head coach, and as my guy Rich right here said, Mike McCarthy's an offensive minded coach. So keeping more kind of undermines the hiring of McCarthy, and it's just kind of one of those things to me. It's just like, man, I just want to let McCarthy be the guy and do whatever he sees fit, even if he wants to turn it up. Like if Joe Bibble wants to be the offensive coordinator, right? Okay. Or he wants to bring somebody else in to be the offensive coordinator that's going to run his system. I just think it goes further for Mike McCarthy as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's not a hate Kellen Moore thing or whatnot. It's just, I think for the betterment of this team, I think it's better that Kellen Moore moves on.
Yeah, I'm just more cut from the elk. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Plus,
but it's broke though, Tuck. It is broke.
Bro, I feel like it's far from being broke. The only thing that's broke with it is Dak Prescott being out. Like I said, we're still top 15, even with all the injuries that we've had. And I felt like you look at Mike McCarthy, you were able to bring in your guys and your mentality and your coaching philosophy, the defensive side of the ball. Look what happened. If you do that with the offensive side of the ball, Mike McCarthy, you'll be gone by week 5. And so it's just like, why not just keep Kellen Moore as is? The offense, I see zero issues with the offense, like you said, besides the red zone, small things we can nitpick. Like we said, he's going to run his jet sweep. He's going to run his, double reverse pass or whatnot. Just get it out the way. Run in the first quarter. That's all I say, Kellen. Just run in the first quarter. But for the most part, the offense is not my issue. We need to focus on the defensive side of the ball. But if you get rid of Kellen Moore, now we have two big question marks. We got to worry about, can this offense keep up under Mike McCarthy? And also, how the hell we fix this defense? So let's say, for instance, we drop down defensively, things kind of maintain, but also we drop down offensively as well. That's a huge drawback that I don't think a lot of Cowboys fans are willing to take. So I know what I'm going to get with Kellen Moore. We know the relationship that Kellen Moore has with Dak Prescott. I'm just keeping that intact. Now, you've been saying before, though, if we move in from Kellen Moore, that might let you know how we're going to move forward with Dak. So, I mean, that could also be a possibility as well. But I can say I'm not for it. I just don't see the beef that a lot of Cowboys fans have with Kellen Moore. I feel like he's far from the issue, to be honest with y'all.
Right. Yeah. And I don't have and again, I don't have beef with Kellen whatsoever. I don't have beef with him. He drives me crazy sometimes, but overall, no matter who the play caller is, you're going to see things and be, that's just part of the game, right? We understand that, and it's just like we already know, quote unquote, help is on the way, if you will, because we know the defensive corner is going to get replaced. For me personally, I think it's in-house. I think it's going to be George Edwards that's going to elevate to the defensive coordinator position. He was up underneath Mike Zimmer for those years. He's familiar with that four-man front, and we're going to get back to basics on that side. Right. I do understand the turmoil and whatnot. If you move on from Kellen Moore, maybe this thing gets bumpy. But again, that's why you're going to go ahead and pay Dak Prescott to be your franchise quarterback, because no matter who's coming in to be that offensive coordinator, he has the levity now with the paycheck to run his offense and do the things that he needs to do to take this team offensively to the next level. Now if you're talking about not paying Dak Prescott, that's a whole different can of worms that we'll be talking about a ton in the offseason. I don't want us to get into that right now.
Right.
But let me ask it this way. Do you really think Kellen Moore is the difference between us getting to a Super Bowl if he's here or not?
Yeah, I honestly do. Because y'all know me, y'all. I've been on this show.
Wow. Okay.
I do not trust Mike McCarthy. I know Mike Fisher is kind of trying to steal the reins and be, the front runner of this fire Mike McCarthy thing. I don't trust this guy. And so I feel like if we give him the keys with the offense, I feel like we will see this offense take a step back, to be honest with you. I don't trust him. I do not trust Mike McCarthy. I really don't, y'all. Like, I'm sorry. So if I want to blame this season on somebody, a lot of the things, and I've been showing it on Twitter, a lot of the mistakes and a lot of the things that have been going on in these games that we've been losing, it's not Kellen Moore. It's not Kellen Moore. It's been focused on Mike McCarthy, like the clips that I've shown. When we came back from 41-14 versus the Browns, who gets the credit for that? Was that Kellen Moore? That was Kellen Moore. It was his play calling and Dak Prescott. So we have to be able to give Kellen Moore his flowers. But I feel like we just always bash Kellen Moore because I feel like what you said, BJ, is he just tied to Jason Garrett. So it's like, we got to get rid of him too. But he is far from the problem, y'all. And I feel like if we get rid of him, then we just have to hold on tight, and hopefully Dak Prescott can overcome these mistakes, because I don't trust Mike McCarthy, to be honest with y'all.
Trust is to be earned. Fair, right? Trust is to be earned. But again, and kind of when I was talking about big game James, I said, but one thing we do have to understand, and something that we haven't seen here in a while, and maybe I'll spit this to you. Maybe it'll change your mind a little bit. Maybe it won't. Okay. But here's the thing I'll say, J-Tuck, is whenever those whispers and those silent, oh, hey, they don't know what they're doing, these coaches don't know what's going on, they're not very good, immediately he came out and said, it's disappointing. We should talk like men. I have an open door policy.
Right.
Then he followed that thing up of shipping guys out and doing things, and you haven't heard a peep since from anybody.
But the guys that he shipped out was all the guys he brought in.
Stephen Jones said, here's what you can work with. Here's your budget. What can you do?
If he really wanted to cause a ripple effect, he would have sent one of these Garrett guys. They were untouched. He's, like I said, from the personnel to the coaching staff to the decision making, all of this has shown poorly up for Mike McCarthy in this first season. So what can make me trust that if he's in full charge of the play calling of this team next year, that we're going to take a leap forward? I feel like we're naturally going to take a leap forward just by getting Dak Prescott back. We're
in the offensive line,
right in the offensive line. So we're 15 right now with Andy Dalton and Ben DiNucci. You give us Dak, we're going to be top 10. So do you think Mike McCarthy's going to have us in the top 3? I think not. So I feel like he's not going to be able to give us the leap that Kellen Moore. Some of the creativity in the offense, guys, that we saw this far, you're not going to get that with Mike McCarthy. You just not. And so all these NFL teams right now are clamoring for a young coach with creativity, high power offense. That's the trend. That's what everybody's wanting for. We got one in house, but we're going to get rid of it to get this old, West Coast offense guy back just to give him the opportunity to see what he can do. I just don't see it happening. But but I agree with you though. I think if I had to put my money on it, I feel like Kellen goes to Boise. But I feel like Jerry Jones is about to get him on the phone and have that conversation. And we all know how Jerry is once he picks up that phone and starts talking to you. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jerry probably have his, I mean, they'll the exit interviews after the season's over and whatnot. I mean, they'll have their talks and everything and line it up and talk with the agents and whatnot. Here's my thing. I don't think this is a ploy from Kellen Moore to position himself for more power or more money. I don't believe that in any shape and form. I believe this is a true interest. I believe that if he's able to get the job, he'll take the job. If they offer it to him, I think he's good as gone. And then what to do with the fallout on both sides and talk about, I don't think, I guess the way I should say it is, I don't think there's anything Jerry can do to stop him from leaving if he wants to leave.
So let me ask you this. What happens if he goes to Boise and Mike McCarthy brings in another OC? Does that still undermine what Mike McCarthy brings to this team?
Well, no, he's going to. Well, I mean, I think it'll be on. I think Mendoza hit it on the head. I don't think it's going to be somebody from the outside. I think it'll be Philbin, or it could be him. Mm-hmm. But then we'll get back into: does Jerry want a CEO coach walk around and not be involved in the calling or whatnot?
Right.
Or what the temperament is within the building, the pecking order, and how things are going to be ran.
Right.
And that's something that would be yet to be seen. I think everything's going to be in-house. I don't think there's going to be this big splash. I'm going to get this young guy come in here. I heard people, whether it's Marvin Lewis or Son of Bum to come in to run this defense. Right. I don't think any of that's happening. I think everything's going to be kept very in-house on protocol because nobody in that building wants to look like they made the wrong decision. They're not going to be like Arizona, who had a coach for 1 year, fired him, and went and go got Cliff Kingsbury. Right? That's not going to be the thing here. It's not going to happen. That's going to go against the brand, if you will.
Right.
And that's what's going to happen. And then Kellen Moore is going to be just in his ball, whether he wants to stay here or not. And I think one thing that people have to realize, because I hear this, and you kind of talked about it, we talked about it too, like, well, does this, going to Boise, does get you the next step to, being a head coach in the league or this, that, and the third? At the end of the day, some people do have their own dream jobs. Right. And for him going back to Boise and, what would he lose 1-2 games the entire time he was in Boise?
Right.
He's basically football Jesus over there for them. And that might be his pinnacle job that he wants to be able to run that franchise. And it's not going to be nearly as demanding as being in Dallas. Right. And the checks can look a lot sweeter over there running that program as well, right, outside of us offensive coordinators sitting in the wings and hoping that he gets a chance from a team to call him to be the head coach. Right. So, for me, I think a lot of those things people don't talk about. You have to realize no matter what Kellen's aspirations to be coach-wise, before this Boise thing came up, the one thing in his hip pocket might have always been, hey, if Boise State ever gave me a chance to be the head coach of them, I'm taking that. I don't care where I'm at.
Right. So,
but
if it's me, I'm not letting Kellen Moore go.
You got to throw him a whole bag.
You know who I'm letting go if I have to. I'm letting this guy go right now if I have to. But so
whoa. Okay, wait, Tuck. I know. Hold on. Whoa. Tuck, you are not telling me by any means necessary that you're walking Mike McCarthy out the building promoting Kellen Moore, the head coach, to keep him here.
Yeah, I like I said on Twitter, that set everything on fire. I could get rid of Mike McCarthy, make Kellen Moore the head coach, and bring in Marvin Lewis. Give me Dak Prescott back, and we're right back in the playoffs. You telling me I'm wrong?
Wow.
You telling me I'm wrong? You tell me
Wow.
I can't bring in Marvin Lewis.
Wow. I need the damn horn. I need that. I need the hot take button
That
over
that
here
I am
somewhere.
1,000%. I'm 1,000%. I can replace Mike McCarthy with Kellen Moore, bring in a defensive minded coordinator, and really get this thing right back on track. You give me Dak Prescott and his offense back.
Okay, so
Or
okay.
hell, make Marvin Lewis the head coach. I don't care. Flip
No,
it. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. No,
You know,
I can't bring in Marvin as the head coach. I can't do that. Can't do that. Saw that. I can bring him as DC. I can't bring him as head
all
coach.
right, well,
Saw
whatever.
what's going on.
So Kellen,
but then if we're talking about that, now we're down that pipeline, and we're talking about that. I mean, is Kellen Moore going to become a CEO, a walk around coach? Is he still going to be calling the plays for you?
he's gonna still go call the plays for me.
Okay. That's I'm gonna go all the way no on that one. Appreciate your verber with that.
But still, nobody till this day. I've been asking since week 4, since the Browns. What value does Mike McCarthy bring to the Dallas Cowboys? I see it in the chat. Well, look, he beat Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs numerous times with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, what value does Mike McCarthy bring this team? He doesn't bring anything. He doesn't.
But let me
on my channel, I am going to break down 15 reasons. Now, I thought about this when I was doing these videos. Why Mike McCarthy? And I'm not even going to say nothing. I'm just going to show the video. I'm just going to let the video and roll it. But there's been so many instances that Mike McCarthy has put this team in bad situations. I think Cowboys fans have forgotten it.
No, I mean, we know. Yeah, we never talked about him. But I mean, here's the thing. You don't. Two wrongs don't make a right. Okay, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And if Mike McCarthy's not the guy, here's the one thing that I will put on the line. Kellen Moore's not the guy to be the head coach of this team.
Right. No, I'm not saying that that's my pick. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like Jerry Jones gave Kellen Moore kind of like the golden blessing. Like, you can touch everybody in here, but this
the golden
guy,
child.
Exactly, for a reason. There was a reason because of what the offense did. So I feel like if there's any golden goose in that building, it's Kellen Moore. So I felt like if things did sputter and Mike McCarthy was to move along, that's his in-house guy. He's been a Dallas Cowboys for most of his career. You know, he's coach, he's coming on Jason Garrett, whatnot. I felt like that was going to be the move. Now, me personally, I would probably go get one of these college coaches and just go from there. But I feel like Kellen Moore would just do the same. He can't do no worse than Mike McCarthy, to be honest with you.
I like, J-Tuck, that man. I'll tell you what, this is why I like get on these talks with you and get on it, because I know sooner or later, boy, you're gonna give me something.
Bro, I'm telling y'all, bro. I'm already done with Mike McCarthy. Like, I've been done since that Browns game. That's when I drew the line. I was like, no, this is not going to work. And in every game, I know everyone was sitting around Thanksgiving, enjoying time with their family, thinking, why would you fake punt in your own territory? Because your coach is Mike McCarthy. He's an idiot. That's what he does. That's what we got to get accustomed to here in Dallas. When we saw it Sunday, y'all. We saw it Sunday. He decided to go for a 60-yard field goal and flip the field position. Now, granted, we got off the field, but that could have been costly in a costly game. So it's those things like that, they add up. Decision making is a skill that a lot of great coaches have. I just don't see that in Mike McCarthy.
I mean, fair enough. And I mean, of course, and at the end of the day, the one thing that we don't know, the unknown is you can't say that Kellen's would be the wrong call, because you don't know until he gets in that position.
Right.
But you can't say he's the right call either, because again,
right,
you ain't seen him in that position. Right. I mean, there's something to be said. I'm not saying there's no meat on that bone at all. I don't think, I think there is something there, because I mean, at the end of the day, you would have to go through and obviously pair him. Right. You would have to pair him with a strong defensive coordinator. Right. I don't think they want to go to a 3-4. So that's why I'm looking at Marvin Lewis. I'm kind of moving on from that. And we had to maybe run down a list to kind of see what they could do. Right. Now I will say this. And here will be the caveat here. How desperate is it? Because we both kind of agree to different extents, but we both agree on this, that Kellen Moore is the golden child, if you will, in the building. Right. I don't disagree with that. Now, what the number is underneath that, I don't know. But we'll find out. Because if he says I want to go, then we're going to find out exactly how much. Because Jerry could very easily say, "Well, why don't you come on and be the new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys? You ain't got to go nowhere.
Right.
We'll get your defensive coordinator. You just keep on calling them players from Dak, and y'all keep throwing that ball down the field."
Right. I don't think that's the extent that Jerry will go, but he's going to say, you know what? I'm going to increase the pay. I'm going to give you a little bit more pay. Just hold tight. And if things don't work out with Mike McCarthy, you know you're my guy.
Don't think that'll be enough to keep him at that point. Then
I think it will, man.
Not if he's got Boise State on the line.
Man, it's Boise State. It's not Alabama, man.
That's it. But that's his alma mater. That's where he played, baby.
And I'm not drinking Kellen Moore juice. I'm drinking.
Yeah, and I'm not drinking Cowboy Blue juice. I'm drinking some whiskey.
Yeah.
Now, shout out to our guy Brad. He says checking in from Nebraska. What's going out there in Nebraska, man? Hey, man. And by the way, I see everybody chiming in on the NWO shirt. Man, I am white and black. Get that Wolfpack out of here. White and black for life. I rock with Hollywood.
I see you, bro. I
rock with Hollywood.
Yeah.
Man, still I'm trying to talk about the ledge a little bit.
Here's what I'm trying to do, Cowboys Nation. I am trying to save y'all, right? And here's what's happening. I'm trying to save y'all because here's what's happening.
Okay.
We're gonna get Dak Prescott back. Everything's gonna be looking lovely. We're gonna be sitting there in a playoff game. Everything's gonna be on the line. And you're going to sit back and see Mike McCarthy make this boneheaded play and cost the Dallas Cowboys the playoff game. And y'all going to be all upset. I can't believe he did this. Why would he do that? And I'm just going to sit back with the I told you so face.
Man, at the end of the day, hey, Mendoza, man, shout out to the LWO as well, man. The boys was getting it in. But, I mean, look, as it comes back to Kellen Moore, look, I don't think Golden Goose are not within the building. You know, like I said, the only juice to me, and I'm not to beat a dead horse here, is he would have to promote him immediately to head coach, which is not going to happen. And again, look, man, okay, maybe Mike McCarthy had some plays where he was trying to be a little too aggressive and things happen. You know, maybe had the analytics, he was talking about.
Right.
Well, maybe I just knock the rust off a little bit, getting back into this thing and getting that in that warm seat. But to me, Kellen, to me, I think, look, and you'll disagree with this. I think, look, I'm not a Kellen hater by any stretch of the imagination. I am not a Kellen hater.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think it is a good thing for this team for Kellen to move on. I think it's a win-win. I think it's best for Kellen to go there and get his dream job at Boise State, his alma mater. Like I said, he's football Jesus for them over there. And I think it's a good thing for Dallas because then at that point, Mike McCarthy as a I would like to see him be the play caller. I've said this a multitude of times. I want him to install this offense and be the play caller here because I think that's what he brings to the table. As you talked about a ton,
Right.
What does Mike McCarthy bring to the team if he's not running the offense? And I want to see that from him.
Right.
And I think but even with that being said, it is that last stitch of whatever's, if he was forced onto McCarthy, he's gone. Right. It's the last stitch of what was here from the old regime. It's gone. It's completely new. And then we can survey this thing again next year with nothing else, but it's all on at that point, Mike McCarthy. And then if we get into week 8, week 9, and we're still doing dumbass, fake field goals, fake punts on our own 25 and stuff like that, then we can have that conversation. Okay, man, this ain't working, and we can pivot. For me, I'm team rip the Band-Aid whenever you got to. I don't like these incremental things and whatnot to get better. I'm a guy, rip it and do what you got to do to get it better. And I think Kellen leaving, no matter whatever anyone wants to say or think about Mike McCarthy, gets us closer to ripping the Band-Aid standpoint.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, from a guy like me who's trying to get rid of Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore leaving absolutely helps. So it makes it speeds up the process. So
then you said, why can't he be good?
No,
when
man.
he takes over in the West Coast,
I don't see it. I do not see it. I just don't. I just don't, y'all. Like I can sit back and watch. I've been around the game football, just know when a coach has it and they don't. The only way it's going to happen is Dak Prescott just comes back and saves the day. But I feel like with all the decision making, the dumb play calling from the personnel, like everything we've seen this year, there hasn't been one time I sat back besides the watermelon smashing. That's what I'll give him credit for. But for the most part, I haven't sat back any game and be like, okay, that's great on Mike McCarthy's side. Like I really don't. You know, and I've been hearing that maybe the team rallies around him, but you don't see no fire. I don't see no accountability. Remember, all off season and training camp, we were focused on the fundamentals, protecting the ball, all these different things, fumble after fumble. So where is it? Where is it? Where's all the stuff that Mike McCarthy was supposed to bring to this team? I haven't seen zero of it. The analytics, the coaching, the innovation, none of it. So.
Yeah. Steve checked in with the question, said if Kellen leaves, does the hot seat come on for McCarthy? I think this is a layup, Joe, with the COVID and everything that's happened, and you know, the injuries they'll be rolled into that. The brand is going to get rolled into that. But honestly, I think whether Kellen leaves or stays, I think with the new coordinator, whatever happened, and they kind of reset this thing again, and God willing that we don't have all these hiccups, if you will, during the off season with COVID, and they're able to install and do stuff. I think barring injuries, yeah, he's got to go win, because we do have to remember the one thing about Mike McCarthy is he wasn't brought here for a rebuild. Right. He was brought here to get us over the hump where we have been. So I think, maybe to an extent he's going to be on the hot seat because he was brought to get us over the hump. But I'm not as far as you with what does he bring it to the table there? Because like I said, I think to me he proved a lot. The lowest point for me this year is whenever this thing started kind of going left with McCarthy, and they were leaking information or anonymous sources, and he came to the forefront immediately, addressed it, said, hey, we need to be men. It's open door policy. And then beyond that, he went ahead and heads rolled a little bit, traded a guy, cut some guys. And then even on top of that, you haven't seen those issues repeat themselves. Now, yeah, can we talk about maybe the fake punts or whatever? I mean, sure. And those things do need to be corrected. I'm not saying he should be let off the hook for that at all. But I will still pound the table on this standpoint here. With all the injuries that this team has had this season, if it was the old regime and not Mike McCarthy, would we have this many wins? And I think the answer is unequivocally no. I don't think so.
I would disagree. I think we would, honestly.
But every time the quarterback lived here, Garrett never won.
Right.
And he lost.
But who were those quarterbacks, though?
I mean, he traded for Matt Castle and wanted him. You had Brandon Weeden, a top five former draft pick. And look, Brandon Weeden won games in Houston. Now. Let's not forget. So you have those things happening. And I mean, Luke, we saw when we just saw, look, we played a game without our left tackle in Atlanta with Garrett here. How'd that go? And look, we haven't had our tackles all year, basically. And then Zach Martin went out. You lost Travis Frederick from retirement at the very beginning. We've only played 2 games with our complete complement of starting cornerbacks week 1 and then just last week. So, I mean, no, the interest has been very, very weird or whatnot, within all that. And we found ways to win games. Now, I do agree with you. I do think that Andy Dalton's a better backup than these other guys. But I've seen other coaches, and we're talking about Garrett and whatever he might have at quarterback, do more with less.
So does Kellen Moore get any credit for that?
Well, now, did the defense play good in those games? Did the defense get you 7 turnovers in the past 2 games? Or are we going to give the defense some credit for the past 2 games? Or are we going to say it's all Kellen Moore the last 2 games?
Let's scrap that. Let's go to the Minnesota game. Like the Minnesota game.
Sure.
With all the injuries, the makeshifts of the O-line, the quarterback, we're still afloat. So how much is Kellen Moore in this offense? Because offense has been keeping us alive. And how much is it Mike McCarthy? I believe I would give Mike McCarthy credit for this. I think he has found a way to keep this team fighting. And keep them pushing, because I felt like there was times, and I think this was kind of earlier, going back to what you mentioned, that this team possibly did give up without Tony and Dak, because I feel like with this team that we still have in place, though, Jason Garrett would have been just fine. I feel like if Jason Garrett was going to the same situation, he would have fed the ball 100 times, and we would still got a few wins. Now, granted, there might have been a few games he may have lost, but I honestly would say this. If Jason Garrett was the head coach, we would have beat the Rams out the gate, because we would have took the field goal and forced Jared Goff to go up the field. We wouldn't have went for it on 4th down, right? And so, I mean, there's been this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a Jason Garrett apologist. I don't like Jason Garrett, but I don't hate the man. I got to give him credit when credit's due. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't feel like Mike McCarthy's that guy. Like I've been saying on my show, y'all. He's the bridge guy. So let's just get to the guy we really want. It happens. You get out of a 10-year relationship with a guy. The first person that you really interviewed was Mike McCarthy. Jason Garrett or Jerry Jones was sold. That was it. He didn't take his laps around the bar. He didn't. He just, the first girl that said, I'll dance with you. You danced with him, fell in love, and here we are. but I don't feel like Jerry Jones is really satisfied with Mike McCarthy. The only reason Mike McCarthy won't be let go is because of Jerry Jones's ego. He's not going to say I made a mistake. And that's what it would be if he let go of Mike McCarthy. So Mike McCarthy has 1 to 2 more years to really get this thing done. And if Kellen Moore does leave, then we can really see, what's responsible.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say a little thing too. I mean, this isn't a huge, like, if you want to call the mistake with Mike McCarthy, what's happened this year, I mean, that's fine. I wouldn't call this all the way like a mistake, and they need to make the switch right now, because I think porous football teams would knee jerk here and make the mistake with everything that happened. I think you just got to let this thing ride out and see, because again, I see where you see a lot of negatives, and I understand, and look, and I feel where you're coming from, because we've had to deal with them bumps. I feel you for sure. Right.
Where's the positive?
But again, that's what I'm. Well, you just gave us a positive. You said he got the team to rally and fight, and here we are, right?
Okay. Right.
Okay. So there's that happening again. I'm still going to go back to, once that leak stuff happened, if he wasn't the coach that was going to get these guys in line, then we would still be having leaks and things that are happening, right? So I do think there's things that he is doing. I think there are positives there, but it's, if you want to see it, look, just like Kellen Moore, right? I've been very critical of Kellen Moore. Right. Absolutely. I have been. Like I've talked about from the beginning, and the thing that I want to see from Mike McCarthy was, I need Mike McCarthy, once they got to that 35 in, just being Kellen's ear. Stove's hot. Don't touch that. No, don't call that damn jet sweep right now. Don't you do that. Don't get cute here. Do this, know, and I would like to see him do that. And of course the red zone efficiency with Kellen Moore and stuff. I mean, we're inside the 15, 2 out of 3 plays are wide receiver screens to Michael Gallup. What are we really talking about here? Right. But on the same token, I can't at least give him credit at times. The Minnesota game, he called a good game, right? I think he did a great job with Double G in the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, Pittsburgh game,
right. I think he did a good job there. But then all of a sudden, he'll just Kellen will kind of have a little wild hair, kind of go left. But he's young. But he's young. And I still do understand that part of Kellen's game, that he's young. I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater per se, and I don't think that it cannot work here in Dallas with Kellen and Mike McCarthy. But what I do think is, as it pertains to Kellen Moore leaving, I just think if he took the interview, if they offered him the job, he's gone. And I don't see it as a big negative, just because, not because Kellen was with the Jason Garrett regime or whatever, or maybe they said, hey, you can do whatever you want to, but Kellen's got to be here. But at the end of the day, we don't have to have these conversations no more of, is Kellen Jerry's guy, the guy in waiting, what's going on? At that point, the conversation moves into, okay, McCarthy has the full control at this point, and then we can judge it and move from there. Now, whether that turns into good stuff or turns into bad stuff, and then we have to react and go from there. But I think Kellen Moore moving on, I think it's best for Kellen. I think it's really good for the Cowboys as well. I think it's one of the rare situations where you can lose a coordinator who at times has done good things in this league. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I won't take that away from Kellen. But I think it's one of the rare times it can be a win-win for said coordinator and for said team.
Yeah, hold on tight, man. I really hope Jerry just hops on that phone, man. It's like Kellen, nah, bro. Like, it's Boise State. Just chill, bro. Like, I got you. Just give me about a year and a half. I got you. You know what I'm saying? We'll move from there, man. But
okay. All right. Well, to be determined. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, Mike McCarthy's the guy who's cooking Thanksgiving dinner. He already burned the turkey, man. We're gonna let him burn the sides up too, and everything else is already good, bro. Like, I don't know, man.
Okay. Well, again, to be determined. All we know for now is obviously there's some interest, and we'll see where it goes. But we still got a couple of games left, though.
Yeah.
And Kellen Moore's still going to be calling these plays for the next 2.
Luckily.
And we got the Eagles on deck. Team's a little different than the first time we played them.
Yeah, man.
Our team's a little different than the first time we played them.
Yeah.
It won't be Ben DiNucci under center for us. However, no more Nucci, man. But however, it's not going to be old Carson Wentz underneath center for them. It's going to be the rookie former second-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Mr. Hurts, who has came onto the scene, has seen the team rise up, beat the Saints, have a really good game against the Cardinals, and of course, as we're leading into this game here against the Eagles at home, man, the one thing he does that we've had a problem with, you can book it with every single quarterback that we played that has his type of skill set. We haven't won. Right. It gives us issues. Does that change, or are we going to see more of the same with this type of quarterback, even though he is a rookie?
Yeah, I think, like I said on Twitter, I'm not going to be one of those guys that says Hurt sucks or, he's a horrible quarterback just because he's an Eagle, man. He's a dynamic quarterback, man. Let's just get that out the gate. So I feel like he's going to bring a lot more to the table than what we saw through Carson Wentz. And I feel like this Eagles team, they rally around him. I mean, we already seen it in the last 2 games he started. So it's going to be rough, man, because like you said, we don't handle mobile quarterbacks well because they get us off balance. So whether it's, beating us by his legs on those short yardage, 3rd and, 2s, 3rd and 3s, using the bootleg or be able to strike downfield. And plus, I think I just saw my most hated Eagle, Deshaun Jackson, might be returning back. So, you get Sanders back, you get D-Jack back and Rager and Goddard and Ertz and goddamn, man. I just hope this defense can continue to build up the momentum for the last 2 weeks. But even though we had turnovers, man, we were still giving up so many yards, and it's going to be a tough game, man. Like I said, but I'm hoping that having Andy Dalton back with this offense, our offensive lines play a lot better recently. Brandon Knight and also Terrence Steele. So hopefully they can keep that up because those defensive front and Schwartz going to come after us. Hopefully we can maintain that, get the ball into our playmakers' hands, and make this a competitive game and actually win the ball game, man. But for our defensive side of the ball, man, it's going to be a battle.
Yeah, it's funny because we can't really just flash back to the game that we played against them in Philly. And we played them tough, right? And in a lot of ways, I think if we had Andy Dalton that game, we'd probably win that game. But with that being said, I mean, these teams are so different from where they were at that point in time. We've seen a lifeless Eagles team since Jalen Hurts has been injected into that lineup. Look like they got a shot of adrenaline in the arm and have played much better, even though they haven't won all the games with him starting. Again, what a game. You take a look, for instance, the Saints had win 55 games. Think about that now. That's a couple seasons, y'all. That ain't they went 55 straight games without giving up a 100-yard rusher. Not only did Miles Sanders go get him 100 yards, so did Jalen Hurts. So they gave 2 100-yard rushers in that game for the first time in 55 games.
Right.
So, we know what they're going to bring to that table. And we know at the end of the day, the Achilles heel for us is the run game. And especially, we've just seen it time and time again, whether it was Russell Wilson, whether it was Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, whenever we rush the quarterback, we don't stay in lanes, we don't keep them in the pocket, and they just find easy ways to get out and go get easy yards against us. So
and plus, Antoine Woods is on injury reserve too, so that's a strike.
Right, and I mean he's been up the double teams for us in the middle. He's been super solid for us, right? And now that's a man down there, right? And is Zeke going to play? I mean, there's that too. Now some people argue about that. I'm not here to get into that. I'm not here to get into that whatsoever.
Right.
But again, the biggest key is, as you said, we've been getting turnovers, but we haven't stopped nobody. Like basically our stops were turnovers because for the most part, they would typically go score at least a field goal, it kind of seems like, right? So I mean, again, it will be to an extent on this defense. Can you get some turnovers, from the rookie? Can you force him to be uncomfortable? Can you get a stop? And limit this run game and make him beat you with his arm and down his legs. And, maybe we see it finally happen this week, but we have yet to see it happen at all. I mean, even back to the Browns game that you keep bringing up. I mean, they didn't have to throw the ball. I mean, they had some guy that hasn't had over probably 100 yards for the rest of the year go get them near 100 on us.
Right.
He was about 4th or 5th down the damn depth chart, right? So
Ernest Johnson.
Yeah, I didn't want to say his name. I don't want to say his name. Oh, but yeah, I mean that's the key. I mean, right? I mean, here we are, and it's just we already know. Hey, LV as well. Yeah, absolutely, Steven. Yeah, no LVE this week.
Yeah, no LVE.
So maybe we see Luke Gifford more. I don't know. Maybe we get to see more Jones. It might probably be more Lee. Maybe some Francis Bernard. I don't know. But again, can you stop the run? And that's the big question mark. That's the big check mark. If we can't stop the run at the end of the day, I mean, Xavier Woods not being on the field, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but neither here nor there. Right. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, offensively, ball control, if we can run the ball well, limit their possessions is definitely what we need to try to do. But again, if the defense can't stop a nosebleed with the run, man, it could be a very, very, very long day. And of course, right, they flip the games around, so we'll know if we're playing for something or not. Is that correct?
No, I think they moved it to the Washington game is at 3:00 now.
Okay.
So
Well,
same
there's
time.
that.
Same time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's that. So we'll kind of be watching our game and pigeonholing, poking
Yeah.
over there. Because I mean, hey, still alive for the playoffs there, Tuck.
Right. Playoffs, man. We still in it. So but like you said, man, I think the defense also getting our secondary healthy has helped a little bit. They're a little bit banged up still in their secondary. So hopefully Andy Dalton can maintain. I mean, what gives me confidence about this game is that even with Ben DiNucci, it was a competitive game, but
Right.
that was Carson Wentz. So Cowboys fans, we
Right.
have to find a way for Philly to free Carson Wentz, man. We need Carson back, man. So I'm gonna get t-shirts, free wins, all that, man. But like I said, because we can't depend on that one turnover, those costly plays from Carson Wentz. So it's gonna be a competitive ball game, man. I'm ready for it though. But I feel like the Dallas Cowboys will be able to win, but we have to be clicking at all cylinders. Like our offense has to be playing well, and defense has to find a ways to get stops, especially against the run game. So we'll see.
Yeah, might need about 2 to 3 more turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Can the
Get that
defense keep
trend
the
up.
turnover? Yeah, can they keep the trend going? We got 7 over the past 2 weeks. Can we make it 10 in 3 weeks? If you're able to do that, you got a chance and an opportunity.
Let me ask you this though, because this was a question that was brought up on my channel. Let's say, for instance,
Okay.
we win this game, defense gives up 300 yards, you know, to typical whatnot, but we get 3 turnovers and win the game. Do you feel like Mike Nolan is starting to swing the pendulum where he's going to be safe for next year?
No.
Okay.
No. I think that's a foregone conclusion. I think that's in-house. Again, I don't think he's going to get fired. I've already said that. I think he's going to get a reassignment. I think things are going to move a little bit, and they're going to slide somebody in-house. They're not going to pull that trigger. But I think it's a done deal. I think some of his body language and some of the way he's answered questions kind of lets us know where it's at. Great that we're finally starting to get some turnovers, but on the same token, it was Nick Mullins.
Right.
You know, if we get some turn, and then before Nick Mullins, right, it was the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay. And then if we happen to get some turnovers this week, even though Jalen Hurts has looked good, it's still a second-round rookie quarterback starting in his 3rd game, which, hey, look, you have to take advantage of those things. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. But I mean, you still look at the run and what we're giving up against the run and whatnot. I mean, it's just, hey man, appreciate you, Nolan. Edwards, come on, slide in here, do your thing. But yeah, I think for sure, if they don't get turnovers, it's going to be a long day.
Right.
I absolutely unequivocally believe that, because I don't think at this point you just are who you are, and you have yet to be able to stop the run this year. So yeah, unless they get turnovers, I think it could be a very long day for this Cowboys team.
Right. I agree. We have to find ways for our defense to get off the field. So like I said, even with all that, man, I feel like this team could still win this game, make it competitive. But like I said, we got to really be clicking on all cylinders, special teams, offensively. You know, will Mike McCarthy or Kellen Moore really commit to this run game? I mean, Zeke coming back is going to be an interesting dynamic because, you know, with the whole Pollard situation. So I know Cowboys fans are waiting to explode over that. But if we can run the ball and get some momentum and have a more balanced attack, I feel like we can fully beat Philly. So.
Yeah, you know, and again, and to be somewhat critical of this offensive play calling at times, you know, I'll see, you know, and this was going into the Cincinnati. I was like, man, I think he's going to have a big game. I think he's going to have a big game today. And in the first quarter, he was getting off, and then all of a sudden, we just didn't run him anymore.
Right.
And then we can fast forward to just last week, Tony Pollard getting off, mainly more in the passing game right away, because they just refused to cover him in the flats, and you got the ball in space, but you were calling his number a ton, and then you just kind of didn't really go back to him till the 4th quarter. You were playing the other running back and whatnot. So again, I don't really understand this idea of okay, well, the running back's kind of eating here in the first quarter, and well, let's just kind of get away from what was working there and do something else. I mean, my God, we went to Noah Brown 3 out of 5 drives in the 3rd quarter on third. Like, I mean, I get the Gallup was hurt. I understand the Gallup was hurt, and he was the guy slid in. Well, how about let's not call a play where he might be the first read? I mean, we got CeeDee Lamb, we got Amari Cooper, right? You know, Tony Parker's been pretty good in the passing game. You know, I don't understand why we are consistently going towards Noah Brown. Look, I like what Noah Brown brings to the table, and I think he's a great kind of guy to have on the team.
Right.
You know, what he does special teams wise, blocking at wide receiver. You know, hey, if he's your 3rd or 4th read, he can give you something. Absolutely. We've seen him do that before. But yeah, I just, you know, a head scratcher there, you know, in the 3rd quarter. And also, you know, I mean, but on the backside of that, the first time we scored a touchdown in the 3rd quarter all year. Right. So, I mean, there's that as well. The good with the bad, if you will.
Right. Yeah. It was too much Noah Brown, man, on Sunday, man. Let's get back to basics, get Coop the ball, get C the ball. I think Gallup's playing. I think he's healthy. I saw he's been practicing this far this week, so he should be out there. Yeah, because Cooper always eats against the Eagles, man. So if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Cooper. Like I said, even with the guys that we have out there, I feel like this offense, if they can protect Andy Dalton, he can make the proper throws, and we can definitely carve up the secondary. So
and guess who else is going to be eating because of Cooper?
I forgot, man. It is what it is, man. Unless CD got 2 more games left, man. CD.
I liked your tweet today, though. Yeah, for those that don't know, before the beginning of the season, we ended up with a bet that Cooper would still have more yards as the number 1 wide receiver over CeeDee Lamb. I'm looking pretty good. It's supposed to be all you can eat wings. Looking pretty good. I like the tweet where you said, I think I'm just going ahead, call them wings in for my guy Nix, unless CeeDee Lamb gets 200 yards this week.
Right.
But he's capable, though.
He's capable. He can go for 185, especially against this Philly secondary. So
he's capable.
Man, but I'm gonna go ahead and just place that order, man. It is what it is. We'll run it back next year, man.
Fair. Yeah. We'll definitely pick something running back for sure. Mo checking and said Coop and Schultz were open on those plays to Brown. Yeah, well, I mean, now that's somewhat Andy Dalton. And one thing I will be critical about Andy Dalton, boy, that guy will lock on it. That's it.
Right.
That's one read and I'm gone. I mean, even he ain't got no pressure around him or not. Sometimes like one read and I'm gone. I'm like, bro, you've been in the league a lot longer than this to be doing these things, but what can you do? And Mendoza absolutely correct, man. Yeah, CeeDee's definitely going to give Seymour and Fletcher some treatment. I do think there's there, but we got to dial it up and be in position to take advantage of those things, though. Right. I think this is not going to be a low scoring affair. I don't think this is going to be a 17, 13, 20, 14. I think we're going to be looking at something close to last week. I think we're going to be somewhere in the high 20s to maybe high 30s.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, I think this offense does have enough power to go up and down the field with the weakened secondary. And we already know what we like to do is let people just run it up and down the field on us, especially with that quarterback. So, man, a hard-fought game.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to the turn. I mean, and look, it's simple to say it's going to come down to the turnover battle. But I think for this defense, I think it's imperative they have to keep that train rolling. They're going to have to get me 2 turnovers, maybe 3. And if they do those things to get us a couple extra possessions, I think the Cowboys can win this game and stay alive, possibly, if Carolina can do their job against the Washington football team.
That's the iffy part, man. Can Carolina hold up their end of the bargain, man? But we'll see. Like I said, my hot take for this season is that we'll win. Carolina will win. And then we're going to have to depend on the Eagles next week to beat Washington, man. That's
as long as their starting quarterback over there keeps going to the strip club after L's, we might be okay. And it's on the Washington football team. I mean, if that happens, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I mean, that defense is real. I mean, they held Seattle to 20 points, gave their team opportunity to do it. Hey, look, I mean, they got some weapons over there offensively in Carolina, but man, that defensive front is real. It's real deal Holyfield for Washington. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I just don't know if they're going to have enough, especially with I don't think McCaffrey's going to be playing, or he's a game time decision maybe.
I don't think he's going to play, but
I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to play either. So it's going to be to Teddy and some of those wide receivers to go see what they can do. But you got to score. You got to score for this Cowboy Eagles game. You got to score.
Oh man,
what you like?
No, trying to think how I'm feeling, man. I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to be in the 40s. I think
so either.
Too high.
I agree.
So I would say, maybe like 30-27, maybe last minute field goal type game. I
like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm right there with you. I think it's 34-31.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I think it's a field goal game. I think it's going to be a field goal game with these guys. And we're going to see a lot of offense go down. And again, it'll just come down to those turnovers. But I'm with you. Field goal game, Cowboys. I'm going to go Cowboys, field goal game.
Greg Zuerlein, as long as Mike McCarthy don't steal it from us, man, we're going to be all right, man.
Oh, well, he ain't stole the last two. Come on now. Come on, get off. Come on. You don't get up off.
I will say this, though, Mike McCarthy. I thought about it. One good thing that Mike McCarthy did do this year, I got to give you credit for, he accepted us to draft CeeDee Lamb. So kudos to you, Mike McCarthy. I appreciate that. That's about it, man. That's about it. There we go.
Mike. I tell you what. Eventually, sir. we might have to revisit the old Mike McCarthy slander that you have going on right now.
Yeah, we're gonna revisit as long as we're gonna revisit, because I remember this all season, man. There was a lot of slander about Aaron Rodgers and how he wasn't, up to par, man. And you see what he's doing. So, I'm starting to think, since Mike McCarthy left Green Bay, they just been okay without him. We'll see. So we're gonna revisit this. Kellen Moore's gonna go off to Boise. We're gonna do our, our off-season shows and whatnot, and we're gonna sit there that first game and think 17 points. Okay.
But what if you win it? What if you win 17-10 though, sir?
Okay, that's fine with me. That's fine with me, man. Go ahead.
How many points do we have in the first game this year?
Was it 20, 24? What was that last game?
The Rams game. What was that Rams score?
Was it 2017? I don't know.
17 points.
Yeah, and we lost. Man. So I know.
We lost.
We lost, man.
Neither here nor there. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out and where Kellen goes. And again, more fodder and see how they address it and move forward. But if I was a betting man, I'm taking Kellen to Boise State. I am. At the end of the day, I really do. I think Kellen's, if they offer the job, I think he's gone. I don't think there's really much, because I think at the end of the day, it's the perfect storm, if you will, with Kellen Moore. It's the perfect storm of the Cowboys just hired this guy who's a former Super Bowl winning coach, right? And they painted themselves into the corner where they really can't just jettison this guy to keep this Kellen Moore kid. Right. And it goes back to it. There's not really a bag that they can slide him that's going to keep him here, and he's got that opportunity. Because let me be clear, Jason Garrett maybe had an opportunity with Baltimore, maybe, but I don't ever think it was really that real.
Right.
And I think this is very real. And I think that's the end of the day. And of course, the other thing too, with Wade Phillips being here, he was a little bit longer in the tooth, and stuff. And Garrett was a younger guy. It was a little bit of a more of an age gap, if you will, as compared to where we are right now, maybe a little bit. So yeah, man, I think Kellen's going to be up out of here, and then we'll see. Here's what I know. Here's what I know for sure. My inbox will blow up. It would fast forward to week 1, and God forbid if Mike McCarthy is calling these damn plays, and it's bad. I'm gonna put my shit on.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't want y'all to tweet me. Don't at me. No, nothing, man. Don't at me, man. Mike McCarthy's horrible. Get him out of here. Because before it was just me. It was just me on this little Mike McCarthy island all by myself. I'm starting to get people to raft on over there, man. They're starting to come on over, starting to get crowded, whatnot. But like I said, man, I hope to be wrong. I was wrong on the Amari Cooper, though. I feel like if Dak didn't go down, I still would have got my wings. But I was wrong on the Amari Cooper thing. So I hope that I'm wrong about Mike McCarthy and we're sitting in the big game and he's leading us all the way. But as of right now, y'all, I just haven't seen one or a few things I could say, all right, this is the guy.
I agree with Bluff City there. I think Joe Philbin is the guy too. I really do. I think if he moves on, I think Joe Philbin will be the guy. I do agree there. But now let me ask you this: so a little future cast. We got a little few more minutes. We haven't quite ran out of our time yet, and I see you still got plenty of that Ciroc in your cup.
I got plenty, man. I can go all night.
You got plenty. And guys, right now, man, if you got any questions or any comments, whatever, man, go ahead and shoot them in the comment section. We're gonna get them. We're gonna get them up. We're gonna get them We're gonna get them up here and talk about a little bit more wherever y'all want to go with it. But we can talk about these next 2 games. What you think about the coaches? What you think about Kellen? What you think about the draft? The whole 9. As I've been kind of paying attention and digging in a little bit more here, and I'm gonna get some more draft talk out of you like I did the other night. My goodness. I just, I said, let me dig deep and let me, I've been digging here and there, and I'm kind of actually getting a little further ahead in the draft stuff than I normally do. Man, the more and more, and I know I said this to you before, I just don't really like any of these defensive guys in the top 8. I think I'm not saying there's not going to be a hitter in there, but boy, it smells like a lot of reaches in the top 8 for me.
Yeah. And I've asked this question because I was talking about, I forgot who I was talking to. I think I was talking to Voch Lombardi. And I was saying, if you were to take Trayvon Diggs, right, and Patrick Surtain Jr. and put them both in this draft, who would be the number 1 pick? And a lot of people were saying, and I agreed, that Diggs would have been the number one pick over Surtain. So, you got to think about, we got Diggs in the second round. If we were to draft Patrick Surtain at 8, 6, 5, how much of a reach is that really is? Like I said, I haven't seen anyone defensively. Offensively, yes, but defensively, no. That I can say, you know what? That's the guy. That's the next Chase. That's Chase Young right there. You got to have him. Do whatever. Like, there's nobody that I see that. If you get Micah Parsons or if it's Farley or Horn, it's just like, okay, it's a cool little pick. I'm not running around my house like we did CeeDee Lamb. So, I know a lot of people are on this draft thing, Pitts thing for a tight end. I'm not there. That's just too much, right now. But
I'm a Pitts guy at 8.
Are you?
I'm a Pitts guy at 8. I've been on Pitts.
At this point, bro, I don't, like I said, defensively, I just don't see it there. Now, there is talks. So I think I saw earlier today, if we lose to Philly and then Washington beats Carolina, I think we slide back in the 5 range or whatnot.
Right.
Like I said, it's just too much going on, but I just don't see my guy. I know my guy Mendoza's a no. Like, I feel like I can get like Asante Samuel Jr. late in the second and be perfectly fine.
He don't fit the 6 foot rule, sir. Get that out of here. You're a guy. We got the 6 foot rule here, Kellen. If you ain't 6 feet, you can't come here, no matter how.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, but you know what I'm saying, like, even if you take it on,
and I like your guy though. Your guy though from FSU. I do like your guy though. Don't get it twisted. I do like him.
Yeah, and so I mean, but if you look at even Marvin Wilson or some of his defensive tackle type guys, I feel like late first round, second round is really going to be. I mean, for a lot of these guys, it's really going to take the combine to make a lot of teams' eyes really pop out. But as of right now, I just don't see it. And that's why I've really been interested about this draft, because what we need, I just don't see it there. There's no Jalen Ramsey or Derwin James or Chase Young's that's just going to be sitting there at that position.
Yeah, the worst possible time for a need for the type of needs that we are is this draft. I'm a Farley guy, cornerback from Bontek, by the way. If I have to take one,
do you trust Farley? See, my thing with Farley, he's been out the entire year. Like those opt-out guys.
Yeah, I know it's scary. I know that's the tough part of it. I do agree. I know. I feel you. And Mo, here's my thing. Schultz and Jarman, we don't need a tight end. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Look, I've banged the table for a long time, as anyone will tell you, for Jaws. I'm a huge Jaws guy. I was a Jaws guy when we drafted him. I watched him play the Cowboy position for Oklahoma State, and I told everybody, I said he is a more athletic Jason Witten at the end of the day. But with that being said, he can't get on the field, period. Now, we can talk about, Witten came back or whatever. Now he's hurt. And look, and I appreciate Schultz and what he's done this year. I absolutely do. Do not get it twisted. Neither one of these guys are Pitts.
Right.
They're not. Let's be clear. They're not Pitts. And as we're talking about drafting here, look, there's other stuff to be had in the draft. If you're stuck in that top 8 way, Pitts might be your guy. I'm just letting it be known. And you shouldn't be upset if Pitts happens to be the guy.
Right.
He'll be here for a long time. And when you're talking about Pitts, you're going to be talking about him in the Kittle range, in the Kelsey. He's going to project those kind of ways, man. Right. And there's nobody on this roster that we have that can do that right now. Yeah. And of course, Bluff with the Farley and Horn run a 4-3, Surtain runs a 4-5. The people's opinion are going to change quickly, right? But I mean, with no tape though, I mean, it's still valid not playing for a year, right? And when you don't play football for a year, I don't care at what level, right? It matters. But we do have a guy on the team, Aldon Smith, that hasn't played for a long time and came back and played pretty damn good.
Aldon Smith's a different type of animal. No doubt. We've all played those football, man. I knew a guy on my football team, man. He could eat, Sonic hot dogs and whatnot before the game and go out there and get you about 15 tackles and 2 sacks.
I hated those guys. I hated those guys. I'm like,
don't stretch, don't do nothing. Don't warm.
No, just like, I'm good. Here I go.
I was like, man, shout out to my guy Emery. He's probably watching right now, but he can just do whatever.
Yeah, and just whatever. I woke up. Oh, hold on, let me pop my back. All right, let me get my helmet. Let's go. Let me go get these 3 sacks real quick for you. No problems.
Yeah,
I had a guy like that too, man. Shout out to my boy Aaron Wilson.
Those opt-out guys, man. I mean, I'm just kind of leery on it, but like I said, it's really going to come down to the combine. Like, I feel like if someone can jump,
right?
But just going off of what we know right now, I just don't see top 8 defensively that I'm just like, that's it. That's that guy.
That's
You
the
know,
guy, right? And
like
again, if things flip flop and you end up at 5, there's going to be quarterback needy teams, and maybe one of those quarterbacks are sitting there, and you get a bevy of picks. And of course, the other thing too, whenever I talk about Pitts as being the pick at tight end, if we're picking like 8, 9, 10, if you happen to be on the board, understand there is free agency, and we got to see what we do in free agency and how this thing sets up, because they can tell you whatever BPA and stuff like that. If they don't do enough in the secondary during free agency, Pitts is probably not going to be the pick, So I'm gonna base that off of they're going to do enough to cover, because the one thing they do, at least, they cover their bases pretty well leading up to the draft to be able to have the flexibility to go draft whatever position they want to. Now we'll just have to see how that holds true this year. Again, my biggest worry is that they'll tag Dak and then they'll hide during free agency. We can't sign nobody because we got Dak tagging. We got to get his deal done and not go out here and go get a Justin Simmons, or go get a Keanu O'Neal, or go get a Marcus Williams to go pair, with Donovan Wilson. But defensively, for me, I think the second round on is where we should be. I think it's very rich in those areas that we can do some things with the Wilsons of the world that you're talking about. And I'm not against the Surtain coming here. I don't think they'll do it. But I want to be. But I'm getting Surtain in the second round. I think is a huge pick for us, because we're not going to have. Because I think they'll bring back Cheeto. You don't have that slot guy because Jordan Lewis is gone. Yeah, Jordan Lewis is gone.
Right. So we move on from Jay Lewis, resign Cheeto, Brown, Diggs.
Yeah, you need that. You need another scrappy guy there to come in there and play maybe that slot for you. And I think Surtain day one can line up and do that for you.
Right. Or my guy from Florida State. You'll say, he's short, but he's feisty, man. Honestly, like I said, I really haven't looked into this draft.
Samuel. Samuel. I didn't mean Surtain. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Surtain. I'm sorry. I meant Samuel.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. They both are kids of former dadgum quarterbacks in the league. I'm sorry. I meant your guy from Florida State in the second round. Even though he's short.
Right. Get him in the second round. He's a shifty. He can play the nickel.
He can play the nickel for you.
Yeah. So
day one.
So do you think our draft board is going D tackle, corner, or revert? Like, where do you think that our focus will really be? Because I'll tell you, because I feel like how we handle, some of these guys moving forward, because we don't lose, we'll lose.
Yeah.
Maybe Antoine Woods won't be coming back.
Maybe not. All right. But they're going to look at, we're getting Tristan Hill back, right? We're getting Tristan Hill back. Gallimore. Okay. We're seeing Gallimore. Okay. So we got some stock equity in those guys, right? A second and a third round pick. Okay. Right. And you got Justin Hamilton on board. Then you traded for the Okoye guy from the Texans. Right. So, and then they'll say, at times we can slide if they bring back Aldon Smith. I think he's going to be gone. I think somebody's going to give him a bag that he's not going to get here. But let's say Aldon Smith signs and stays. They'll look at maybe he can slide in there. I think corner and here's the problem. I'm saying it now. Don't draft a safety. Go sign one. There's going to be a plethora of good safeties. This is not the draft for safeties. Right. Corner, you can find you a corner, but I think J-Tuck, I think it's got to be corner number one on the board for them as far as need. I think that's where it's going to be. Right.
I agree, man. I feel like we need to attack it. See, the tackle can wait till the third. Yeah, I feel like you can wait for the defensive tackle, man, but it really comes down for me is finding out what cornerback is your guy and then doing what it takes to get him. Like that's where I'm at with the Cowboys. Or like I said the other night, it's like, man, if it's me, I'm gonna get a top 5 pick or just a top 8 pick. I'm calling the Jets and be like, hey, you guys want this for Williams? And then we get our defensive tackle there and move forward from that.
Oh, you already know. Yeah, you already know. I'm all the way in on Williams. I told you. Yeah.
Right. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm looking at the mock board and I say, you know what? We're at the 8th pick. I don't like any of these guys. Hey, you guys want the 2nd and 8th pick? Send Williams on to the Dallas Cowboys. You can have it, and we'll move on back to 2nd round and move from there. Because you could get Williams from the Jets and then go get Asante Samuel or somebody else with these corners. So,
I think if put your money where your mouth is and fix this defense at the end of the day, go get Simmons.
Right.
You're not going to trade your first for Quentin Williams anyways.
Right.
Go get Williams because he's still on the rookie deal. These can be cornerstone guys that are young. They're sub 25 that you can pair in the middle of your defense. That's the biggest thing that people do not. I feel like people don't understand. I preach it a lot. You have to be strong down the middle of your defense. We're not strong enough in defensive tackle. Quentin Williams changes that, especially in a 4-3 front overnight.
Right.
And
Boom.
Justin and Simmons paired with Wilson on the back end fixes you on the back end. I think you're going to find you a linebacker still.
Right.
I absolutely believe that. But with those two ends, it's more workable with the linebackers that you do have. And at that point, okay, you gave up a second-round pick. Maybe you might be able to go get him for the third. I don't know. But let's say it's a second, though.
Right.
That frees you up with the first-round pick. If you want to take Fairley or Surtain, okay, so be it. You're throwing another shrimp on the Barbie there at that point. You miss out on the second. Then in the third round, maybe your guy from Florida State sitting there.
Right.
Wilson. Right, and then we add some more meat, and right, and now we got something. We got a little gumbo cooking on this defense a little bit. But they have to. For me, the only way that they're going to be able to fix this is they're going to have to do some things that they haven't traditionally done, and they're going to have to get into day one of free agency. And I'm not saying go sign 2-3 guys the first 2 days of free agency. You got to go get me one that instantly fixes a position.
Right, because
instantly,
you see the guy Logan Ryan has got his extension. You know.
They told me I was crazy, Tuck.
Right, guys.
They told me I was crazy.
I saw an interesting take on Twitter. It was like if the Cowboys would have signed Logan Ryan, then possibly Dak Prescott wouldn't have got hurt this season. And then we get, we had a safety, But
I literally pounded the table on Twitter, on Facebook, on show after show. I'm like, I don't have to have Jamal Adams. I don't have to do all these crazy things. Logan Ryan is sitting on the streets, and all everybody had to tell me was, oh, well, he was doing this and that, and he was getting burnt here and there. I'm like, that sounds fantastic. Go get him. He's a player. He's been in this league. Now you need to go to the Giants. You're seeing them playing great football. He got an extension. And look, and he's not breaking the bank on the extension. And that could have been here.
Right.
But the name wasn't flashy enough for Cowboys Nation when I was banging the table for that shit. Oh, it makes me mad.
I see my guy with Nick Bolton from Mizzou, the linebacker from Mizzou.
I like Bolton.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to these guys, man, it's just really going to just find our guys going to fit. Like I said on the last show, is find out what the hell are we going to do with our defense. Are we going to be 4-3 or 3-4? That should be the main focus, like what we're going to be first before the draft and move forward with that. But
solid. You got to have a solid plan.
Right. Besides him being a Mizzou guy, like I like Bolton, man. So there's a few guys, like I said, but these are late second round, mid second round type guys.
There's not a top 10 impact defensive player. Let's just be clear. Right. There's not one, and therein lies the problem for us as we're moving forward. Is we need a top 10 impact kind of defensive player in this draft. And look, I like Micah Parsons. I'm not saying I'm not saying he's terrible. Look, and he's coming from linebacker U, right? The Noah, we got Sean Lee, right, who can't say other, but the Bowmans of the world. I mean, we kind of go down the litany list over the few years and in the history of what they turn out and what they turn out at linebacker. And look, I like Mike Parsons. And look, and he wants to be a Cowboy even. Right. I just don't like him at 5.
Right.
Or 6.
Yeah. I mean,
or 7.
Think about this, Cowboys Nation. We all, COVID's gone. We all at the draft in Cleveland, and with the 5th pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Micah Parsons out of the University of Penn State. All right, what y'all getting into after this, man? That's cool.
My bar's open right now. All right, let's go.
All right, bro. Let's head out. I mean, we gonna stay here all night, or are we gonna go? There's no excitement when it comes to these guys in the draft.
Okay. We got a question right here coming in. And again, guys, keep shooting your questions up here, man. We're going to take them. We're going to react to them and get y'all's responses as well. With Ryan, obviously, Ryan has been extended, and McKinney, obviously, with the injury, will be back next year.
Right.
Jabril Peppers, who has played well, like he wasn't great with the Browns, has played well though with the Giants. Do you pick up the phone for a low pick? But now let me. I'm gonna twist that question a little bit. If you are able to secure Jabril Peppers, are you okay opening day? Peppers, Wilson, that's your safeties, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I am. I've struck out on Jabril Peppers twice already in his career, so I wanted him in the draft out of Michigan. But I think he's just an athletic guy. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if Donovan Wilson can continue to be what the trajectory that we think he's on, then we're pretty much solid now at safety. Because before we had 2 big question marks with Woods and whoever the hell we're going to put back there. But
Darian Thompson.
Yeah, Darian Thompson. Yeah. So now if Donovan Wilson can continue, as long as he doesn't revert back and become Xavier Woods, I feel like for the most part we're solid with him. And so just getting another athletic type ball hawk type guy back there with him then we'll be perfectly fine. So yeah, if you can get Peppers for a 4th or 5th, I'm absolutely for it, man, because we do have a lot of draft capital this draft. We need to make sure that we use it to our favor, man. So yeah, I would definitely do that if you could.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Peppers can be a center fielder.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I do think Peppers can be a center fielder, and I think and another thing is, I think he pairs well with Wilson brings to the table.
Right.
You know, it would be different depending on who we had back there. If let's say, well, you're going to pair him with Woods, I'm like, no, I'm out. I'm not good with that. But the fact that what Wilson brings to the table, I think it's a good pairing, and I think I can walk away. I still want to get something. I still probably want to add something to that group.
Right.
But I'm okay week one. Like week one, I feel pretty confident. I feel pretty good. Probably the best I felt about the safety position in a while. If we're talking about Peppers and Wilson, on that back end. And by the way, just as we're talking about Logan Ryan, I mean, you saw what we signed HaHa for versus what they signed.
Right. Yep. It's rough, man.
I'm good with Peppers. When we miss, we miss. That's what it is. But the other thing too is because we're probably going to have 2/3 and 2/4 with compensatory picks. Is that what we're looking at? Right. I think that's where it's at.
Oh, right.
I think it's 2/3 and 2/4.
Like 11 or something, like 12 something picks this draft or something like that.
Right. And so I mean, and if you move on from a 4th, but you still got a 4th. I mean, shout out to the NFL with we can trade comp picks now. Appreciate you. I mean, why not? If you're able to move on and do that kind of thing, I think that's a huge win, and it gets a little creative. Not only just cap wise, because his numbers not really going to kill you here as going out and getting a Justin Simmons. Now, yeah, he's not as young as Simmons, but he's not the elder statesmanship. He can come in and give you 3-4 years paired with Wilson, and you should be able to have a good tandem back there. I think, barring the injuries and whatnot and everything else that happens. So yeah, no, I would definitely bluff. We both give it the thumbs up.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
like I said, y'all, when it comes down to this all season, man, and I said this another day on my show. Production versus projection. And I'm all for a guy I know what I'm going to get. Well, a lot of these rookies and draft picks, it's projection. Like I want to know, like I know if we bring in Justin Simmons, I'm going to get my value, right? Versus if we draft a safety, we really don't know. He could, or a defensive tackle, he could turn out to be the next Taco. So it's like I'd rather just have a guy that I know is going to have impact at these positions, defensive tackle, and then also in the secondary versus guessing. Hopefully we hit big with these guys, because I'm from the mindset is I'm trying to win now as soon as possible. I know a lot of people are thinking about futuristic, growing this team. But as you mentioned, man, Mike McCarthy was brought in to win with what we have in place right now, not to fully rebuild and tear things down. It's what we have in place. So,
and two, I mean, since Stevens kind of came into this thing with the drafting of the second great wall, whatever we want to talk about. I mean, we've done the long game. We've done the long game and drafted these guys, and some of these guys are here, and some of these guys aren't here anymore, right?
Right.
I mean, you drafted Jones long game. You didn't bring him back, okay? I mean, it is what it is. You drafted Taco. It didn't pan out. Okay, sorry, maybe should have took CJ Watt. Whatever the case may be, right? You traded up from Claiborne, right? What happened there? I mean, LSU, right? DBU. You can't miss a LSU cornerback. Right. Well, guess what? We missed on the DBU cornerback when we traded up for him. So, God forbid, I mean, he's got a ring, but whatever, and so it's some of those things of, yeah, absolutely. I'm all for drafting. Look, CeeDee Lamb, yes, slam dunk. Absolutely. He fell in your lap. You did the right thing.
Right.
Bar none. But on the same token, and this is the thing that I always talk about, the 3 ways of adding talent. Yeah, you can draft, you can trade, which we've done that, right? Amari Cooper, right? Right. You traded for a Quinn who paid off last year with 12 sacks. Okay.
Right.
You've gotten involved in the trade scenario somewhat. But then the third part of that is free agency. And there's no way, like everyone says, well, there's no perfect way. Fair. There's no perfect way. I understand that. But you have to be willing to play ball in all 3 ways,
right,
in order to make this thing happen. I'm not saying you go out every single year and splurge money and go get this big name free agent and all these things, but when it makes sense and you can do it, you have to do those things, because that's the one thing that we can talk about for a long run now. I mean, who was the last big free? Brandon Carr?
Right. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think
Brandon Carr is the last, quote unquote, big free agent we brought in.
He wasn't even a big name. Like that's the thing. Like we really just haven't brought in one of those guys where Cowboys fans are like, we haven't brought in a jersey buy-in type guy. Like we haven't brought in a guy as a free agent that we're like, I gotta go get that jersey. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like That's not it.
Right.
If we would have brought in a Jamal Adams, that jersey would have been flying off the shelves like ASAP. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just haven't brought in
Oh,
that guy. And granted, it's not all about the name. I get that. But with
the
the name,
production has to matter.
the production comes
Right.
with it, though. You know, like, Justin Simmons isn't that big of a large name, but we know the production will be there.
That production is something else.
That production will be there.
The production is there.
And that's what I want, man. I just want that production, that guy I know what I'm actually getting and what I'm paying for. So,
and I think that's why we got lost in the sauce, because I was like, Logan Ryan makes this secondary immediately better, but everyone's like, oh, Logan Ryan, nah, blah blah blah, not big enough, blah blah. I'm like, no, I mean, yeah, no, he was. I mean,
right,
absolutely was. We see what he's doing there. I was a big guy for Minkah Fitzpatrick too. It's funny because we offered a second and a taco, but they ended up getting a first and taco anyways.
Right.
I was like, yeah, you should just gave him a first and taco, but then you missed out on CeeDee Lamb. The afterthought is, oh, damn it, we wouldn't have CeeDee Lamb. So, I mean, things have to happen, but you're right. I mean, absolutely. Again, I'm not saying you got to go out here and sign 4 or 5 big name guys and this is going to do this and no, but you got to do it when the production meets what your needs are. And of course, buy into young guys. We're talking about going to getting a Quentin Williams. He's on a rookie deal. He fits the scheme, right? Hey, remember, we kind of played around with the idea with Williams, who was also over there with the Jets, who got traded to where? To the daggum Giants.
Right.
Look how he's playing now all of a sudden. So it's funny. I feel like somehow, some way, because we have kind of danced around with the Jets, with a couple of different players here trying to get them, that I feel like we're going to end up getting somebody. Maybe it's the safety Marcus May. He's a free agent. Maybe it's in the, or maybe we do land a Quentin Williams and do something there. But I mean, again, those are guys that are production that will matter for what this team needs. Whether it's Justin Simmons or the Jabril Peppers. That's another great one, right? I mean, we know when he came out of college and what he is, and we've seen him, with Cleveland and in New York. But we know what he brings to the table, though, too. I mean, you just have to be willing to do those things. And I mean, even the Washington football team, they had no problems going and getting Landon Collins, did they?
Right. No.
Make it happen. Boom.
Be aggressive.
we got these first round picks on our front line. Yeah, but it's Chase Young though. Yeah, go ahead. I'll do that.
Right.
It's just got to be those kind of things that we're aggressive to an extent, but we're almost like the passive aggressive front office. is kind of what we are. And for me, what we talked about in your show and bring up here, I want things from the gate to run right. No play. Get the deck deal done out the gate so you can get to the next line of business. Be solid, be front, look like a competent football team, if you will, a competent organization, and run this thing right. Y'all played this whole damn deck thing around for a whole however long. I don't want to hear about Jerry, the lights off and this comes out and they turn the lights on and we're doing this. No, leave the light on, whether you're in the room or not, and get it done. And before free agency gets here, get it done so you know where you're sitting, because the first year of this deal with Deck is not going to kill the cap, which means you can go into day one of free agency and address things that this team needs. And look, Cowboys Nation, y'all deserve a better product. You do. No matter what we're talking about with the coaches and anything else, go get the players here to put with the injuries and whatever. We can kind of talk about this coach, that coach. How about this? Remove all doubt. Go do the things that it takes for this team to be competitive, because that Washington team is going to come on. If they find him a quarterback, we're going to be in trouble because they got a tight end and Logan Thomas that is coming. They have a wide receiver. They got a young running back that's kind of doing some things. And that defense is going to be good for the next 3 or 4 years. Right.
And here's the thing, I think we spoke about this the other night. When players see that you're all in on winning right now, they'll come to you at a value price. Like you said about what we saw about Kansas City. Le'Veon Bell was like, man, I don't care what you guys give me. I was going to roll with y'all. Can I roll with y'all? Cool. Y'all going to the Super Bowl. But I feel like if you're a free agent, Dallas Cowboys aren't as attractive as we used to be. So of course they're asking for, top dollar and whatnot. Like there's very far in between players that really want, like star players that really want to be Dallas and put the money where their mouth is.
You know what it is? We used to be the team that they would come to.
Right.
Now we're the team they use to get leverage to get better checks.
Right. Yeah. I want to go to Dallas. Okay. Well, if he wants to go to Dallas, then he must be worth something. So we'll give 2 first-round picks in the third.
You had that with Jamal, right? You had that with Earl Thomas. He did all that. Then we got the big check. You had it happen with Eric Wood. All my family grew up Cowboys fans, whatever the case may be. They went
Right.
out here to the Rams and got a paycheck, right? So you
Right.
see players now use Dallas to get a bigger check from somebody else instead of just coming here and playing.
Right. Right.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's what we
That
become,
sucks.
man.
Reality
Yeah.
of that said situation, you know. And look, but a part of that though too is the fact that we've not been willing to pay guys in the first 2 days of free agency. So
Right.
they know now, well, the Cowboys just not going to pay me, but I can use them to go get a check still.
Right.
You know, and that's on Steven and to understand that they're getting played that way. You have to dip in and do these things in the
Right.
third phase of getting talent here. And I'm talking about look, I was on board with Dontario Poe and all these guys. I'm like, hey, and I said it a ton of times. I said we went from bargain shopping to paying bargain prices because there were names and guys that could come to this thing. Now I didn't know we were going to try to do all this crazy shit on defense,
right?
Instead of just staying pat, right? But I mean, again, it was it's better than the Stephen Peas were bringing in, or whoever. It didn't pan out for whatever reason. Well, now you need to take that to the next level of okay, we're going to spend some money for guys that are young enough to come in here. And I don't like this. Here's the thing that from certain analysts and certain
because is
fans.
Is Poe even on the roster?
No, nobody picked him up.
Yeah,
and here comes Clinton Dix isn't either. So there's that one too.
Right.
But people do this number right here. Oh well, with their number one number and it says cap space on the back, and there's like, you got to overpay a free agency if they were so good. Why didn't they pay him to begin with?
Right.
That's such a fallacy and such BS.
Right.
Like that's such a lazy, low fruit, hanging fruit take. It's like, no, miss me with that. Like that's not what it is. If you're able to do it, now you have to do your due diligence. No different than the draft. If you get a great draft pick, it works out for you. If it's a bad draft pick, you got to own it. It's just free agency, the same thing. Evaluate what you need. And if you pay the money for a guy, make sure he's going to pay off for you. If he doesn't pay off for you, well, it's not because he got paid or they didn't want to pay him. You didn't do your due diligence. So I don't like the aspect that's been built around the culture of Dallas of this idea of, well, you don't want to get in a free agency because you're overpaying all the time.
Right.
It's a lazy take.
Right.
And it lets these guys off the hook, Tuck. Right. It lets the Joneses off the hook and whatnot of not putting a competent defense or whatever the case may be onto the field.
They can say, remember what happened with Brandon Carr? We overpaid that. Look at the Brandon Carr, all these different things. So, no, you have to pay for it. If you want value, you have to pay for it. It's as simple as that. Not just in the game of football, but it's in life. And so, like you say, you think about what the Chiefs did with Tyrann Mathieu, they had to pay for it.
Right.
You want my services? You got to pay.
You pay for it. And look, and at the end of the day, you went and signed Brandon Carr, who was a man-to-man cornerback, and then flipped this thing to a zone defense.
Right.
Is that Brandon Carr's fault that y'all signed him knowing he was a man guy and then flipped this defense to a zone defense? But that's not what he does, because as soon as he got up out of here, he went back to a man defense in Baltimore. All of a sudden, interceptions and things were happening.
Right.
Amazing how that works. So, I just want to see him be very proactive. That's the term that I want to use for this offseason, not just in the draft, but I mean, even before we get to the draft, be proactive with that and get it done. Be proactive in free agency and maybe looking around. And if you go get a Quentin Williams or a Jabril Peppers, shout out to Bluff City for that one. I want to see proactiveness from them to really get this thing right.
Right.
Is that too much to ask? I feel like maybe it is. I don't know. Is it? Is it too much to ask?
Stephen Jones, he like to sit on his hands, and we're gonna dance around this Dak thing for a little bit, and then make excuses why the deal didn't get done, and do radio shows about how he's still our guy. And I'm just sick of the whole dance, man. I really am, and I'm really ready for the Dallas Cowboys to get focused on winning in football. That's it. We don't need the circus. We don't need all the media attention. Just focus on football. Make smart football decisions. Because honestly, if we could sit here all the way, on our computers and make this smart, I feel like the Dallas Cowboys aren't even thinking about that option that Bluff City just mentioned about Jabril Peppers. It probably hasn't even crossed their mind yet.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, depending on what they're doing in house. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think the $1 million question is, and we always ask this, and we always talk about it. It's like, I mean, how do you get right? Because 25 years and everything else, we say, well, hell, even a blind squirrel, gets a nut sometimes,
right?
And we just haven't found one yet. And is it? We turned the page after 9.5, 10 years with Garrett, and we're going through what we're going through this year with the injuries and whatnot. is it enough, for this front office to do what they have to do to get this thing right? And that'll be the answer to what we'll be talking about going forward if they're proactive enough and seeing. I think one thing's for certain. After bringing in McCarthy and everything that's happened, injuries be damned. I think the patience of Cowboys Nation, because you say it best. One of the things you say absolutely best is just do your part. We'll be there.
Right.
Yeah, but we'll be there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We'll be there.
Right.
You ain't got to worry about none of that. So at the end of the day, Cowboys Nation, I think their patience is definitely ran thin. And what's that going to turn into if they don't go out here and do that? I'm telling you now, we go through free agency and we're getting to the draft, and it's we re-signed Cheeto.
Right.
We brought in some of these midline, late second day, third day guys.
Right.
We're going to be on here looking like, boy, this sure does smell like history repeating itself.
Right.
And that's true. It is what it is when it comes to that. Now, there's things we can talk about that's been good, right? Where we talk about still, however good or bad he's played.
Right.
It's definitely moving forward, and he's gotten valuable lessons, right? We can talk about Connor Williams as much as we bagged on Connor before this season. Hey, look, man, he's played he's been solid. He's been his best season. Right. So we'd like for him to get stronger. Maybe he can't get stronger, but however, technique-wise and whatnot, he's figured some things out. He's played the best he can. We're talking about the other guy tackle and what he's been able to do. So all these guys, that helps this team for sure.
Right.
We talked about these young guys playing, and the reason we were excited about this last win because we saw young guys, the Gallimores and stuff, flash and the pillars, right? Flash and do things, and that's all good. But you got to get certified dogs that got some weight in the game to come in here, because this defense, which turned over a lot last year, is going to turn over a lot again.
Right.
It just is. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I don't think Woods is coming back.
Right.
Lewis ain't coming back. I think Lee and Crawford are done.
Right.
I don't think Alden Smith's coming back.
Right.
I mean, that's 5 pretty much key contributors to this defense. And look, and mind you, Cheeto is a free agent, and Antoine Woods is a free agent.
Right. So Woods, I would toss Woods in there 7. Armstrong.
Right. Armstrong's a free agent.
Yeah.
You're up to 8 now.
Right.
8 big contributors. There's no way you can fix this in the draft.
Right.
Only. You can't do it. And if you go out and just replace these guys with mid-tier guys, then Dak, go score us, 50 points.
Right.
And we'll pray, and maybe Jalen Smith looks a little bit better, and LV comes back a little bit better.
50 points with your new offensive coordinator.
Right. Yeah, Mike McCarthy, we brought you here to get us over the hump, call these plays, go score us 50 points, and make it do what it do. But we'll give you Pitts on offense, so don't worry, you get another weapon.
Yeah. if that's the case, man, go ahead and get Pitts, man. Like load them all up. Pitts, Jamar Chase. Let's just load it up, man.
I'm Jamar. Jamar Chase. I mean, Team 40 burger. We're through that. We're over Team 40 burger. We're on the Team 50 burger now.
Yeah, 50, man. We're trying 50, man. Because if our defense don't get no better, that's what we're gonna have to do. Because when I was getting that Mike McCarthy clip for Twitter, the watermelon kick versus the Browns, I sat there and watched some of that game and just start to come back 41-14. And what it really took, but how quickly it happened though with Dak Prescott and his offense, man.
Right.
And I'm just not ready to get rid of that, man. I just don't.
Let me pivot and ask you this question: do you think? Because we've seen Jalen and LVE be good, right? Do you think that can come back around again?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it will. I spoke to someone about this, and I feel like the defensive tackle position has to get better because we need that fat, nasty, sloppy one tech to keep these guards and centers to getting up to the next level and keep our linebackers clean. And I feel like right now we just don't have that. And I was talking to somebody, even thinking about how great Ray Lewis was, and that Ravens defense. It wasn't until he really got Haloti Naha to keep Ray Lewis clean, you saw them go another level, right? And so I feel like Jalen Smith, it's going to be mental with Jalen, but I feel like if LVE can stay healthy, Jalen can just have a full off season, kind of just clear his head and get back to things, and we get an efficient defensive tackle to clog up that middle position, I feel like they can resurge and reemerge to what we saw back in 2018. But if not, man, if you watch the game, you know, these guards and centers, they're getting up to the second level frequently when it comes to our linebacker core. And I feel like right now, Jalen Smith specifically, he's overcompensated. Like he knows what his assignment
hero ball.
Yeah, but he's just playing hero ball. So, you know, I feel like even if you go back to that film when he rolled out of the A gap or whatnot, I feel like he was trying to play hero ball. Like he shot the gap and it's not like, oh damn, I need to get outside contained and then roll. Like you're just doing way too much. What this Cowboys team, and we saw this like across the board defensively, just do your job. You have outside contain, just get outside contain. You know, we all play the game of football. We would sit back in their film session. You didn't do much, but all I did was get my outside contain. Good job, Tucker. That's how you're supposed to do that. That's it. No tackle, no sack, no nothing, no swipe, but just do your job, man. So I feel like just need to get back to that, simplify things, and not play as much hero ball. So.
Yeah. I think it's there. I'm a firm believer in this. If you've done it once, you can do it again.
Right.
I'm a firm believer in that when it comes to sports. I don't care what sport it is. If you've done it once, you can do it again. I absolutely believe that. You know, I do need these guys. One thing I will say, and a great point about Ray Lewis, because when Tony Siragusa was in front of him, great.
Right.
When Siragusa left, there was some oh, did he kind of, and then when they got the goalie Nanta, then all of a sudden you saw Ray Lewis again. Absolutely. That's a great point. You know, but hell, I kind of think back to the defensive tackles that were here whenever they were playing great. I mean, there were some bigger bodies, but overall, it was, you know, you had the excuse me, I was about to say Alden Smith, excuse me. But we had Mr. I want to smoke weed, leave. Guy from the
Irving.
Yeah, David Irving. Right. And what he was bringing to the table to kind of help, you know, and help do that for them. So I think, you know, the encouraging thing as we're talking about getting these defensive tackles and the safety on the back end, I think for me, the encouraging thing moving forward is I think LVE and Jalen Smith can be that duo they were, you know, a year or two ago. I do believe that. You know, obviously you got to see it, you know, but yeah, David Irving. Thank you, Mo.
What's up, Mo?
You know, you definitely got to see it. But, you know, again, look, and I've given Jalen a ton of flack. He is terrible in coverage. I do believe that. He's a two-down backer. I don't want him in coverage no more. But I think a lot of things with Cowboys issues, we don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's just one of those things. I think that linebacker core, we got to add something there now. It's because I need Lee on. It is what it is, Lee.
Because here's especially for that linebacker core, since Lee will more likely be gone, we need insurance policies, especially for LVE. And so that's the thing. So whether it's, you know, you mentioned
Micah Parsons,
Micah Parsons, you know, like I would understand it. I would understand it if we did bring him in, but we do need more insurance policy when it comes to that linebacker position. So, but yeah, I feel like they can take a leap forward. All season, that's all we heard was Jalen Smith taking. That was my golden goose. Like I said, like Jalen Smith is going to be the guy that's going to take a forward leap. But he just didn't.
Well, they sold us the wolf tickets of well, we're going to free him up to just attack.
You know,
he's way too much. Yeah, he's way too much in coverage. He's just way too much in coverage. And then the other thing as well, right? The other thing as well is, I mean, Dorrance Armstrong. Why is Dorrance Armstrong in so much damn coverage out here in the flat? I have yet to find anyone understand or explain that to me. I don't get it. And look, I mean, I'm with you. I'm a Bolton guy. I like Bolton. I think Bolton can do some things.
But Eric Wilson, how do you take Bolton though? But I think Bolton made second round though. Like
definitely second round. Definitely second round on Bolton. I'm not trying to take him in the first, but I absolutely do like Bolton. I do like Bolton. Again, I've been digging into some of this tape a little bit more and looking at things. I do like what Bolton brings to the table, but you know, on the same token, we have to think about there's been linebackers come from that program that have not came to the league and done very well though as well. So with the you know, and there was some guys that was even leaked to us, right? And we missed them, and one went to Miami. We never heard from him again, and so. But I do like what Bolton is bringing. I mean, I will say that, but definitely, I mean, that's just the thing that we're talking about, though, is we're talking about LVE and Jalen, and can they come back to form? And we do think that, but that's still another position where we got to. Oh my God. I mean, Tug. I mean, there's 11 starters. We're talking about 7, 8 main contributors.
Gone.
Now, I guess for what it's worth, it's something we need to bring up. Like Candidate, for instance, that we signed a cornerback last year. He opted out. Well, he comes back to us on that deal again, so he will be in camp that's another corner that I think we do need to talk about, at least, that will be on the roster. Now, whatever they think about him, right? They brought him in, this coaching staff. We'll see what he has. He took a whole year off, right? But he is going to be on the roster at least to start. So there's some quote unquote depth there.
Right.
It's just, and of course, on the offensive side of the ball, even with all these young guys getting a chance to play and whatnot, you still got to scratch your head a little bit and wonder, do we need to go ahead and draft a left tackle?
Right. And so here's my thing when it comes to offensive line. It's just, granted, we'll get Tyron Smith back, but he's not getting any younger. But I feel like you said, this year we added more depth with these young guys getting
a lot. They played a lot. These reps.
And like you said before in the last show, we don't need all pros at every position when it comes to the offensive line. So I feel like Brandon Knight has played solid. So I feel like I'm comfortable. And also, you got to think about even my guy Cam Irving. I know I kind of knocked him in the offseason. He played solid at left tackle this year.
Yeah, for 2 games.
Yeah, but I feel like if we do get Tyron Smith back for the half the games, he's worth. I feel like Brandon Knight will be, suitable to go in at that position. My huge question mark when it comes to the offensive line is the right tackle position. I know you're talking about possibly moving Zach Martin out there permanently, but it really just depends on where Lyle is going to be with this hip thing. I haven't heard much about it, but if he's not able to go, then there's a few adjustments that probably needs to be made, man. But I feel like if Lyle's a go, Tyron's a go, and when you bring this depth, you'll have Looney, McGovern possibly, Brandon Knight, Terrence Steele as your kind of your backups for your offensive line. That's newly added depth that we didn't have coming into this season.
I agree. I like, obviously the big three, right, with Frederick's gone, and we know where Tyron Smith is at now, and even the impenetrable Zach Martin with the injury that's caused him to miss some time. But I feel pretty good overall with these guys that have gotten a chance to play, and with Connor Williams, second his best year in there. And look, I'm a big Connor McGovern guy. Even, I mean, my goodness, technique needs some work. My boy's a mauler though. I like it. He's a fighter. We're in the pit, and we're just going to fight, and I'm okay with that. If I got that kind of guy in there, I'm okay with it. And Joe Lynn's probably gone. He's on a 1-year deal. I don't know if you're going to get him back. But you got Tyler Badaz. That's here to be your guy moving forward. That's your draft pick paying off. So I kind of I was looking just around. Remember now, like last year, like the Panthers basically drafted nothing but defense the entire damn draft. That's all they did. They just drafted defense.
That's okay.
And I thought about it. I was like, well, what if the Dallas Cowboys just drafted defense the entire time? How could that maybe pan out? But then this little voice right here in the back of my head said, hey, remember that one draft that we just drafted for special teams, and how did that work? And I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, yeah, but it was special teams though. I mean, that's different, Again, I just want to make sure if it's all defense all the time, and are we saying right now, solidified with all the guys we're getting back on offense, that we don't need to add a piece on offense at any point in this draft? Just is that where we're at? Do we need to add, even like, again, if we're picking 7th, 8th, 9th, and it's Pitts and Parsons, those are your picks. Let's say the Surtain's gone. Pitts, Parsons. Do you want Parsons or do you want Pitts?
It always like I had this whole conversation when it came to CeeDee Lamb, right? It's about Christmas presents, right? Do you want toys or do you want socks and sweatshirts? And it's like, I feel like Pitts is another toy. That's another Turbo Master 5000 is what I call it. So I'm never going to pass up on that. But I feel like Parsons, that's the new sweater that you need, man. That's your winter coat that you actually need. But if it's me, I like taking Pitts, man. I'm personally a guy, I'm taking the best player available regardless of position, and it is what it is. Especially if there's not someone I really like that feels a need. So, as you mentioned, man, like that's a guy that you can get that can change your offense for the most part. But if it's yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, those are the kind of things that we're talking about. It's going to happen in this draft,
right?
Like, we got to be ready. We have to be ready.
Draws, man.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go up to like 6, 7. Chase or Parsons? Yeah, I went for your heart. Yeah, I went for your heart. Yeah, I went for your heart. Yep, Chaser Parsons.
Hey, 4 wide, man. This 4 wide. Let's get hey, let's go. I mean, you know what I'm saying? 4 wide, Jamar Chase, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper. Spread them on out, man. Let it roll, man. I'm definitely for it, man. Like I said,
you done moved on, boy. You got rid of that sweater quick.
Yeah, hey, sweater, man. Like we've all gotten Christmas sweaters for Christmas, man. We're like, all right, cool. Yeah, parents like, try it on. And it's like, man, I wanted that Super Nintendo, man.
Okay, I wanted to see somebody say this. And here's my point. And I wanted to wait for somebody to bring it up. Right there, Pitts can win you games, and let me expound on that. And the reason he wins you games is because automatically you will become more efficient in the red zone with Pitts.
Right.
And I'll leave it at that. I've been waiting for somebody smart enough to come up here and say it. My guy Golden Heart, shout out to my guy on YouTube, man. Appreciate you, brother. Finally came through and said it. I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that right there. And again. And look, I'm not against it. I mean, man, that boy Chase. But if you take an offensive player, look, offensive lineman, whatever, if you take an offensive player in the top 10, 6 to 10, the guys that we're talking about that can help this defense, the Boltons of the world, right? The Samuels of the world. Okay. None of these guys are going in the first round. Right. You can the Wilsons of the world. They're not going to be in the first round. You can still get a ton of help for this defense. Meanwhile, adding a huge piece to this, whether it's Chase or Pitts, whether it's Chase or Pitts, because Chase basically lets you know, look, not only can I get out of the Amari deal if I want to, I really don't have to worry about this Michael Gallup thing anymore.
Right. So imagine it's a two-bird stone with Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. I mean, the Cowboys like saving some money, so there you go.
We like look, offense sells tickets. We know Jerry wants to sell some tickets.
And Jerry can hop on his radio show and talk about how he believes in this offense and what that would do for our running game and all sorts of stuff, man. But I don't think he would go there. 10 burgers, man. But but there's nobody in this draft. Like I said, if this was last year, bro, I am doing everything we can and my capability to get Chase Young. Like, because I know
everything. Everything to get Chase Young. Absolutely.
When I saw Chase Young at Ohio State, I said, oh my God, this dude's a beast. I hope he doesn't come to the NFC East. Like, that was my only hope. Chase Young is that type of player. I just don't see it.
You knew. Well, I mean, again, it was one of those guys that you knew, and we just, look, and like you, I'm a Parsons guy a little bit more than you. I'll be honest. I know you're not a big Parsons guy. Yeah. I know you're not. I'm a more Parsons guy than you are. I think Parsons got something to take. I think there's some things there. No, is he Chase Young? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's a certified, top 5 beast, but there's some things to his game that I really do like when it comes to Parsons. Like for me, if you telling me and you put a gun to my head, all right, Surtain or Parsons, I'm taking Parsons. I am. I think Parsons is a better player than Surtain right now. Absolutely, unequivocally.
I agree with you, but I believe the cornerback is a more needed position at this point. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's neck and neck when it comes down between the two, man. And it also depends where we're at in the draft too. Because even if we were able to get like a Penny Sewell, like that's a quintessential left tackle. But my questioning to a lot of people who were talking about that,
where do we play forever?
Right. And where do you put him? Hey, appreciate you, Mo. But where do you put him? Like, are you gonna play him at guard a little bit? Like, and that, and so, and then it's the opt-out guy.
I'm gonna throw this back here from Sam real quick. He says we can make for sure in all aspects depending on how you see it. Hey, look, I tell everybody, and I love this, man. What cookie do you like the best? What's your favorite cookie?
Chocolate chip.
And that's how this and that's how when it gets to the draft and different things like that. At the end of the day, man, what's your favorite cookie? What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? I think Brian Broadus, I think, says favorite flavor of ice cream. Yeah. Like, that's what it really comes down to when you get into this draft and what you really like. You know what I mean? But I mean, again, as Jose Santiago just checked it, and again, offense dominates the first round. It absolutely does. The big bang value of the defenses later in the draft. Again, I'm a Team Pitts guy. Look, I was early last year with the Team Lamb guy. People said I was crazy. Told me I was crazy about Lamb.
Yeah.
And I said, look, I'm just saying, if he's on the board, I'm taking Lamb. It is what it is. And right now, for me, where I'm looking at where we're picking at that particular point, man, I'm a Team Pitts guy, man. I just really am. Mendoza as well chiming in. Agree. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm saying he agrees with me. Yeah, Parsons over Surtain. I think that's a smart move, especially for this organization. I'm taking Parsons over Surtain.
Even looking at the big board, bro, it's like, all right. It would so even if we're at 8, 9, it's gonna come down to Pitts or a reach at one of these corners. Like, I feel like Parsons to go a little bit higher. Yeah.
If I'm reaching the corner, I'm reaching for the 6'1", 4'3" guy from Vatech.
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm reaching for a guy that stands out, combine numbers, 4'3", 39-inch, 40-inch verticals, all that, because it's easy to sell. So yeah.
There was a guy that kind of did that. He was like 6'2", 6'3", read that crazy 40. His name was Cromartie. How'd that turn out?
Florida State guy, man.
Yeah. I mean, of course, one of the few combine warriors that actually panned out. Not every combine warriors, but he panned out. He definitely panned out with the kids too. Shout out to my guy Cromartie. He gets it in. Shout out to Cromartie. He gets it in.
Mendoza can probably talk about Cromartie, man. That guy he was one of those guys. He was cut from that cloth, man. But he was just third grade, fourth grade reading level and all sorts issues with Cromartie, man. But but he's just a football player.
Yeah, I mean, Mendoza, I like Horn. I can't reach for him in the top 10 though.
Right.
I just can't do it. If I can get up out of 10, the top 10 of trade back, like there just happens to be, because look, every year this happens, right? We know the top 2 quarterbacks, right? It's Trevor Lawrence, it's Justin Fields, right? We know that's going to happen. They're going to happen within the top 3 picks,
right?
But they always are going to push up 1 or 2 more quarterbacks up the board, if you will. And if you're able to, and if you're lucky enough to be in that slot where an Atlanta or whatever wants to come up and trade with you, then by all means, get the picks, trade out, and let them go forward, and be blessed with that quarterback that they get and take those picks.
I saw Sam just said that. So if you had to settle,
okay, hold on. Let me throw it up there. I got you.
Yeah, we're at the 8th pick. We had to settle. It's Parsons available, Horn, Surtain, all these guys are available, and you just got to settle this pick. Who do you take?
So Pitts is gone and Chase is gone.
Right, Pitts is gone. Chase is gone.
Can't trade out. Got to settle. Got to sit there and pick.
Right.
Man, I think I have to agree with Sam. I think it has to be Parsons, man. Yeah. Look. Now there's the titillating idea of putting Surtain, back with his running mate, right, in Diggs, right, and what they had there, the communication they had, that would be something that would go hand in hand,
right.
If Surtain was in the draft last year, is Surtain a top 15 pick last year?
Like I said, if you put them both in the same draft, Diggs. I would say Diggs is ahead of Surtain in the draft.
And refresh my memory, Diggs went pick 52.
Right.
But, okay.
But here's the same question asked me. I think I'm really set on Surtain, and the reason why is what you already mentioned. And I feel like if I'm getting Surtain, what am I really getting? I'm getting kind of a bootleg Diggs, And so it's like, it's the same thing, Say I already got the blue Jordans, Say I might as well get a different color. And it's back there, so that's why I kind of feel when it comes to Surtain.
You just maybe go ahead and pour up another. Boy, you just told me a boot. Now come draft time, if we take that Surtain, I'm like, well, damn, I got a bootleg Diggs. Boy, F my life. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, look, I mean, no slight to the young man. No slight to the young man whatsoever. I mean, he might come in here, it surprises a lot of people. right? Bloodline, DNA. We know what his dad
Right.
did, especially down with Miami before he went to was it Kansas City? Surtain was a dog. Him and Sam Madison down there in Miami, boy, they were a hell of a duo. They were a hell of a duo, And who's to say, whenever he gets if he was able to get back with Nix and maybe their communication, their bond, and them playing together for so long, turn some things around. And it just sounds like, look, I'm selling. Here's what I'm doing. I'm getting my Jerry Jones on right now. I'm selling you sunshine and fucking rainbows. Is what I'm doing.
Right.
At the end of the day, no, the pick is Parsons. If it's Parsons and Surtain at 7, 8, 9, and Pitts is gone, and look, even Chase, even though I wouldn't be a Chase guy, but you can talk me into Chase though because he's a difference maker. At the end of the day, if you're telling me it's Parsons, Surtain, or Horn, within the 7, 8, 9, the pick is Parsons. Period. It's Parsons. Period.
Like when Dozen said, but like you said, if you put Parsons in the same draft with Isaiah Simmons. Simmons goes before Parsons, but
I mean, how has Simmons panned out though?
That's what I'm saying. It's just like, so
I was a Simmons guy, but I was a Simmons guy maybe getting him into the safety position. They decided to make him a linebacker. So again, we know this thing is all geography lottery to an extent. It's all about, who takes you and what their plan for you is to a certain extent. Right. Right.
So will we put Parsons at the middle linebacker position? Or are you gonna play outside?
I mean, low key. I mean, you're in a 4-2 front, anyways, right? Let's keep it a buck. I mean, your standard is 4-2. The problem turns into, does he take a job?
Right.
I mean, for sure. Out the gate, what I was saying about Parsons is on passing downs, Jalen Smith, here's the bench, and here's Parsons. All of a sudden, I would say that, right? As I believe that at this point. That Jalen, if we can't get him in a position where he's coming forward, he is a 2-down linebacker. And then at that point, you're getting a Parsons to come in. And of course, here's the other thing about it too. We know how LVE is. At 80 point in time, it could be Parsons playing a multitude of games going forward with LVE and how his health can hold up.
Right.
But it sucks. But again, you're talking about a top 10 pick that don't come around long, and you're basically drafting insurance. Didn't that get us in trouble before? Wait. We did the insurance pick a couple years ago.
Right.
Do you remember the insurance pick, Tucker? Do you remember that?
Who was the insurance pick? Hold on. Let me think.
He was insurance, sir. He was the insurance pick.
2016?
Was it? Who was it? First round. Oh, no. Come forward. Come forward a little bit.
Van Der Esch.
No, low key, he wasn't one either. Go a little bit before Van Der Esch. Now,
Taco?
Who was on a tag?
Marcus Lawrence.
What position did Taco play?
Defensive end.
Yeah, you took Taco because you wasn't sure if you was going to get the D-Law deal done instead of going to get TJ Watt. Now, on the same token, I'm not sure that TJ Watt can put in play and be the same player with his hand in the dirt. I don't know that. And look, anyone that says otherwise is lying because he doesn't put his hand in the dirt. He doesn't do it.
Different.
Right? It's different. But the reason it was Taco was because you just wasn't sure. So the whole time that Taco had issues here, they can talk about his attitude or whatever the case may be. He played D-Law's position. Once D-Law got signed, well, guess what, Taco? There's not a position for you here anymore.
Right.
So if we're talking about Parsons, we're getting into the weeds a little bit, right? The golf analogy, we're not on the fairway. We're kind of in the rough a little bit because we're kind of taking him because we don't really believe in these two linebackers and we hope he plays versus a Pitts that's your starting tight end day one.
Right. So let me ask you this. What if the Cowboys do franchise Dak Prescott? Do you think we go to a quarterback?
Oh, you got to shit or get off the pot.
Right.
Look, if either, if Dak isn't your guy,
right,
then go get the best available.
Right.
And the best available is Trevor Lawrence by head and shoulders.
Right.
Then now yes, you had to give up all your draft and all these picks and everything else. Well, you know what? And it was like, oh my God, you're going to ruin yourself because you give up so many picks and da 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 da. Man, the Rams have worked out just fine giving up picks, or not the Rams, but the Eagles or whatever has worked out just fine.
Right.
Look. Moved up, got him a guy who won a Super Bowl without that guy, and then replaced him already without them picks.
Right.
I mean, proof is in the pudding. But you got to go get your guy, and I truly believe that. I mean, how's it working out? Kansas City to give a bunch of picks to go up to get their guy. It's working out just fine.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, look, the most important position for any NFL team is your quarterback.
Right. Agreed.
It just is. And you have to do whatever it takes to go get the guy that you believe in within those walls. I don't care what organization you are. Right. I believe Dak is the guy. I believe there's no reason for them. He was first. If they didn't believe it before,
right?
How do you not believe it now?
Right. I just feel like if he's franchise tag going into the draft, man, that's going to say a lot.
Mm. Yes, absolutely. I think it would be an open competition, and I absolutely think the Pitts will beat out Blake.
Right.
Look, and I love Blake Jarwin. I think there's a lot of things he can do. At the end of the day, your best ability is availability. He hasn't been able to get on the field for whatever reason. Once it was this time, he got hurt. He wasn't drafted by this regime. And I think people have to understand whenever you have your guys come in and you draft them, it just is what it is. Yes, Pitts day one would start over Blake.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Pitts is an NFL tight end. I think he's a better Claypool.
I think he's a tight end. Yeah.
But he said, regardless, I'm with it. Team Pitts.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Cowboys Nation. Let's forget all the funny business we do in mock drafts, talking about Parsons and certain saying. Let's just go get some toys, man. Let's go get that PS5 under the tree and just come out with it. You know what I'm saying?
Let's do it. And Sam, I believe. Look, we'd be foolish not to think Dak. I agree. Yeah, Dak is the guy. You should sign him, but they should have got him signed last year. I don't want to hear at the very tail end, well, we had a deal done, but the time ran out on us. Oh my! So if you had the deal done, but time ran out, so day one that you could sign him, sign the treaty. It's a wrap. He signed. Done deal. Kiss the baby. Move forward. But we know how these things happen in Dallas. And the one thing that worries me is, well, they'll tag Dak so they don't have to spend no money in free agency and say, well, we can't spend money because we tagged Dak. And then they'll go through the draft, not get the quarterback, because their idea is once they get through the draft, they'll pay Dak, but there's nobody really to go sign afterwards. And that's okay, because then they can tuck the money and say, well, we got Gallup coming up, and we got this guy coming up, and we got to do these things here, because the number one selling jersey in Dallas should be the number one with cap space on the back of it.
Right.
And I do believe, Blake Smith. I
like Blake, man. I was excited to see Blake. That's one of the people I was most excited to see this season, actually. So,
boy. East side. Dak has seen his last days in Dallas. Here's what we do know: Carson Wentz's for sure seen his last days for Philly. Neither here nor there. Although I seen with the Watson, I saw his comment way earlier when we first got on here talking about Hurts and the Cowgirls. Oh, Texas. I don't even have no. I live in Texas, and I have Texas friends. I've never ever understood. I'm like, y'all are like little brother. Like, hey, it's cool, guys. Like, bro, y'all in the AFC. I have no beef with Texans. I don't even understand why they, other than it's the little brother syndrome, and why
exactly what it is.
It's all it boils down to. And here's the only thing I tell Texas fans. I said, man, hey, look, it's an organization in the building. It took the Cowboys 12 years to get to a Super Bowl.
Right.
Tick. It took y'all over 12 years to find a franchise quarterback. Good job.
Right.
Good job. You're on the right path. Let me know who you'll hire as the head coach next year. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Diop has to up. Okay, so pivoting off of that. So we get Dak done. Free up. Let's say we free up. We free up a little bit here. Let's say we go ahead. Let's go off of Bluff City, and we go ahead and make a deal. Get a fifth up out of here, okay? And we get Peppers in the building. All right.
Okay.
All right. So boom. All right, so we know the safety position. We ain't got to worry about it. We re-signed Cheeto. All right, so we got Cheeto, Diggs, and Brown. We know we got that. We got that on deck, right?
Right.
Okay. We go ahead and we bring in a mid-tier free agent linebacker. Because, again, I'm going to paint this picture because the Cowboys like to do these kinds of things, cover their bases to a certain extent.
Right.
So we know Tristan Hill's coming back, all right? Let's say they strike a deal with Woods to get here.
Okay.
Right? I think they get Antoine. Yeah, Antoine. Yeah. No, Xavier, goodbye. Xavier.
I know my guy Spoon probably would kick me
now. Yeah. All right. So you kind of covered your bases on all three of those fronts, right? So you got Woods back in the fold. Tristan Hill's coming back, right? You signed a mid-tier linebacker to help you out there. Okay. You went and got Jabril, okay, and you know what you brought Cheeto back on a good deal. Now, see, that changes how your draft looks at that point.
Right.
Because, see, if I told you those things and I'm picking 9th, you might talk me into go getting Horn.
Right.
You might just do it then at that point. And see, that's like the things that are so crazy about, talking about these players and whatnot, because we don't know how free agency is going to shape this. Right. And if I can paint you a picture a little bit of here and there, here's the other thing that it does too. When I paint these pictures where we're kind of solid, well, now I can go get Pitts because I'm not hurting no more.
Right.
And and the other thing for sure, I think, is, and the one thing that Dallas might want to take a look at, because we're talking about we're getting an extra third, we're getting an extra fourth. If that second round pick is in a top 8 situation, maybe there's that guy on defense that's sitting right around 30, 31, 32, and you make the move at that point to come up and go grab that guy. Yeah, Mendoza, I actually talked about Kennedy a little earlier tonight because he opted out, which means that deal that he signed actually comes on this year. So, I actually talked about him a little earlier tonight as well. But absolutely right, Kennedy will be back for the cornerback's position as well. Right. So then at that point, maybe the Cowboys double dip in the first round. And, obviously the mock drafts are happening and things are going on. I haven't really talked to a lot of people or I've seen a lot of people talk about this idea where, because the Cowboys are going to be picking so high in the second round, possibly, potentially, that they can make that jump with these extra picks to come back in. So let's just say I painted the picture for you defensively.
Right.
We take Pitts at 8.
Right.
Who's the guy that makes it down to 29, 30, 31, 32? You're like, okay, I want to go up and give up an extra pick to get that guy on defense, because now we're in the range of these guys, right? That we're talking about, hey, there's a lot of guys we're starting to get into, getting pushed together that maybe can do something for us. Who is it at that point? So we're going to take Pitts at say 8. I'll put us at 8. We're taking Pitts at 8. We have all the conundrums that we talked about that we did, right? We're doing those things there. All right. And we got the 2/3 and the 2/4. And we're sitting at the 6th, 7th pick in the second round. Who's that guy maybe defensively that you see sliding all of a sudden that you thought might have went higher that says, okay, I'm pulling the trigger going up for?
I would say it probably would be Nick Bolton at that point, the linebacker from Missouri. I would say he would probably be there, or I would probably say you would probably have to jump to get Asante Samuel Jr. because I think he will be an early second round pick. So I think he'll be kind of in that first, early range. But if I had to move back up into the first round and get someone late first round, it would be probably Nick Bolton. So that way you get Pitts at the tight end position, and then you add in depth with the linebacker positions along with the veteran that you brought in in free agency as well, and then you can go from there. So
I like the Bolton for sure.
Yeah,
I definitely like the Bolton. Because, like I said, if I get a linebacker later in the draft, I'm definitely on the Bolton. I think Parsons. I think there's a little bit of a gap.
Right,
there's a little bit of a gap.
Slightly,
but I do think Bolton is a player on the next level.
Right.
I definitely do think he's a player on the next level.
Right.
Can I get a horn to fall that fall? I'm reaching.
With these corners, it's really going to depend on the combine.
That's true. It's so true.
Honestly, I'll say this though. I'll say this about Surtain. if he gets out there and runs like I think Bluff City said it's like a 4.5, 4.6.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
Right.
And so he might fall kind of in that Dix territory depending on the combine. Because I know Horn and also Farley, they're going to put up combine type numbers. And I think when it comes to NFL combine, especially this year, they're going to want those sexy numbers. So it's just like, all right, Farley ran a 4.3 or 4.2, whatever.
Okay.
I like that. Cool. They're going with that. So there could be a possibility where you could see Surtain
walk through that door for me. Walk through that door for. Okay. So Surtain runs a 4.58.
Right.
He's sitting at 31. Would you pull the trigger to go up then?
Yeah, I would go up. I would go up to get him.
See, that's why this draft is so sexy. Because last year it was easy, guys. Last year, man, it was so deep. You know, you was getting stuff. Man, there was guys, and I pounded the table. We talked about this too last year, back and forth. Man, there was guys in the second and third round that would be first round picks this year.
Right.
There were guys in the third round of the draft last year that would have been first round picks in other years. So it's like, man, throw a dart, you're going to hit.
Right.
Right. I mean, look, God bless. When's the last time a team said, "Oh, second round quarterback"? Yeah, that'll work for me, and it's worked out. I mean, bro, just across the board, it's worked. So, at that point, man, it's that's what makes this so much more interesting because it's not that talented. So, what position can you get yourself into, right?
Right.
To get those guys and who can slide and who can slip. Yeah, hey, look, I'm not mad at that, Jose. I'm not mad at Marcus May. We actually talked about him a little earlier. Look, I'm not mad at Marcus May in free agency for the right price. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say with these corners, man, there's not much separation. So I feel like the only thing that's really going to create the separation will be what they do at the combine. So you could see maybe a JC Horn maybe slide a little bit. The combine there, or kind of slide, or some of these guys are weight or whatnot. So they might be there. So I'm like, I'm fully for the Cowboys drafting. Get your toy, get your Turbo Master 5,000 at 8 or 9, and then you go back and get your socks and your sweater and your winter coat, at 31, and then we bundle up and go into this thing.
Who's your chocolate chip cookie again?
I mean, I would say it comes between Pitts or Chase. I mean, honestly, I'm going with Chase.
Damn it! Team Pitts.
Yeah. No, I like Pitts, but I mean Pitts makes more sense. But
right, fair. Yeah. But hey, if it's a turbo 1,000, 6,000,
I mean,
why not?
It's a PS5 with the disk drive or without it, man.
We don't want that disk drive. We want that disk drive.
You
already know. Santiago says, mark my words, remember I said it, cap will not fall to 177.7. We will have money to spend. That's not really been a problem in Dallas, though. The last year of Garrett here, we had over 20, like right at 20 or a little over 20 million to spend.
Right.
And they didn't do nothing with it. Yes, I do believe unequivocally, even if they get the Dak deal done, that money's not going to kick in the first year. You're going to be good. They'll have money to spend. The problem is the willingness to spend it on the first 2 days of free agency. And that's just been the thing when it comes to Jason Garrett. They have to be willing to spend the money for the right player, right? Or players, if you will, on the first couple of days and not wait to day 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. They have to be active early. And, that's the thing to be remained to be seen. That's the thing that me and Tuck have banged the table. Me and Spoon, Mary, man, we have banged the table. Get active earlier. You have money to spend it. Go spend it.
Right. Let me ask you this. Wasn't there like a talk about like some type of NFL severance package that was going to come in? Is that next year or the following year for the cap? There's like some type of package that they were working on where it could possibly push the cap higher. Maybe it was going to be next year or the following year. I'll have to look at what that was. Let's see here.
That's interesting. You have to pull that up for me. I don't think I know about the man. My guy, the Texas fan is wild over here.
East side,
bro. Didn't they play? Oh, I don't know. I mean, East side is all over the place. Why did the as soon as you say Cowgirls, you're automatically dismissed. I mean, that's like second grade level kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Pro bowlers are voted on. I mean, I mean, who cares? All pros is what matter. Whether I have one or not, I don't really care. But who cares about a Pro Bowl? Like who stacks up chips on Pro
bro, this
Bowls?
is what Eastside needs to do, bro. You need to start jumping the chat with some Eagles fans and like build up your trolling and then come back, bro. Like honestly, because he trolls my channel, Big Game James's channel. He's here in Star Gang at damn near 12:30 at night. Like, but get your troll game up, bro. Like it's a different level. Like, you're very surface level when it comes to the trolling, bro. But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to find out what's on that package, man. Because I thought I saw something on Twitter.
But here's the thing even about that. The package comes in, doesn't come in. Either way.
Right.
Case in point, the way this is the way the deal's been signed, I guarantee you the following offseason it's going to jump. Like this big jump that was going to happen is coming either way. It doesn't matter. Like the double up and everything they've been talking about, maybe it doesn't happen this year. It's coming either way. So you can kind of sign and do things and figure it out as it's going to happen. So at the end of the day, bro, like the cap is going to have this huge ass jump. It's coming. Period. Point blank. It doesn't matter. So you can go and do the things that you have to do. And of course, back to structuring and whatnot and things that you happen obviously helps as well. But again, the cap, as I tell people a lot though, J-Tuck, man, the cap is it's a myth to a certain extent.
Right.
It's a myth. I guarantee you there's not one owner in this league that can't look at a GM and say, hey, I want this guy.
Right.
And it doesn't happen. I mean, look, we talked about Kansas City. How much money do they have available? Wait. They had to pay a quarterback.
Right.
Defensive tackle. Right. And they had like $5 and some change in the cap. And then magically, bim.
Right.
It came through and they signed $100 million, $400 million, $200 million. I mean, bro, it was just raining over there. Like it didn't even matter. So I'm like, yes, the cap matters in certain instances. I'm not saying that it doesn't because it is a hard cap. This isn't basketball. You can't pay the luxury tax. But on the same token, like everybody talks about, oh, well, you can't watch this. Said, oh, there's no way the Eagles can move on from Carson Wentz because of the deal. I guarantee you Carson Wentz won't be on the Eagles roster opening day next year.
Right.
But somehow cap-wise, they can't do it. It'll happen. I promise you.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right. And they'll find a way to sign some of their guys back and everything. And I feel like that's where Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones need to start getting realistic. Like you guys were always cornerstoning yourself as the capologists and cap magicians and all this stuff. Well, show me some magic. I want to see Mike McCarthy's analytics, and I want to see your guys' cap magic. Like, show me it. Put it all out on the table, man. Because
as you said, the analytics and the capologist magic. I thought about this dead good movie, the old Burt Wonderstone.
I haven't seen it.
You ever seen Burt Wonderstone with Steve Carroll and the other. But if you ever watched Burt Wonderstone, you got to go watch it.
Okay.
Dear God, oh my God, it is what it is. And we're rolling over 27 million. Yeah, Jose cap prediction 190 to 195. Last year's cap. This is dead cap hit though. Yikes! But that's why. And again, right. But here's the thing about that, Mendoza. It's going to be just like the Brock Osweiler thing. Mm-hmm. The cap hit won't be bad because they'll trade him. They'll just have to give up a pick to get rid of the fucking thing.
Right.
That's exactly what they did with Brock Osweiler. It'll be the same thing all over again. He'll book it. I will be shocked if he's not an Indianapolis Colt next year. Put it down. They have a shit ton of cap space. They'll get a better pick out of it. And the best that Carson Wentz has played in the league was underneath Frank Reich.
Right.
And by the way, Phillip Rivers only signed a 1-year deal. Like if Carson Wentz is not an Indianapolis Colt next year, it tells me everything I need to know about Carson Wentz because Frank Reich didn't want him.
Let me ask you this though: do you think there's any possibility that Carson Wentz can win his job back, or is he pretty done at this point?
Nope, because there could have been a point, but his agent. When his agent went out there and said, I'm not a backup. Yeah, I'm not going to be no backup. Get me up out of here. Once the agent pulled that trigger, and look, and a little bit of sour grapes there too, because by the agent doing that, well, maybe you can't go get the best compensation all of a sudden for him.
Right.
Now which could entail a little bit of he might want to go to the Colts, and the Colts might want him, but now maybe the Eagles feel some type of way and don't want to send him there.
Right.
So then that opens up. You're right. That might open up some other things. If he would have played nice, he could have got to go somewhere. The one thing I will book and say for sure, he'll be on the team of the AFC.
Right. He ain't coming. Yeah, he's not going to Washington and none of that.
So yeah. None of that. Yeah. He'll be like, I mean, with maybe the Patriots. I don't know. Patriots, Colts, maybe. I mean, put a finger on Miami how they feel about Tua. Right. Just saying. Just saying. Right. Depending on how they feel. How do they feel? Denver needs to solve that problem as well.
Yeah.
Because it looks like Drew Luck's not going to be their guy. Yeah. I mean, if you're Jacksonville, would you take a Carson Wentz over drafting Trevor Lawrence? Probably not.
Right.
But if you're the Jets, if you're not going to double down on Sam Darnold,
right,
would you take Carson Wentz instead of taking Justin Fields?
Right.
So, I mean, there's some options there in the AFC and things that they could do. No ifs or buts about it. But for me, I still think somehow, some way, he's going to be an Indianapolis Colt,
right,
and they'll move forward.
Right.
Mendoza, Pats. Yeah. Haskins could be a Pat too.
I think Haskins gonna be a backup, man. He's gonna be a backup.
Yeah, Pitt. I mean, yeah, because Big Ben. Time to hang them up, brother. Yeah. Time to hang them up. Okay. We'll get out of here on this if you got to go.
Are
you good? Are you locked in? Oh, well, damn it, we're locked in. Okay, hey, if you're locked in and we're gonna sit here and rock with y'all, man, go ahead, man. Give it a like, give it a share, put it on Twitter. Put it in there, man. Put it in there, man. We're gonna rock with y'all. 49er, no way. There's no way, Mo. No way they're gonna trade to the 49ers. Don't believe it. Can't buy. But give it a like, give it a share. Hit on your personal page, groups, whatever, Twitter, the whole nine. All right. You can only sign one big free agent this year. And I'm handicapping you because I'm taking Justin Simmons off the board. Yeah. I'm handy. Yeah. No Simmons for you, my guy. No Simmons, because that's the layup drill. But the Cowboys are going to get proactive. They're going to get proactive in the first couple of days of free agency. And for this exercise, I'm going to hook you up.
All right.
I'm gonna hook you up a little bit. I'm gonna give you some names.
I was just gonna cheat like you cheated, man. So
no, I don't cheat like I. Oh, all right. Who you? Okay, well, what you got?
Dak Prescott.
Oh, I don't know. Damn it.
Yeah, that's the number one free agent the Cowboys can sign is Dakota Rain Prescott. Man, it's that simple, man.
It is. I mean, truly, it is. But let me give you some other options.
All right.
Leonard Williams ain't getting out of New York, right? They're going to re-sign him, right?
Right.
Bud Dupree obviously got the injury. He was on a franchise tag, so he's probably right. They'll probably do something there.
Right.
All right. How you feel about Matt Judon from the Ravens? You like that?
Nah.
No? Okay. I know you're not a Clowney guy. You're good. I mean, Justin Houston's really old. Yannick Njoku from the Ravens. You feeling Yannick?
I like Yannick.
Like Yannick. Okay. I mean, old man corner. But if you don't want to draft a corner, they're going to let him walk. Patrick Peterson.
Yeah, I was going to say Patrick Peterson. I mean, I like Patrick Peterson, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, still get the job done. Old man, he can give you 2 years,
right?
Maybe 3,
right?
2 for sure, right?
Not honestly. When you keep saying that sounds like right up Stephen Jones's alley. 2-3 years, probably a little cheaper play,
right? And right. And Patrick wouldn't be a day 1; he'd probably be more like a day 2,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right up Steven's alley, man.
And then all of a sudden, if you bring a Cheeto back and you get a Patrick Peterson, man, do you really have to jet the corner for a couple of years all of a sudden? Nah, not necessarily.
Late round
Not
guy.
necessarily.
So Cheeto,
Right.
Diggs, Patrick Peterson,
Brown candidate. Rounded this thing out a little bit, you know. I mean, are the Chargers going to let Melvin Ingram get up out of there? What you think?
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, the Broncos are going to let Von Miller get up out of there. Leonard Williams, I don't think is getting out of there either. Although that would be intriguing because they traded for him, different regime, whatever. You know, Yannick would be interesting, but the Patrick Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned, I mean, since he stole Simmons, I think Patrick Pearson sounds very Stephen Jones, Dallas Cowboy-ish. That sounds
got name recognition.
You know,
Not
Cowboys
quite
familiar with it. You know, they know
right,
who that guy is.
Right. Not the all pro he once was, but can still get it done.
Right.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it's not a bad look. Shout out to Dave Lunatic in the building. Go Cowboys on YouTube. Make sure, as my guy J-Tuck says, underneath there, sub notification, hit that. Yeah, somewhere down there. So I mean, man, I kind of feel like maybe as we're looking at those names and whatever, right? Boy, I kind of feel like maybe Patrick Peterson might get the. Come here. He tried to get up out of there not too long ago. Remember that?
Right.
Remember there was some things kind of happened or whatever, and then the owner
a little bit.
Right. Then the owner kind of came in, talked to him, whatnot, and said, "Oh, wait, don't do this." And he kind of came back to his senses.
Right.
This year. Oh well. Lunatic, you're preaching to the choir because I banged the table. Sir, I will sit here, Lunatic. I banged the table for Logan Ryan. Ask the people in the comments. I wanted Logan Ryan tremendously. Nobody did. Nobody believed me. Nobody believed me. I think you're wrong, Marvel. I think you're wrong. I think there's extreme. Look, apply Cheeto to the Terrence Williams factor. Remember, everybody thought Terrence Williams was gone.
Right.
Everybody thought Terrence Williams was gone. And Terrence Williams probably thought he was gone. And then the market just wasn't there. And I think it's going to be the same thing for Cheeto. I think we can get him back on a 1 or 2 year deal that is very, very team friendly.
Right.
Let him prove himself again, whatever the case may be. And then move on. I think, look, low-key, I think Cheeto's coming back. I don't know. I think Cheeto's coming back. Now, we'll have to wait and see. But back to Patrick Peterson. Now let's build this thing, right? Okay, boom. We got Cheeto, we got Diggs.
Right.
Patrick Peterson. Yeah, maybe not the ton of speed, but good enough.
Right.
Good enough. Brown candidate. Now all of a sudden, and look, and let's not forget about Reggie Robinson in the second.
Right.
We still got to wait and see what he's going to do. Chris Westry. I mean, there's some things here. But I think you can round that out where it's like, okay, we are good enough that we can wait and draft a guy next year or the year after, which is a very, as you said, Jay, it's a very Stephen Jones thing to do.
Right. It sounded
very.
Yeah. I forgot about Patrick. Let me ask you this, because I think, isn't Richard Sherman one too?
I think that's too long to two. Look, low-key, I don't think they'll do it. Two reasons. A little long in the tooth and
Yeah.
You could have a mouth if you produce. Not that he can't produce, just
right.
I just kind of think that exactly. Cheeto's not getting exactly. He's not getting Byron Jones money. I mean Marvel. He's nowhere close, bro. Again, applaud the Terrence Williams factor when everybody at Cowboys just, oh my God, Terrence Williams is gone.
Right.
And then we got him back. It's kind of the same thing with Cheeto for me. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Obviously, Keanu Neal is another guy. I think Mendoza already brought him up in the comment section. For sure wouldn't mind seeing a Keanu Neal. Marcus Williams, because the Saints are kind of tapped. Another safety. Although I don't know how I feel about Williams in Donovan Wilson. I don't See, I like the Peppers Wilson a little bit more.
Right.
Yeah, I think I like a little bit more than that there. So yeah, I mean, if you're able to go and procure you a Patrick Peterson into this thing,
Because if you get Jabril Peppers back there for a 4th or a 5th, like Bluff mentioned,
talk to me.
and
Yeah,
then
talk to me.
add a Patrick Peterson in there, then we drafted Kyle Pitts for the 8th pick, and then we moved up and got Nick Bolton at the linebacker position.
Ooh.
And then we keep Kellen Moore as the offensive. Hey, Cowboys, man, we cooking with grease though. But I like that though. I like that. If you could do that, Jabril Peppers as a safety,
the gumbo, yeah.
And then also you bring in a Patrick Peterson, just give you some veteran leadership back there. Resign Theo Diggs, Anthony Brown, and then you draft Kyle Pitts at the tight end position 8. Jump back in, draft Bolton at 31. And then you could probably get you a Marvin Wilson or so at the defensive tackle position, the 3rd round pick. Defense is kind of solidified, a little bit right there. I like what we cooking with.
Hey, low key, and we got another 3rd round pick on deck.
Right. Another, so you can get that. So you can get Marvin Wilson, and then turn around and get Asante Samuel. Or maybe. And so,
yeah. All of a sudden, maybe that your rival. I'm sorry, but that defensive end from the maybe. He's probably going to the 2nd round though. Name it. Probably can't get him in the 3rd.
You talking about Greg Russo?
Yeah. Can't get him in the 2nd. Yeah, you're not gonna beat him in the 3rd.
Yeah,
but either way, but bring me Wilson. But bring me Wilson though in the 3rd. Bring me Wilson all day long in the 3rd.
I think you can get Wilson probably in the 3rd. I would say you would have to get Samuel in the 2nd. You would have to get Wilson in the 3rd. Nasruddin, another safety from Florida State, he'll probably be 3rd, give or take. Now he kind of reminds me of the Chris Restry kind of thing, like just a freak athlete size and everything. But I think he'll probably be 3rd.
Harrison Smith is not getting out of Minnesota.
Yeah, I was gonna say Harrison Smith. I would love to get Harrison Smith. I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah. And again, Mendoza, I'm with you. Like if May gets out of New York, sure. I can look. May I can package with Wilson.
Right.
Facts. I can package May with Wilson. And again, we got to look at safeties that we can package with Wilson. Because Wilson banged the table. He's showing up. He's doing this thing. He's only going to escalate and get better. We have to do that. Not that you couldn't package Harris. I'm not saying you can't package Harrison Smith with Wilson. But there's just no way he's going to get out of Minnesota. Marvel pipe dream. I mean, wow. But now there's another safety there, though. Let me ask you, because I think Harris gets out of Minnesota. What do you think about Anthony Harris packaged with Wilson?
Yeah, see, I thought about Anthony Harris as well. Like, I like Anthony Harris, man. Like I said, I would like just to have veteran leadership back there. Granted, we would like the Earl. I mean, we ain't mentioned him either. But I mean, he's
been circle the Earl Thomas wagons again.
He's been out of football for a year. I'm sure he's for more because I'm sitting back and I'm thinking yesterday, or actually, was that today? What Antonio Brown did in Tampa. He's been very quiet, very low key. So maybe he's learned his lesson, but I doubt the Cowboys will revisit that. But yeah, you could do an Anthony Harris with Donovan Wilson as well. But like for me, to be honest with you guys, man, it's hard for me to get excited about the Cowboys addressing the safety position because we've shrunken out so.
But they've tried. Here's the thing, though. At least we know they've look.
I mean, was Ha Ha? Was Ha Ha?
Whoa! I ain't talking about Ha Ha. Let me pivot. I'm saying, they tried to trade for Minka. They tried. They failed. They failed. They did try to sign Earl the 1st round before he spurned us for the Ravens. They did try to trade for Jamal not once but twice. And let me be clear. Let me be on record here. Jamal Wilson don't work. Sorry.
Right.
They don't work. So if you go, because I know I saw a lot of these extra things like, well, you could still go get Jamal and things could happen. Well, if you get Jamal, then kiss Donovan Wilson goodbye because not that they're the same player, but they do the same things.
Check your phone out real quick.
I got you. But they do the same things the same way. So no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know what I mean? Forward him the same link that I sent you.
All right, cool.
All right, bet. So at that point, there's not much you could do at that point, right? Because they would be the same guy. So I got to marry someone because I got to believe in Donovan. I got to marry somebody to Donovan. May can do that. Justin Simmons can do that. Jabril Peppers that we talked about earlier. Shout out to Bluff City for that.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that. The Williams kid from New Orleans, I can't do that. So when we get into this Knicks Cowboys issue, we can't just look at just names.
Right.
When it comes to the safety position, how does that marry with Wilson?
Right.
Because if we've solved one half of the puzzle, let's not put ourselves behind the 8-ball.
Right.
And get a guy that does the same thing. And look, and I'm not even just talking about Jamon in that aspect. Any safety that does the same thing as what Wilson's bringing to the table, let's not do that.
Right.
Well, he's making $11 million on the tag. I think he was on the tag though. We got to see what he's going to get in free agency. But I'm with you. Justin Simmons is going to command $15-16 million a year, and the Cowboys can afford to pay that if they want to.
Right.
So we have to wait and see on that.
Right.
I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I think if there's
look, CJ Goodwin, amazing special teams guy.
Right.
Flashes in free agency. For me, love to keep him on the right deal, but don't. For me, I'm kosher. But I mean, J-Tuck, Goodwin, a must keep.
Nah, I'm passing.
Yeah. I mean, I love him. I love for what he is on special teams. Obviously, he's not going to make that jump to the cornerback position to help us out enough. I mean, sure, a veteran deal wants to stay on and play great special teams for us to be a depth guy. I'm good with it. Was it Hook'em Horns, right? Former Texan, former Longhorn. But I mean, outside of that, man, not much I can do there whatsoever.
I feel like Cowboys Nation for the safety position. I feel like Justin Simmons would be that one.
That's the one. That's the
one. That's the 1A. Like if we get that, like I said, he has the same age as Dak Prescott. So send them goons out to this hotel room, and
we need Todd Francis to come on around and give us a 2-for-1.
Yeah, we
need a 2-for-1.
We have to hang Todd Francis off a balcony, bro. It was like, listen, man.
Where's Suge Knight when you need him?
Yeah,
Go grab Vanilla Ice real quick, put him over, and let's get it done.
What does Batman do? Drop him a little bit and then catch him right.
Catch him. Yeah,
that's what we got to do. But yeah, guys, like I like what we've done tonight, man. I would be solid with that to be able to bring in Kyle Pitts, bring in Nick Bolton in the draft, one and 1A. And then bring in Jabril Peppers, possibly Patrick Peterson, and then bring in a defensive tackle to line that thing up, man. But it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what we can do. 1 second here. All right, we might about to have a special guest chime in, man. So let's see here.
Yeah, I went in for it too. You working on the back end? Yeah, I went in and sent it to him too. Yeah, Law Nation trying to jump on here real quick. We must have been talking too much draft if Law Nation showed up.
Yeah. He late, man. But like I said, man, like Cowboys Nation, real talk, before we dive in, like I appreciate you guys, man. Like I love doing this, man. Ain't no clock, man. I was my guy Nix hit because he saw me going off on Twitter about Kellen Moore, man. So he was like, let's do it. I like, we got some more to say, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were back and forth and whatever. I said, man, I don't know, man. I've been working all day. Got put this 12 in. I had people returning Wii's and Super Nintendos. I don't work on my new TV. I'm like, hold on, let me show you. Man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, I saw that. I hate him. I was like, I bet. I saw you. I saw that Kellen Moore in you.
I was, that, and shout out to all my Twitter followers, man. Y'all know me, man. When I turn up, man. And like, I feel like what happens is, luckily I'm getting a lot of momentum, gaining a lot of ground. So I get a whole bunch of new followers. And so they haven't really got used to my personality. They're like, damn, this dude is really snapping on me. But I just feel like, man, with Kellen Moore, he's getting the scapegoat, but I don't understand the reason why. And like you said, bro, I think it's just because of the connection with Jason Garrett. So it's like, we don't want nothing to do with Jason Garrett, and you was a Jason Garrett guy, so you're done too. You're part of the problem. But I feel like for the most part, man, Kellen Moore has been the one bright star in this bumpy season, which has been the offense with the last 2 years. So we scream for Scott Linehan to go. Scott Linehan. We got Kellen Moore. The offense takes off this way, and now we're ready to move on from Kellen Moore.
Well, I mean, it's not that simple. It's simple, but not that simple.
It is that simple, man. I feel like Cowboys fans hate Kellen Moore. One, by the way, he just looks. He just looks
at the end of the day, for sure, he's got that the Linehan, because Linehan brought him into Detroit and everything else, and then brought him down here to Dallas, and the Garrett after Linehan left.
That's my guy, Big Games, man, that's Linehan's son, man. That's
ladies and gentlemen, get the likes up, get the shares up, do what you got to do. We got somebody in the building that's going to join us real quick. I'm intrigued to see what he's got to say, aka the one and only Mr. Law Nation.
What's going on, my guy? Can you hear us? No.
Can you hear us?
Right.
We hear you.
No.
There he is.
Yeah. You're good to go, brother.
Oh.
We about to see here the battle of the voices. Hold on. Law Nation, how's it going?
Yeah, man. Can you
hear us, Law? Uh-oh.
Might not be able to hear us.
You should. Way to impress. You gotta give B Live the permission for your mic and your headphones.
Let's see. I'm gonna text him real quick.
Yeah, tell him he might go in there and get the permission real quick. It might be what it is.
Yeah, I agree with the culture. The culture. And here's the thing, bro. I thought 1 second here.
Yeah, hit him up real quick.
Yeah, I thought
no offense about it.
I thought Mike McCarthy was going to change the culture. Here's the thing.
There might be a little bit of change there. We kind of talked about that a little bit now. We kind of talked about it a little bit, but okay. You don't think the culture change was enough?
Nah, not at all. And here's what I've been saying, y'all. Like, when it comes to Mike McCarthy, check the tweets. I was the first one who said Mike McCarthy. When everyone was talking about Urban Meyer, I was saying Mike McCarthy. Lincoln Riley, it was Mike McCarthy for me. But here's what I thought Mike McCarthy was going to bring to this team, right? I thought it was going to be accountability. I thought it was going to be
But accountability, right?
Right, accountability.
Accountability. So you had right. So you had leaks, right? Anonymous sources. And then he addressed it head on, got folks up out of here, right? And then we had no problem since then.
But do we think it was really those people? Do you think it was Daryl Morley?
Whether you believe it was those people or not, you ain't seen no problems. So, if we're talking about accountability from that standpoint, it is what it is. Law, do you have it shared, brother? Can you hear us?
He still can't hear.
It's got to give the old permission. Let me hit him on the old. Look, I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead. See, you heard me on the background. Oh, we can hear you. Can you not hear us?
All right, let me see what I can do, man. It could be my end over here. Let me see. I know what it is.
But yeah, we definitely hear you. Like you're all the way good on the live feed and everything. We can hear you just fine.
Give me 1 second here. I know what it is.
All right, bet.
All right. Good.
Okay. Law Nation working on the back end.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Law Nation is officially all the way here.
Yeah, man. Hey, what it is. Murphy Law, that was my second and third cousin, man. They just wanted to be a part of it, so that's just what it is. Murphy Law, but they can't stop a good man. You know how this thing goes, right?
Well, sometimes you just got to bring the rest of the team along for the ride.
Yeah,
that's all you got to do. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. But again, Mr. Tuck, as you were talking about accountability,
I'm interested. Hold before we get there, I'm interested in getting Law's take on this about this Kellen Moore going to Boise situation.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Hold on. Let's back it up. Let's hit that beep, beep, beep. Let's put it on the board real quick. Give it a like, give it a share. Get some more people in here. Law Nation, Kellen Moore leaving ? For you. What do you think?
Well, growing pains. I knew that he had to go through it, right? So by him leaving, we just would never know the complete picture. First year ever being an offensive coordinator, we had top 3 offense. Number 1, number 2, we just didn't have that great of efficient level as relates to red zone. But I thought that, hey, this year would be the year. But we look at it like it's a lot of booties in this, but you got to look at it like this. Dak Prescott went down, Lyle went down, Tyron Smith went down. So it's hard for me to put a full scale on him as relates to his offensive coordinating ability. But he gonna learn something in Boise if he goes there.
But you know, I mean, look, and the Beard retired out the gate too, right?
Right.
I mean, a lot of things happened. And you lost your tight end, number one tight end, week 1.
Right.
I mean, lost a lot of things. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He definitely lost a lot of things, you know. But with that being said, and here's my point. You can pick up a phone, right? A cup of coffee. Is that what it is, sir? Cup of coffee?
Yeah, grab a cup of coffee.
Right. You can pick up the phone and see if somebody's interested. I don't need to interview.
Facts.
And there is what my point is. Hey, Boise, any one of those guys at Boise, because we know Kellen Moore, what do you have? 100 million wins and 2 losses, if you will. Right. And I mean, I guess a couple of those were Andy Dalton, by the way. Neither here nor there, though. But with that being said, somebody could just look, you ain't got to pick up the phone. Text, hey, want to coach Boise? He's like, sounds good. And then he went and took an interview, as if we're going to believe everything's being reported now. So to me, it seems if they offer him the job at this point, he's going to take it. Because if you're not interested in it, why would you go and take that interview at that point? Because you could have squashed it out the gate. Hey, somebody could have hit you from Boise State. Hey, what'd you think about coming here, running the program and whatnot? And you easily could have been like, no, I'm good. I'm comfortable here. We're trying to build something and I'm good. And I'm going to be in the NFL. So obviously he's peeking over the valley, in my opinion.
Well, he leaving no stone unturned. You know, hey, this is what you got to do. Everybody knows that we all men here, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing like having your own. When it's your own house, can't nobody tell you put the oodles and noodles down, put some clothes on. No, he can walk around naked. He can he can use the bathroom with the door wide open. He can put something on the sofa, the coffee table, and beyond. Leave, go to work, come back, and it bet not be moved because it's his house. Right now, he's under somebody else's permission to go here, to go there. If the loss is happening, it will happen on his watch. So he's a legend over there in Boise State, being 50-3. So they're gonna look at it like, hey, we want some of that. So they're gonna give him everything. But right now, he's under Mike McCarthy. He's even under the defensive coordinator, whoever it may be, because everybody's gonna be looking at him if the offense is not doing what they need to do. And he can be saying like, nah, it's really the defense, but he don't have that bark right now. But if he goes to Boise, he'd be the end all be all.
And them weekly checks going to hit a little bit different in Boise than they are. Even if Jerry was to say, hey, here's a bag to stay here, it's not going to equate to that bag that he's going to get at Boise, no matter how long that run could be or not be at the end of the day. Now, J-Tuck, I know. I mean, go ahead. J-Tuck says, we got a problem. If Kellen leaves, he says we got a problem.
I feel like, and this is what I've been saying, Law, man. I seen what Mike McCarthy has done this year with his team when it comes to the coaching staff, to the personnel, to the decision making, and I just don't trust him running this offense. And I feel like the one bright thing that we've had going on thus far with this team has been the offense transcending from last year to this year. Even though we've had the injuries, I feel like Kellen Moore has still done a great job from what we had. But I feel like if you give Mike McCarthy the full reins of it, there ain't nobody to blame but you. And I feel like thus far, what has given me the confidence to trust that he can handle his offense. If we do shift to more of a West Coast offense and we don't put up the numbers or the volume that we're capable of doing, you know, that's going to be a huge issue. So that's been my concern when it comes to moving on from Kellen Moore. Not to just mention, man, I just don't trust Mike McCarthy as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm just over it at this point.
Oh, yeah. You're not sold on good old Mike, huh?
Nah, I can't, man. Like I said, it's been going, and it's not even post-Dak injury. Like I said, I was going all the way back to the Cleveland game. Just a lot of these decisions that's been made, from the watermelon kicks and the fake punts and going for it on fourth down, and all these different things start to build up. And I'm starting to see like this wasn't a one-time ordeal. This is just who you are. So I feel like at this point, I can't trust Mike McCarthy, y'all. And I'm sorry, but
you're not buying the analytics.
I haven't seen none of the analytics. Show me what analytic tells you to go for it on 4th and 6 in your own territory. I want to see it. Just lay down a piece of paper. You can text me, email, but I want to see it for myself. You know what I'm saying? So, and like you saying, Nix, going back to Kellen Moore, as you started breaking it down, I'm like, damn, man, this is a good opportunity for him because he does have his alma mater. He can do no wrong. As far as recruiting wise, he can say I was the offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. I know Jason Garrett. I know these people. Come to Boise.
I can get you to the. I can get you to the league.
And now, man, he's starting to break my spirit, man, because I feel like he's gonna take this job.
Right.
Unless Jerry steps in and saves the day, man. It is more money, less problems. You get to run your own house. Have your own connections, not really be in the spotlight, do your thing and coach the blue. And you can always bring those guys back in, Van Der Esch, DeMarcus Lawrence, all those, Boise guys back to come in and speak on your behalf. And that helps with recruiting. So, oh man, here we go. I didn't think
there's one hell of a resume when you look at it and say, hey, I coached Dak Prescott, I played with Dez Bryant, when I was here walking around on the yard, that's what we call our school, with the yard over there at JSU. When I was walking around the yard, I was 50-3. Y'all want some of that? Give me the money, pay me. I know that Jerry Wayne Jones going to reach deep down in his pockets and say, hey, I got more money if you stay.
Right.
But being a legend, look, when you move out of mom and them house, you might move into a smaller house, right? But it's yours. It's your house, right?
And wasn't nothing like that in that small house either, too. So,
the food was good at mom and them.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I mean, hey, people have different ideas of what their dream jobs are.
Right.
And there's nothing bigger than whenever you were the man on campus going back whenever that program might be at a lull and saying, okay, I did it on the field. I'm going to walk back through that door and do it from the coaching standpoint and bring us back to the blue turf and where we need to be at and do those things, albeit, that sounds good on the surface level, but this bag looks a lot different. And I don't have these issues over here with this bright spotlight. As you said, who's the defensive coordinator? What can I do, not do? I'm going to kick my feet up, get this back, and bring my alma mater back to prominence. And look, and one thing that we kind of talked about before you got on, Law, is, well, what is his aspirations? Does he want to be a head coach? Because, he's been linked to maybe being a head coach candidate for some NFL teams. Well, what better to bounce up out of here, right? Go down there, run that program for 5 or 6 years and bring it back to prominence. Well, we know how that works in the NFL. Let me go get the young guy. Hello, Carolina, Matt Rule. Let me go get that young guy or whatnot who's bringing this team back to prominence after they've been down or whatever and get you back to the NFL. Yeah. Meanwhile, you doubled up all your money and got your chips right. So to me, I don't see how it's a loss any way, shape, or form for Kellen. If he wants it, as I said before, he would have just had the cup of coffee on the phone and been done. He went and took the dadgum thing. If they offer him the job, I think there's unequivocally no way that he's not gone. I don't think Jerry Jones can do enough to keep him here. I don't think there's a way.
Yeah, as a capitalist, man, I'm always looking at every opportunity. I'm looking at it like, okay, y'all gonna bring me in. Let me at least see what they got to offer. And I told everybody this is my philosophy. Old folks had it right. Never dance with the first lady you see. Go in there, ain't this right, Tuck? Survey the land. You know what I'm saying? You might see Ashaniqua around there. You might see Kamika. You might find anybody, but you want to just survey the land.
Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
That's what Jerry Jones did with Mike McCarthy. The first girl that said she'll dance with Jerry Jones, he said, "All right, let's do it. I'm in love. I found me the one, guys." He didn't go to the next bar. He didn't, we've all used to be in the club. You got to make your laps. You got Jerry Jones got halfway around.
You got to start and go.
Hey, will you dance with me?
Jerry didn't even make it halfway. Jerry said, "Oh, she looked at me. Come on."
Yeah. You
come on.
yeah.
But here's the thing, though. But the thing about Kellen is, the great thing is he knows the lay of the land. He knows about the blue turf. He knows it all. I guarantee you, Kellen got a couple of biddies down there still in the cut, even if you will. He knows where to lay up when he needs a chance to get away from everything. Kellen knows all the hot spots. He knows all the getaways and can just chill.
Right. Yeah.
And get a bigger bag.
Like, man, I'm gonna go back to my main squeeze. You know, sometimes you gotta have your main squeeze.
Hey, I've been gone for a while.
Here and there, and you call it good. So, man, that hurts, man.
Yeah.
J-Tuck's so deflated. Now, before you got here, J-Tuck said Kellen Moore's the difference between the Super Bowl and Dallas. That's why he's deflated.
What was the context of it? Break it down some more for me, Dan.
Because it comes back to I don't trust Mike McCarthy leading us there. I feel like when it comes to all the ups and downs, when it comes to this team, I feel like the offense is the one consistent I can rely on. I know next year when we get out with Dak Prescott back, we can put up 35 to 40 points a game because I've seen it's been proven with Kellen Moore, but I haven't seen that under Mike McCarthy. So what happens is this defense isn't up to par, and this offense now takes a step back. Then we start having question marks like, how do we really fix it? I feel like the one thing that we really could lean on going into the season is knowing how strong our offense is, and then we try to fix the holes with defense, and they can meet us halfway, then we're perfectly set. But if our defense can't meet us halfway and our offense also sets back, then we back in trouble. What if Dak doesn't thrive in his West Coast offense? What if the language doesn't work? What if he doesn't have a connection with Mike McCarthy like he had with Kellen Moore? What if these issues start to emerge? Then there's a whole lot of fixing that we got to do versus we already know what we have when it comes to this Dallas Cowboys offense.
That's a good point, though. But the way I look at it is it's going to be Mike McCarthy. This is a mulligan. They ain't going to fire him this year, right? Regardless of the situation, what happened, it's a mulligan.
Yep.
Right. So what his contract is? Is it 3 years or 4 years, right?
4. He signed a 4-year deal.
So is it a 5-year deal or is it still a 4? Is this year gonna count or is it not? So we need to know that. Okay, normally it takes a time for you to terraform a team, put in your philosophy for people to buy in. I'm looking at a meek, a more docile McCarthy because I look back at when he was in Green Bay land, he was all in the face of Aaron. Right. He grew out his beard. I want bearded McCarthy, I think bearded McCarthy is better than the smooth face McCarthy. And then fam.
Now, okay. So here's my point, and here's why. Let me ask you this question, Law. Is this, and this is why I said I think this is one of the few times where you can lose. I don't look, and I give Kellen Moore some not hate, just like, bro, 30. My thing with him has always been the 35-yard line in. You just find a way to do too much. And I would like to see Mike McCarthy get in his ear and be like, no, that stove is hot. Don't do that. Don't throw 2 daggum wide receiver screens to Michael Gallup. Don't do that. I need to see that. But on the back door of that, maybe Kellen Moore was just part of the package deal, right, for McCarthy to get in here, because I think we can all agree. I think McCarthy said and did whatever he had to do while they were there drinking that Blue Label with old Jerry Wayne to get this damn job, right? So there's that. Let's be clear.
He lied to kick it, basically.
Right. I
don't blame him.
Hey, what they say? Call a spade a spade. Right. It is what it is. But with that being said, I think this is one of the rare occasions. Because see, I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off, guy Law. Look, if we're gonna get right, forget over the hump and try to do. Look, I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off, guy, and let's get right. That's what I want to do. So I think this is one of the rare occasions where you can lose possibly a very talented, flawed, but he's young in the game offensive coordinator where he can go win over here at Boise State. On the same token, you win in Dallas because all of a sudden you take away a guy that the Joneses wanted to keep on this staff, and now it is Mike McCarthy. And he can do whether it's Philbin goes over to call the plays, whether it's McCarthy's going to call the plays. And the one thing that you talked about, Tuck, earlier is, hey, look, somebody on this staff did call plays that won the Super Bowl. Those are facts. No matter what we want to say or anything else, those are, I mean, he might have had Aaron Rodgers. Fair enough. Fair enough. But let's not forget, if it wasn't for one, J.J. Starks as a running back that kind of should have given that running game in those playoffs, a little bit different. But neither here nor there. He has that on the resume no matter what we think. So either we're going to find out a lot about McCarthy with Kellen gone, there's no crutch, or Jerry and them saying, okay, well, we're going to keep you another, as you said, is it a 4-year or 5-year deal, right, Law?
Right.
Well, hey, 2 more. This is the mulligan. Next year's better. Well, damn it, we're just going to escalate Kellen on up and see what we got. Yeah, I think it's one of the rare situations where we win-win. Look,
Right.
Kellen can go be great. It's fine. And now we'll figure it out what McCarthy is. And whether that 4-year turns into a 5-year or whatever the case may be, we can rip the Band-Aid and go forward. It's kind of where I'm at, because I don't want this dynamic of us having these consistent conversations of, well, Kellen's not really McCarthy's guy. Well, but the offense is doing well, but the defense and the guy that he brought in for defense is doing well, because I think George Edwards is going to be the guy for the defense going forward. They're going to reassign. And I think even if Kellen leaves, I think Philbin will be the guy, or McCarthy, but we don't know if Jones wants to walk around CEO type coach yet. But I don't think there's going to be this big outside hire things happen, because they don't want to look wrong. They're going to make sure it looks the right way, if you will, and they're going to position this thing and do whatever. But again, Kellen just has enough of the Linehan, Garrett, the Joneses. He's young. You want him here. It's just not going. It's never. McCarthy was here for the hump. It's not going to work this way. And there's a way to pivot out of Kellen to look like it's okay to go, and it happens. Then we can evaluate. And J-Tuck, if you're completely right about my McCarthy, bet we can figure it out quicker.
My guy Draft Time just said in the chat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
Damn, got it. And look,
Yeah.
and if it is about Mike McCarthy, we can rip that Band-Aid off quicker. We don't have to wait till the end of the contract, because Kellen Moore is gone. He can't get bailed out by Kellen Moore no more. We can get to the end of next year and maybe get this thing right. And that's kind of what I feel.
Like
It's a win-win.
Right.
It's a win-win.
Because the previous coach, he had some bailouts, boy. He
Ooh.
got Lanahan, Bill Callahan, and he all of the hands. He had all of those guys to bail him out. And there was some previous coaches from there to where he can always point the finger. Then it was the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, Ryan, he was terrible. Get him out of here. Defense. The Monty Kiffin. Oh my goodness. Get out of here. It's your fault. Like, let's remove all doubt for Mike McCarthy. If Kellen Moore's the guy that's going to keep us just hanging on, I'd rather get rid of him and figure it out so we get to the next episode. Shout out to my guy, Dr. Dre. Bam.
Shout out to him, man.
Like I said, man,
that $1 billion.
I sit back on Thanksgiving Day and watch Mike McCarthy burn up all the side dishes. I am not going to let you burn up that golden turkey, which is that offense. I can't let you do it. Like I said, I've seen what you've done with the personnel. I've seen what you've done with decision making. I've seen what you've done with the coaching staff. Now I'm about to give you the offense too. Nah. Just
he said,
nah.
Where are we at collectively with the offense? We still top 10, right? We have issues as far as efficiency, right? We have issues as far as red zone efficiency, and as well as situational awareness. I think that Kellen Moore, even with his youthfulness, sometimes he will bring a knife to a gunfight, and then when we need the knife, he will have a bazooka or a machine gun, and we're like, dog, all we need is the machete. So sometimes he just not really getting that thing going for us. Yeah. But like you said, it's still growing pains, and we just don't know.
Right.
Exactly. And I think Cowboys Nation gets too far ahead of themselves in understanding, like, even with Dak, right? In the totalitarianism that comes with Dak, like, people get better at their jobs the longer that they're on their jobs. Like, trying to compare Dak, forget the injury this year and what was happening before this year. Just look at last year, if you will. And they're trying to compare Dak, say, well, he's not that good. He doesn't deserve to get paid because look at him in 2017. Well, that's foolish. It's very foolish. And it's no different with Kellen Moore. Like, we know, whenever Jason Garrett was still here, we saw the first 3 games. We're like, oh, we've arrived. Look at all this motion and things are happening. Then we got to the Saints game. And we're like, we all question, like, wait. Wait, Garrett must have took the play calling back all of a sudden. We were like, wait, what happened? And Garrett continuously told us, and we thought he was kind of throwing people underneath the bus, but he was just being honest at the end of the day, to be real. He was like, I don't call the plays. Kellen does. It is what it is. So we kind of got forward and we kind of saw those things with Kellen. So, yes, you have a young, bright mind. We've heard the Romos talk about it, this whole 9. And there's no ifs and buts. Like I said, I have beef with Kellen in the red zone, in 35-yard lines in here. And we know, we know somewhere, somehow, he's going to call a damn jet sweep Right. I don't know why. He's going to call it. He just did it last week with dadgum Amari Cooper after we got a big 3rd and long.
Right.
But again, that's part of the kinks, and that's why I've always been like, well, the best thing is we always talk about. Me and Tuck have talked about this a ton. What is the best thing that Mike McCarthy does? Well, call plays, right, and work with quarterbacks, right. He got Matt Flynn paid a shit ton, and the Aaron Brooks of the world, and whatever the case may be with him, right. But he calls plays. So again, for me, I'm like, well, I need Mike McCarthy to tell Kellen Moore that stove is hot. Don't do that. Now, whether that's happening or not, we'll never really consistently know those things. But that's the thing. But if we're talking about our head coach and he's not going to be the walk around CEO, what is the best thing he can bring to this team outside of, mental toughness, situational awareness that we can talk about where that grade has been fair, and analytics that he boasted about so much. You ain't got a lot of kicking, but you might allowed to kick to get this job, if you will.
Don't blame him.
Right. Hey, get the bag, secure the bag is what we say. But at the end of the day, if he's going to be the head coach of this team and not be that CEO, the best thing he can do for this team is install his office to call plays, because that's what he's been best at in this league. So we can hold on to Kellen Moore, but we're holding on to Kellen Moore for what? Unless are you making him the head coach? J-Tuck said he would go to the extreme of getting rid of McCarthy and say, look, can we position Kellen Moore to be the head coach and get a strong defensive coordinator in, which isn't much different. I don't disagree per se to an extent, because my thing last year was, before it all shook out, bring me Lincoln Riley and let me get Ron Rivera as my defensive coordinator before he ever got hired. Can I do that? If we're going to go that route. But if my thing with the Joneses is this: if you're going to keep Kellen Moore to be the OC and do his thing and bring a West Coast guy and not do the West Coast offense, why not just hire a strong defensive minded? Why wasn't Ron Rivera the hire then instead?
Well, he danced with the first lady he saw, man. He's like, he didn't do his due diligence. He's like,
he should have thought. But I mean, if he thought about keeping Kellen Moore beforehand, he said, well, I got this offensive guru per se, right? Why don't I bring somebody in for the defense? And that's the conundrum that we're all going to talk about in circles, no matter how this thing plans out. I'm like, oh.
But you got to understand, Mike McCarthy, he came in with those hips, He's like, man, she got these dance moves on the floor with all these hips everywhere. And
he cried and said, my family needs football. He cried. He had the tears.
He took a year off.
Football.
And you know what he did? He came in and he said, okay, your defense was straight. Defense was straight. Your offense needed just some help. And what I did is I looked at every play. I looked at every play that you guys did last year. And hey, I have a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. And when you guys went face to face with Dak Prescott versus Aaron Rodgers, you guys actually outperform Aaron Rodgers. I just got to just tweak it a little bit. And what we need to do with the defense is get the players to turn their head around to the ball, and they'll create more exotic looks and turnovers and takeaways. He sold Jerry, right?
Jerry walked out the club, handed it.
Hey, Jerry's the ultimate. Jerry's the ultimate snake oil seller.
But he got
Did Jerry get out snake oiled?
He did.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, but like I said on my channel, bro, I can't knock Jerry because I got sold. I was in it all off season. Mike McCarthy and Tom Sula, everything we're gonna do about winning, and I just felt it. We're getting back to the fundamentals, protecting the ball, how to force turnovers. I got sold too by Mike McCarthy. I'm not gonna lie, but here I am. I'm coming to find out you didn't do no studying. Zero about analytics. Like nothing has changed. You were gonna ride the coattail of Dak Prescott to kind of save you, because honestly, if we would have got blown out 41-14 to the Browns, he would have been under question way back then. But Dak Prescott kind of saved it. That watermelon kick kind of saved it and prolonged it out. And so here we are. But what I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to just cut it, burn the bridge.
Hey, watch this. Sold. Let me ask you a question. Whenever they were in when they had the whole documentary and they were in the rabbit hole, if you will, and they were all watching these plays and doing things, who was the defensive coordinator there? Y'all remember? Y'all remember who the guy was?
Or no? The guy from the Saints, right?
Yeah, blonde hair, Jim Haslett.
Jim, okay.
Yeah. So if that's the guy that uses the rabbit hole, we're buying, right? We're buying that y'all were watching all these games, these tapes. Y'all were basically doing Monday through Saturday. This is what y'all were doing. Then why wasn't he the hired defensive coordinator?
Right.
And
but he had old solids, man. He had some favors, man.
Right.
Hey, if I believe it, Tuck, man, if you come across some strange change, come across some opportunities, man.
Right.
I just want Tuck to reach out to Law, man. Be like, look, hey, Tuck, man. Tuck, you be like, hey, man. Hey, I can't guarantee you a full slot, but hey, I done put your name in a good seat. So all you got to do is just nail the interview. I got you, dog. Won't you do that for me, Tuck?
Got you,
bro.
Now, if I do that and Law ain't showing up on time and he's skipping out and all this stuff, whose accountability is that on? That's on me because I introduced y'all to Law. I brought you in. So for Mike Nolan and this defense shifting bad, and you brought in your guy, Mike McCarthy has to hold the brunt of that. That's your responsibility. You did that.
But hold on, he did come out and said, "Hey, we playing a 16-game contract. We ain't playing a game-to-game contract, and we got all of this stuff that's going on. And you know how optimism is just—that's what the Joneses bathe in, right? So he just still sold them.
Right.
I think that probably, and I know I probably get a lot of hate mail from this. It probably be Mike Nolan still be here next year.
That's why I said
no. He'll be here. He's just gonna get reassigned. He'll be here.
Where they do that at?
Oh, they're gonna do it here in Dallas.
Jones' family.
Right? I guarantee you, he's gonna get reassigned. I said this 2 weeks ago.
Right.
I said it 2 or 3 weeks ago. I said everything will be promoted from within. I think it's going to be everything gets pushed forward, and I think they're not going to fire Nolan. They're going to just reassign him in some way, shape, or form. No different whenever Kellen takes this job over here for Boise State. It'll be in-house. It won't be an outside hire. It'll either be, if the Joneses have this idea, the walk-around coach, then I think it'll be Joe Philbin will be the offensive coordinator. No, former head coach, obviously for the Miami Dolphins, went up and did some offensive coordinating for the Ravens as well underneath Harbaugh. And I think it'll be Joe Philbin that'll be the offensive coordinator at that point. And it'll be all in-house because brand-wise, we don't want to look wrong, whatever the case may be. But again, this is what's best in general is let Kellen go, let him go do his thing, and let's figure out, does this coaching staff have it or not? Tuck, I'm with you. You don't buy it. It's fine. I think me and Law say, hey, he lied to kick it. It is what it is. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about where you started. It's about where you're at. And here we are.
Right.
So the best way to figure this damn thing out is remove all doubt. For me, the way to remove all doubt moving forward, Kellen Moore, appreciate you. When we lose possibly a good to great coordinator, I mean, he's been really good already. We got to let him learn on the job some, right? Went from QB coach to, hey, call these plays and whatever's happening. And we can argue about red zone efficiency and 35-yard in and these jet sweeps that he wants to do. Neither here nor there. But again, I will always say, no matter what OC you got, you're going to have some things like, why? And those are just the things that happen. But for where we are, if we're trying to get to the ultimate goal, man, rip the Band-Aid. Remove all doubt. Hey, look, if Mike McCarthy, these guys are the 20 million, 11 million fake punts on your own 25. Let's kick 62-yard field goals and give them a chance, whatever. Fair enough. Let me let Kellen Moore off the hook of saving this thing, and let's let this thing really happen. Either take off or get off the rails and then get the hell up out of Frisco, and we'll get somebody else here. And hopefully maybe they don't dance with the first female when they walk into it. Like, oh, my God, look at this booty. Let me go over here. And, like, there was so much other things. No. But this one, though. Yeah. And maybe it won't happen the second time around.
Marvin Lewis said, "Hey," they said, "Hey, how are you doing?" I'm not trying to talk. I want that.
Bro, stop with the Marvin. No, stop with the Marvin Lewis.
They interview Marvin Lewis. They interview.
I don't get. I know that. Yeah,
Rooney Rule.
They were trying to hear what Marvin Lewis had to say. She said hello. Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Like, drinking around there. just give her the walk me down, but we want to really give her the Cape Cod over there. That's what they did. So gave Marvin Lewis a strong drink and just said, okay, we're gonna work with Mike McCarthy, bring him on in. Shout out to everybody, man. I see him, man. Draft time for your mind, man. Dozer, appreciate you, Jesse. I see all of y'all up in here. Look at the Mike Meticulous Detail Podcast. I see him up in there, man. All of those people up in here late at night. We some soldiers, man.
Bro, Jamal talking about deck is trash. What do we? I don't even. Okay, my guy. Good luck.
Well, this is what I say when people put like the one statement. Bring some context with it. What type of trash? Because one man trash is another man's treasure. Right. So some people do throw out good trash. So what kind of trash are you saying? What kind of trash is he?
Yeah, that part. Well, I got you here though, Law. Let me ask you a question. And here's the thing that I believe in, and I'd love to get your take on it. Me and Tuck has definitely had our conversations about this before. My thing is this: there's 3 ways to add talent to the team, right? Mm-hmm. Right there's draft, right? Okay, there's free agency and there's trading, right? That's the big 3, the cornerstones. For me, and look, and nobody right, and we can always talk about there's 32 teams. They do it, basically 32 different ways, whatever the case may be, right? However, I don't know a team, or I haven't been able to pinpoint a team, and I'll put it in the time frame of 7 years. I don't know a team within 7 years, maybe 10, but I'm going to go 7 for sure because I got a little whiskey in me. Okay, just keep it 100. Okay, that completely ignores one side of the 3. I don't know how you can ignore 1/3 of the process of adding talent to your team in the right way and expect to succeed. Do you think that is a valid criticism of this front office? Or, to me, as we talked about earlier today before you jumped on, the last big free agent we brought in here was Brandon Carr. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me.
I mean, you're right with that free agency, man. I could be digging too deep into it. Yeah, I feel exactly where you're going with it. Mm-hmm. I think that a good team know how to evaluate everything. I think the 4th phase would be knowing when to move on from your
fair. I'm talking just acquiring talent, but I'm with you. I like that.
Willing and dealing.
No, I mean, we can talk about Granny Hips. Shout out to my guy, Big Game, Granny Hips. Crawford maybe should have moved on. So yeah, we have some issues here within Dallas whenever to move on. I do agree with that. But I mean, as we talk about free agency and what's going on, as I said, this year we went from bargain shopping to we paid bargain prices for some names that didn't pay out. I banged the table a lot for Logan Ryan, who just got an extension. But you look at what Logan Ryan got initially signed for versus a ha-ha. And you're like, okay, my goodness, what's going on? Like, as good as this team is, and I have some pushback on this of, well, if we were drafting so well, players would be doing well. I said, well, hold on. Be clear. Our in de facto GM in Willie McClay, hashtag in Willie I trust, he can only get the talent here that they want. It's up to these coaching staffs to develop that talent and get it to the next level. Once he gets them here, he's on to the next whatever you want. He can't do nothing else. So I think we've done that very well. I do think acquiring talent through the draft or even via trade. Amari Cooper, right? Slam dunk. Robert Quinn, 12 draft pick, 12 sacks after missing the first 4 games. So he basically did it, right, in 12 games, right? Basically sack a game. And you get a great comp pick for him. Like, I think they've done a lot. If we talk about scooping people off of, practice squads, right? David Irving's of the world. Forgot his name. He's leading the Raiders in sacks now, by the way. Whatever. But they've done it. Oh, no. There you go. Yeah, Benson and Waya. There you go. That's him. So, I mean, they've done a good job along those lines. But when we talk about free agency, man, we are just not players in the first 2 days. We're just not players at all. And look, I don't believe in going out here and grabbing guys for namesake. But I mean, you have to go sometimes and spend. I mean, the last year of Jason Garrett being here, you left $20 million on the table. Like that money doesn't go in.
All what we would know about this team will be in the following months of what they do with Dak Prescott. You know, I think that if they're going to try to get a gang of picks for Dak Prescott, sign him and trade him or what have you, or they're going to go ahead and sign him and then look at the defensive side of the ball. It would tell the complete story whether or not you're going to fake the funk or you're going to be about that work action. Right. And I believe what the Cowboys been doing over many of years, just like the Jason Witten, we saw the man go ball for crying out loud, right?
And a good rug though on Monday Night Football. Right. Like I ain't never like I was like, damn, LeBron. LeBron got Jason. Look at that rug.
but we love them though. You know, we fall in love with players, which is rightfully so. But there got to be a silver line, whereas the owner have to go and make the reality check and say, okay, we holding on to these players too long and we're not getting nothing in return. Yes, we get some compensatory picks. They're tradable now, but I just feel that like sometimes it'll be more valuable to trade or to will and deal and things like that. And we just don't do that end enough. The drafting scenario, like you mentioned, we do a decent job, but we got to understand too, that everything get bloviated and pumped up like it's the next best thing since sliced bread over here in Dallas. Because everybody was happy about Cheeto Woozy. Everybody, mama, uncle, cousin was happy about Jordan Hip Pocket Lewis and Xavier Woods. So everybody was happy about them. And they said that these guys, we like our guys. We hear that story all the time. But when the Honey Badger was there, I remember vividly that 105.3 The Fan, they was like, hey, we need to go get Honey Badger. And then they went to the details of talking to, I think it was this Stephen Jones or what have you. And they went to the beach and they said, well, we good. We don't need him. We like our guys. And then they tweeted that out. And the Honey Badger said, with 2 broke down knees, I'm better than any DB that you have on your team. And I was like, yes, he is.
Right.
And he went for cheap over there to the Texans. Balled out for that 1 year and then said, well, I'm going to go to the Kansas City Chiefs for the Super Bowl.
Right.
And that's the thing. We don't dip in. Yeah. Stephen Pierce, sure. Gerald McCoy at 34, sure. We don't dip into, things that could help us. Like, Justin Simmons that is coming available, right? He was tagged this year. Same now. I mean, Todd Francis, right? Hang him over the balcony, maybe with Dak or whatnot. I don't know what we got to do there. But you look at that, or Ken O'Neal and whatnot, and you kind of look at those things that they should go do. But here's my fear: is they'll tag Dak, hide behind Dak during free agency. Well, we can't sign nobody because we tagged Dak to get to the draft and then sign Dak. And we got money. But everybody's gone.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah. Like I said, it's funny, Nix, when we went through that conversation about the free agency a few seconds ago and Patrick Peterson's name was mentioned, I was like, that is a Dallas Cowboy hire. An older veteran who's kind of got a little bit left in the tank.
Little tread.
A little bit left, but you could probably get him for a bargain price. Has a valued name on it. Bring in Patrick Peterson and be like, hey, we're adding to our secondary. Here, I addressed it, guys. So here you go.
It'll hush up a lot of people, and it will still sell a lot of jerseys, especially by him playing at LSU so close to Texas. Boy, I'm telling you, it will sell a lot of jerseys.
A lot of Cowboys fans, we got Patrick Peterson, because that's a name that registers right there. You know what I'm saying? And they'll bring him in for a good value price, and then we'll be sitting back on Sunday, and it's like, there he goes, Patrick.
and you hear me. Thank you for tuning in to the Long Nation Film Section as we take a deeper look at Patrick Peterson, and we also have Chris, was that guy? Is it Richard Sherman? Richard Sherman. The one.
Whoa. Mouth, though. That's wait a minute. Y'all ain't gonna put no dirt on my guy Patrick Peterson. He ain't Richard Sherman Grady hip shit. Hold on now. Look. Shout out to Sherman, man. Love Sherman. Love what he does off the field. Love what he's been in this league in everything. Patrick Peterson is not in the grave yet, like my guy Richardson. Okay, come on now.
But you know what is how it goes though, and then we be looking on the field like, hey, he only got burned because of this and because of that. I think that we really, man, there's nothing wrong with bargain shopping, but we shop too much at the bargain place.
Right.
Let's look at it like this. What we got? 9 or 10 picks, right? How many picks we got?
11. I think it's 11, right?
11?
Because we're getting 2/3 and 2/4 this year.
Right.
Wow.
No, wait. 7.
The Cole Beasley, right?
Yeah, you got the Cole, you got the Byron Jones, you got the Robert Quinn, right? You got those two coming for show, and then you got one more. So 3. Well, yeah, 10. I think it's 10. Yeah. I think
What if I told you like ESPN 30 for 30? What if I told you, that having all of those draft picks do not save you?
Right.
You got to figure out how to will and deal. I'm with the philosophy, and this is just my philosophy. Y'all might have a different philosophy.
Okay.
I'm with the BPA approach. Best player available.
Pitts. I'm team Pitts.
If you really fall in love with somebody, hell, 2 tiers in a bucket. Right. Trade back up, trade back into there, and get the person that you really love, because you really out of this draft. You're looking for 2, maybe 1 to 2 people that can get out there and make an impact. If you got 10, if you relied on 10, there's a lot of growing pains, and you won't be winning.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And J-Tuck is exactly what we talked about earlier. We said, hey, look, if we're sitting here, there's not an impact defensive player in this top 10 that changes us overall. Look, you can like Parsons, fair. You can like Fairley, okay. Right. You can like Surtain. Yeah, it's fine. Would they be top 10 picks last year? No. But neither here nor there. But Pitts is a top 10 pick to me. I take Pitts. I'm a team Pitts guy. Look, Blake Jarwin, Schultz, that's great. That's fine. I love it. Hey, if I'm picking 8, 9, 10 and Pitts is on the board, that's my pick.
Right.
Personally, I take Pitts. And then we talked about, and I asked Tuck, I said, hey, look, but once we get to pick 27, 28, 29, 30, who's that one defensive guy that maybe sits on the board that you're willing to give and come up to go get? And let me pivot that to you, Law. Who's that one guy? Let's say the pick is Pitts at 9. Okay, let's say that, and that changes the offense even more so. It helps you with your red zone efficiency. Low key, it's a tight end, right? So if there's a defensive guy that gets to 29, 30, who are you going to trade some picks to come up and go get? Because I agree with the philosophy. We already talked about it. Who's your guy, Law, that could slide down to that 28 to 30, 31 range you want to come get on defense?
On defense, it would have to be, because I did the mock draft simulator.
Yeah.
And I keep saying that sweet area around 17 to 20 Farley drops right around that time frame. So if you do BPA and you say, well, man, I just want to be able to make sure I hit on this defensive guy. And if you look at, of course, he didn't play none last year. I get it. Or this year, however you want to look at it.
Right.
But if he were to play, I don't think that people be looking at Surtain. I don't think that people be talking about the Sean Wades of the world. They be looking at it like, man, this guy runs a 4.3. He come down and hit. Man, he got range. He used to be a quarterback, for crying out loud, in high school. So he knows the field, know how to play with leverage, good hips. Man, 2 tiers in a bucket. Let's go ahead and get this, and we marry that up. Let me just hear me out, Cowboy Nation, before y'all crucify me. You marry that up with Diggs. You got the notion that you will have a Donovan Wilson, right? And then you go reach down in your pockets and bring in a Justin Simmons. Baby, I'm telling you, all you have to do now, maybe in the 3rd, I seen Marvin Wilson. He dropped to the 3rd. Maybe you pick him up. I seen a Jordan Davis, big boy, big plug that you can put in the inside. I did mocks where he dropped to the 4th. Maybe you do that. You solidify your big meat in the inside.
Law Nation,
your big meat in the inside, and now you got some dogs. Let me get my dog. Let me get my dog whistle over here, man. You got some dogs that's only gonna be on the outside. You know, you got some dogs over there, so you bring those dogs over there. Now you rolling with defense.
Law. You must have looked at my Knicks 5-point plan a few weeks ago, because the number one thing, obviously, sign Dak.
Right.
The number 2 thing, go get Justin Simmons. Right. Period. You put Justin Simmons with Wilson, and your safety position is done. And you got the money to go do it, because when you do and you tier Dak's contract, you're not going to pay a bunch of money this year. That's how these things work. And we already know the money that's coming from the TV contract. This cap is going expeditiously. No, we're good.
Okay.
This cap is going to jump expeditiously.
Right.
Period. And you're going to be fine. like Simmons is my number one target. Again, we got to get Todd Francis and hang him over there, as my guy Tuck says. We got to do our thing. We need a 2 for we need Dak and Simmons, Francis. We need that. We need that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm with you. I'm a Fairley guy. I am. Size, weight, because I mean, look, Surtain, I mean, it's cool. Like, and we can kind of dance with sugar plums in our head, like, oh my God, well, Diggs and Surtain, they were together in Bama, and that's great. But to me, at the cornerback, the Fairley is the guy from Vodtech. And we know the guys in the pedigree that has come out of Vodtech, and we've seen that time again. And I think that's the way to go do it, right? But yeah, let me ask you this. What about a Bolton, though? If you're right down to 30, do you make the move up for Bolton from Mizzou?
Oh, you talking about the LB?
The linebacker. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. It depends, and it's predicated upon what type of defense we're gonna roll out there. Are we gonna do 3-4? Are we gonna do the 4-3? If we do the 4-3, the time that I seen majority of the 4-3 snaps, Tucker, he can see that too as well. We play so much nickel. It's so much in the pass happy league. So when you gonna bench Jalen? When you gonna bench LVE? Or was it gonna be when
is LVE gonna be available though too?
Yeah, when he gonna be available. But you know how it is. It's political football around here.
Yes, sir.
And they're gonna put political priorities out there, and we're gonna be sitting there like, man, we drafted this kid, and he don't get a chance to see the field.
Right.
We still waiting on Reggie Robinson.
I know. And that's my issue with talking about Parsons in the top 10. I'm like, all right, you're gonna take Parsons in the top 10. When do you get to see him? Okay. Right. I don't know what you do with him. I like Parsons, but if you take him in the top 10, if I'm putting my guns to my head, Parsons or Pitts, man, give me Pitts. I think Pitts starts day one. Parsons, well, first 2 downs. All right, let's get Jalen off the field. Let's put Parsons out there in coverage. I don't know. Oh well. You know, the last time we took it, and here's what we talked about was the last time we took a guy, right? Because we wasn't sure, was Taco. We took Taco because we had D-Law on the tag. Are we going to get D-Law signed? And we got burnt by it. So at any point in time that you go and get a linebacker at this point in the first round, or you trade back into the first round, well, you're basically saying, well, we don't think LV is going to stay healthy. And, well, we can't trust Jalen on third down. So where are we going to see him? Look, low-key, I'll take Chase, Jordan's guy, J-Tuck's guy more than I want Pitts. I'll take Chase in the top 8 or 9 before I take Parsons because the impact.
You talking about Jamar Chase? If you do the BPA philosophy,
right? I mean, who's going to give you more fucking pop? Because Parsons, as much as I love him. Would you say 2 linebackers, right? Because the majority of the league, you're
right.
He's going to be the DC. They're going to say, "Hey, look, here comes Tristan Hill back." Okay, we've seen enough from Gallimore. Like we can read the tea leaves here and know what they're going to do.
Right.
So getting a linebacker in the first round or trading back into the first round, to me, I'm like, yeah, that's great, but. As you just said, Law, who's coming off the field?
Who's coming off the field? And this was a pivotal year for Gallup because I know that next year, if we don't have a quarterback and give him the ball, it's going to be time. You know, it's almost that time. You know how else Cowboys fans do? They would turn on you. Oh, he don't deserve to walk on the Cowboys ground. We need to get rid of him. You already hearing the whispers. You know, it's going to happen.
Which is back to J-Tuck, and I'll let you walk it out, J-Tuck, was if we took Chase, well, that's a double down on not just Amari when you can walk away from his contract next year. That Gallup turn,
right?
Well, but we got CD and Chase.
Right. CD, Chase, Noah Brown, Wilson. All right, we'll roll out with that and call it good. Because I mean, you'll be able to have it for 1 year, and then you could possibly move on for Gallup. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are talking about trading Gallup right now, and he's washed and over. How Cowboys fans overreact,
right?
But yeah, I mean, if we draft Jamar Chase, now here's the thing. I've been hard on Mike McCarthy. Now, if he does draft Kyle Pitts, he draft Pitts, man, I might have to just chill out because Mike McCarthy, that's CeeDee Lamb and Pitts, man. That'll be 2 solid picks. But like I said, and my guy Nix has been saying all night, Law, is like, I just don't see that defensive help in the top 10, top 12. I mean, we got some solid players, but I think it's going to come later in this draft.
It's tough for us. This
did
is the wrong draft for us right now.
I did a mock draft. Yeah, with the 8th pick. I know, that's where we will be at. Pitt,
right.
With the 8th pick, and then in the with the next pick, with the 45th pick, we went and got Alex Leatherwood. So so that's two offensive guys, and I know how it goes. Hey, why are we helping out the offense when we need help at defense? And then I would fool around with it. We traded back in. People fail to realize those compensatory picks are tradable, so you can trade with those. We got a multiple picks of compensatory. Maybe you dance around with that, and you pick up your defensive guy, Asante Samuel, who's still there. So you can finagle this thing a little bit.
Now let me ask you this, because now the FSU fan here, J-Tuck,
I'm all for Samuel.
Yeah, look. And I'm talking about bloodline and whatnot, and I like Samuel as well, because I think day one. Here's my thing. I think day one, I think he can come in and challenge Brown to be the slot guy. That's what I think. But he doesn't meet the 6 foot requirement. Is that something we're going to continuously to see with this coaching staff? With if you're not 6 feet, we just don't want you. And that's what I worry about. So I kind of pivot from the same team. Maybe that 3rd round pick isn't Samuel, it's Wilson, the DT.
Oh, Marvin. Well, I can tell you one thing. When I turn on the TV and I look at the defensive guy, was it Antonio Winfield?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all remember him?
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah.
I'm saying, he making plays. He ain't tall,
I know him. Buda Baker, not either.
Buda, So my thing is, they need to look, going for height and size and all that stuff is the reason why you're 32nd overall in defense, right? In all major categories. Give me some dogs. Where my dogs at? I got to put my dog. I got to put my dog horn out there again. Give me my dog out there.
As you talk to it, here's what I'm thinking. If you give me Diggs, Farley, and Samuel Jr., that's some little dogs in that secondary, So, hey, like I said, I'm kind of biased when it comes to Samuel and also Wilson, because they're my guys. But I will.
What was your thought on Horn though? JC Horn.
I like JC Horn, man, but it's.
Like where do you like him at, though? And that's what it boils down to. Where do you like him at? I like him. I don't like him 15 up.
Yeah, I feel like J.C. Horn could be one of those guys you could trade back in. Like I said, it's really going to depend on, when it comes to his cornerbacks, what they do with the combine. Like I said, if Farley comes out and he runs like a 4.2, 4.3, Horn does the same, it's going to be like, all right, that's a sexy pick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's really going to come down to that, because like you said, Farley ain't played football in over a year. You know what I'm saying? So with these opt-out guys, it's really hard to tell. When it comes to Horn, I just don't see taking him at 8 or 9. It just,
top 15. Look, I can't take Horn in top 15.
Right
now, outside of that, what kind of cookie do you like? You like chocolate chip? You like oatmeal raisin? You like peanut butter? I mean, that's just kind of what it gets into as far as it goes to that. It's like, what do you like at that point? I like Horn. Horn to me. Look, and here's the crazy thing about Horn. I say I wouldn't take him top 15, but Horn absolutely unequivocally does have a chance to come out of this draft being the best DB. And there's the conundrum that we're in. That's what I love about this draft. Like last year, we knew, man, there was first-round talent from the 1st to the 3rd round. There was first-round talent to be had.
Right.
Move around, get what you want to get. This year, it's a lot about, shout out to Brian Broad, the flavor of ice cream, if you will. Forget the cookies. The flavor of ice cream, if you will. And again, there's a lot to like about Horn's game, but where do you like him at? And at the end of the day, even if you don't like him in the top 10, easily, and somebody takes a Surtain or they take a Farley, in the 8th, 9th, 10th, or 11th spot, and say Horn doesn't go to 30, low key, I can easily say I can walk away and say Horn could end up being the best guy in this draft.
Well, let's look at it like this though. And that's just me kicking it and being real with you guys. Like Jeff Okudah last year or this year, however you want to talk about it,
Right.
Brother hips, the oiliest hips I ever seen. Smooth in and out of his cuts and reads.
Yeah.
And especially plays with leverage. I mean, he can get up inside. You know, he may shoelace tackle you, but he haven't seen the field as much this year, right? We haven't seen him. CJ Henderson, man, I'm telling you, man, I ain't talking about the chicken out here in Dallas, but he cold-blooded with it, right? Terrell, I didn't have him that high. I'm glad that the Atlanta Falcons picked him, what have you.
Yeah.
But
Clemson guy.
Yeah, the Clemson kid. And shout out to the other guy, Kendricks, who's going to come out of the draft this year. All of those guys are good, but who really think or thought that, like, hey, okay, Diggs were going to drop all the way to the second? And collectively speaking,
and they try to trade, and they try to trade up for Diggs, and couldn't trade up, and he still fell to 52.
And he outperformed all of those boards that I just mentioned. So we need another situation like that to happen, and I think that it can.
Right. Yeah, especially with the quarterback.
I mean, sometimes though, it's shout out to my guy Big Crit. It's geography lottery.
Right.
Who gets you? Right. Who gets you? Where they get you? The system they put you in, because again, as we talked about, and we led this up earlier, the biggest free agent we signed in the past X amount of years, Brandon Carr. Well, in Kansas City, he was a man-to-man guy. Well, you got him here, and then you decided to say, we're going to this Tampa too.
Right.
Well, whose fault is it that y'all signed him for $60 million at that point in time? I think it was 60, maybe 50, whatever. But you signed him because he was a great man-to-man corner, and then you switched the program on him. And then, of course, after he got through here and he never missed a game, as it is, he went to, Baltimore, got back to what he does, and all of a sudden here comes the picks and whatever. So, even with these rookies that we drafted and whatever, bruh, geography lottery matters.
Right.
Period, point blank. It matters. It matters. Mm-hmm. And as you talked about Okudah, hey, who's the head coach there now? Oh, yeah, not the guy that drafted him no more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So good luck with the next coach instead, because that coach step won't care because they didn't draft him. And you got to see what he's got to do and fight and go through those things. But I'm with you. For what we want to do and everything, props to this coaching staff, J-Tuck, that you hate so much. They brought Diggs in, and he's performed within this damn program.
That was Big Yacht Jerry did that, man. That's
Hold on. Well, CeeDee Lamb, they brought in.
But you got to look at it, too, though. It still was some growing pains, though. And that's what I want people to understand. Diggs had some growing pains, and we go live every week, and I heard people, he's trash. But they failed to realize he was going up against everybody's number ones, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I agree, Nick. If we're able to sit there in the second round and go and get Asante Samuel Jr., that'll be a good bargain pick right there for me.
I think it's a great pick. And I think the biggest thing is this, what Cowboys Nation and a lot of these fans have to understand, man, there is growth to be had. I don't care if you're a rookie or you're a 1-year vet or a 2-year vet. There are things to be had and see, because you've watched it with Rain Dakota Prescott.
Right.
Okay, there's things to be said and be seen that happen within these things, right? So you saw Nixon where he started and things. Here's the thing, though, and I don't want to throw Haskins underneath the bus. That's not what I'm here to do, but I think it's important for the comparison. Sure, case in point, Seattle. Hey, man, Diggs got his ass burnt by DK.
Right.
Dogging him, didn't let him quit, ran, punched it out, did what he had to do, right? And the reason I bring up Haskins was because same Seattle team in Seattle, right?
Right.
Your head coach who had benched you but came back to you in his own open record said, we still believe in you. We want you to be well, do things, whatever. You go up there. You lose the game 20-15. Defense kept you in it, but you did enough things. As soon as the game was over, what did you do? What did you go do? And what happened to you? And again, I think the mindset and what matters. So, even though we lost the game and we saw what happened with Diggs, you didn't catch him in the old rap sheets, if you will, and what's going on and throwing money. And you're not even a quarterback, right? But you have the star on your helmet because, remember, again, there's a reason why I bring up Seattle, because we went to Seattle And somehow there's a running back that ended up in a dispensary that had pictures stuck about him. I think it's much ado about nothing. But hey, Zeke happened to be, it happened because the star matters. We know that.
Right.
So those things happen as compared to this guy who's a quarterback and what happened and whatever. So the mental mindset, not just geography lottery, but when you're in the system and what you need to do, hey, look, Taco Mata should have had a different mindset, whatever, even though he was drafted as a precautionary reason, whatever. But the mindset and his body language and whatever. And look, he went to Miami, led him in sacks, right? They didn't keep him.
Right.
He went over here to Kansas City. Well, he back with his teammate from college, Frank Clark. Best me you're going to see. Y'all heard it from Taco this year. Nah. Sometimes your mental mindset, and I hate that for these young guys.
But
I hate that they don't.
I'll say about this draft class though, Nix. They had like a boss-like mentality from CeeDee Lamb to Diggs to Tyler Biadasz. Like the way that they carry themselves like vets. Like even if you kind of sit back and watch how
Gallimore, don't leave Gallimore out there. Yeah. I think Gallimore does too.
A lot of these guys, you just sit back. I like to sit back and watch the rookies, to see how they act, see how they are in social media, Instagram or whatnot. They carry themselves like bosses. And think about like CD was with Dak Prescott practicing under the grid this entire offseason. Like nobody really knew about it until the season started. Like that's a boss-like mentality. So I feel like with this draft class from last year, they're going to be some of the cornerstones for Mike McCarthy and this team moving forward. And so
do you think that McCarthy helped flourish that mindset from them as well, or
I don't. I mean,
boy, J-Tuck ain't gonna get McCarthy an inch.
All I'm gonna say is,
do you think
Mulligan? I'm gonna give the brother a mulligan, and that's all I'm gonna say. Now, I was so ready. To get rid of Jason Garrett. I was like, and it's my fault because I said, bring us anybody with some doggone experience, and they brought us Mike McCarthy.
Is he competent? Whoa. Now I'm gonna use your
words. right now, because he still got chances.
No. Okay, is McCarthy competent? No. Your words. You said bring me anybody competent. We got McCarthy. Now, Law is McCarthy competent.
Right now, he look 4th and 10 on your own 20, and you go for it, and you got our own fan bases looking at going breaking down the play. Say, well, see if we happen and think about it. If we had not folded up like a wallet on that play, maybe this game today, since it's already Sunday, maybe this game today won't be that much crucial. Maybe we pull out a win because you got your damn punter that punting it and flipping the field because he's way better than Christopher Jones right now.
He is.
You punted that ball, you punted deep. Who knows? Maybe a sack fumble, maybe an INT. But you don't go for it on 4th and 10 on your own 20 and expect CJ Goodwin, who really botched the catch from the first time when they went with it in Atlanta land, right? Who can't catch he can't catch COVID, but niggas.
Well, I mean,
I just say CJ Goodwin, he can't catch. I'm just telling you guys right now. But they tried to go to him, and the dude number 11 didn't even look down the field because he was just panicking, right?
Here's what Cowboys fans need to do. Go back and watch the highlights of the Browns game, not the full game. Just watch
J-Tuck,
because I want those emotions to come back. This is that.
Get off the Browns. Get off the Browns.
But here's also what Mike McCarthy ticked me off, man. I should have known this way back in the offseason. When we sit there and we had everybody, we had our drinks ready.
Oh, you had the blue and white scrimmage. Here you go.
That blue and white scrimmage, and we sat there thinking, what is going on? But what did we do? Give him all credit. Oh, Mike McCarthy didn't want to give exposure to the guys he was going to put on the practice squad and all. No, Mike McCarthy didn't want to see what the hell was brewing right now.
Hold on, wait, stop.
Hold on, Nix. Before you go into that, name me 3 plays that you said on the offensive side. That was a brilliant move by Mike McCarthy. 3.
Whoa. I can't do offensively because that's Kellen Moore.
No. We
I can't do that. Kellen Moore. It's Kellen Moore. I can't do that. Kellen Moore calls the plays. I can't do that.
Okay.
I can do situational.
Okay.
But I can't do offensive.
So Kellen Moore is the extreme scapegoat, right?
Well, okay. If we're hold on. So we're saying every single offensive play is on Mike McCarthy as well. So I get a whole season of offensive plays what are great, and I can give them no matter who called them to Mike McCarthy. That's
you flat out it's 14 games. He gonna get the credit. That's what it is. Look, I use this all the time on my channel, Nick. Hey, if my daughter leave the lights on up in her room, and it ain't the analogy that Jerry Wayne said, but if my daughter leave the lights on in her room, and she
ain't negotiating.
Is the energy company gonna bill her or they gonna bill me?
Right. Right.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
It's gonna be like,
say less. Well, now we can go to the touchdown pass to Dak. There's one.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It's easy. Oh, I can cherry pick 3 and 4.
I say 5 or 6.
No, you said 3. I'm like, oh my God, this is easy. You want 3? Oh, the Blake Bell on 3rd and 1 just this past week that came in motion and got the ball and ran forward. Oh my God. Wow. Amazing. And number 3, after you failed on 4th and 1, you decided to go with the quarterback or 4th and less than 1. You decided to go 4th and less than 1 in the same game in quarterback sneak. Thank you. You learned from the first time you failed. Thank you. I got 3. Boom. There you go.
You went into your bag of tricks and pointed out 3 trick plays.
You just asked me for 3. You just asked me for 3.
And all 3 of them trick plays, back up and go to Boise.
Do you want 3 more? Do you want 3 more? I'll give you 3 more. 3 more. Oh, the fade in Minnesota to CeeDee Lamb, who did all kinds of crazy shit and caught it. Fair enough. Boom. There you go. Number 2. I mean, do I get the watermelon onside kick or no?
All right, so hold on. So you walked away from all of these games saying that, oh, my head coach was a difference maker.
No. You put me in that position. I didn't say that. No. You asked me. No. Whoa. Oh, here's the pivot. Law trying to pivot on me.
3 games. Hold on. Let me change this.
Law, you asked me for 3 offensive plays. I said, well, that's Kellen Moore. You said no. He gets the credit too. You know, you give me the whole analogy with the daughter. I'm like, okay, well, here we go. Now, if you want to talk about did my coach make 3 plays that changed courses of games, that's different. I'm willing to do that as well.
Okay. Good. Break. No, hold on. Let me contextualize it again.
Give it to me.
I'm gonna contextualize it like this.
Here we go.
You can jump in too.
Here we go.
Give me 3 games that you walked away saying that my head coach was the ultimate difference maker.
I can only
in order for us to win. I know one of them he might say Tucker, but I don't see if he can pull it.
Well, here's the thing. You threw in the caveat of for us to win. Now let's be clear. How many games have we won?
5, right?
Okay, so you want me to give you 75% of those 5 wins? How he did it? Wow!
Walking
Thanks.
But hold on. It don't have to be a win. It don't have to be a win. Sometimes you have a loss. I can throw that in there.
Thank you. Week 1. That's on the coach.
Strike 1.
Could have kicked the field goal and tied it and went in. You went 2 balls deep. Let's be clear. That's on the coach.
Out the game.
Look. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Wait. Let me rewind real quick. I'm not a McCarthy apologist here, guys. I'm just a realist of where we're at.
Right.
I'm willing to point out his flaws because I thought, here's what I think. I think very early, the first, especially while Dak was here, but I'm going to extend it a little bit longer. I think the first 6 games, I think he made it a point to be more aggressive just so he wasn't labeled as being Garrett. I think those are factual because I think for me in my head, here's what I thought. If you're a right, all the analytics, so he's about analytics now, right? He's about analytics.
Mm-hmm.
What part of the game one against the Rams analytics told you it was time to go for it and not tie it?
He got a Pro Football Focus subscription. That's
man.
All right. So here's the situation.
All right, hear me.
With Mike McCarthy, he do get the mulligan. I'm gonna put that out there on the on 4th Street, right?
I mean, look. There's not. How about this one? There's nothing we can do about it. He getting the mulligan. Period.
He's getting it. Period. Right.
Right. Why though?
For what?
I mean, Law. You want to tell him why? You want me to tell him why?
Well, he just gonna get it, regardless of how we look at it. He gonna get it. I know that we can look at the Washington team and say, okay, old boy was fighting for his life, going through chemo, and they were still able to win. So what's going on with Mike McCarthy?
Hey, Cleveland. How about the Cleveland?
Right.
Yeah, knew everything.
Right.
Yeah. So this whole new COVID doing all this bull. Oh my God. Well, you know what? Fuck it. It's 208. It's bullshit.
Right.
It's bullshit. This idea that you have new coaches in place, COVID fucked it up. I'm sorry. It's bullshit. Hey, guess what? The Cleveland coach, has he ever coached in the league before as a head coach?
Not as a head, but he did.
Oh,
the Giants coach.
No, but there you go. Giants coach, mate. Yeah. He was a special teams coordinator.
Yeah. And they was 1-7 at the time. So they figured things out, right?
Right.
Scratch the back. But go ahead, though, Law.
Well, my thing is with Mike McCarthy, one can argue. I thought you were going to go with the fact that, hey, with the first game, there was a PI away from, I guess, Mike or Gallup.
No, that's an excuse,
game, right?
Because you never leave it up to the fucking refs, so right? Because if you go back to we won 2 straight Super Bowls. We turned the ball a shit ton over in San Francisco, right? We scratched all the way back. And hey, how do you feel? Oh, Dion interfered with Michael, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Well, if you would have handled business early, it never would have got to that. And as a player,
it's kind of like crazy though, because it's kind of like if Mike Herman would have called and they said, well, he pushed off and it would have been an invert.
I get that. I get all that. But you did things earlier in the game to leave it up for interpretation. And for me, as a player of multitude of sports on a lot of different levels, the one thing that most of my coaches always taught me was this: don't leave it up to the refs.
Don't leave it up to them. You're right. I can't go back and forth with you on that one.
If you take the field goal, it's a tie ball game. We don't even have to worry about that. So
week one. That's week one.
That's week one.
That's week one.
And that's the reason why I got banned from live streams during games because of week one.
But because we all gave it. That was me, you, and Spoonie. Oh,
yeah, I was done after that. I said, no, I can't do this anymore.
But Law, go ahead.
But here's my thing is, when you are insecure about things, you do that. If he was secure about his program, he didn't have to go out there to prove a point, whether or not he can or can't do it, and he have to be aggressive when he's not really needed to be aggressive. So that's why I really looked at Mike McCarthy and was like, bruh, come on, man.
Right.
Come on.
How about this?
So just like you said, just Tucker said, these games are valuable.
They are.
Right. You win the game. Don't try to get cute with the situation.
Yeah.
And that's my only gripe about him for this 2020 year is that I never walked away from a game feeling like, damn, we had the upper hand. We outcoached the opposing team. It seems as if though it was still 2019. We're fighting to every game. There's no mastery as it relates to thinking. And we're seeing that, yes, they had a bevy of injuries, but I saw the 49ers had the same bevy of injuries, and they're still able to run the ball. Right. We just make up so many excuses. But go ahead.
Right.
I'm going to ask this question. Did it just feel like, here's my thought process. I'm like, we fired Jason Garrett for this? But when I look across the lines, I'm like, oh, there's Kellen Moore. bad calls or whatever, fake punts, fake field goals, going for field goals on 60, whatever the case may be. Nolan, this defense. Look, at the end of the day, let's be clear.
It's not.
I don't care what. Oh, I'm talking about defense. I don't care what defense you're calling. I don't care. It doesn't really matter. I played the game. At the end of the day, I know responsibilities. And look, here's our problem going against Jalen Hurts. Contain in the pocket, do your things, hold them there. We just don't do smart football things. Like IQ wise, defensively, wow. I'm like, are they really telling y'all not to do these things? Or look, because on the same token, because I've had coaches that are not really good over time or whatever, I'm like, okay, yeah, this sounds good, but I know this is kind of go here. So I'm going to make sure I set this edge and don't care about anything else. So again, it has to be a marriage of coaching and players. I understand that for sure. Go ahead.
How many times have we came on these shows and say Terrence Steele is not playing well at right tackle?
He had a little run.
I'm just saying earlier in the season.
No. I mean, here's my problem. When he wasn't playing well, we didn't get him enough help, if you will.
Okay. So it took food poisoning versus Seattle for them to finally kick Zach Martin out the right tackle, right? Then Terrence still comes back healthy. He puts him right back at the right tackle position. And then a few games later, what does he do? Kick Zach Martin right back out to right tackle.
But and here's the thing that I don't understand about the NFL, and it blows my mind. These coaches will not make big changes like that until a bye week. I don't understand why they do that. I don't get it. But they wait till the bye week when it's obvious, but they don't want to change the ebb and flow or whatever the case may be. But they wait till the bye week, and then the bye week, they're like, oh, hey, we're going to do this. And we're all on the outside looking at them like, yeah, mother pucker. Yeah, you should have been doing this. But I mean, I guess since you had an extra week, it's okay to do it now. But on the same token, you kicked him out there. How long did he last?
Right. All right. So
yeah,
Donovan Wilson. How long were we taking that? You know, I just cannot, like I said, y'all, I just cannot see what value Mike McCarthy has brought this team. The only thing I would give him is the watermelon game versus the Vikings, and I'm just being nice. That's it.
So you said the Atlanta game, right? And the
Vikings
game?
I'm just saying the Vikings game. The only game I can say, you know what, maybe the watermelon smashing motivated these guys before the Vikings. Yeah. Okay. But if you think about the Vikings or even the Falcons game, the two fake punts that put us in a bind. Then we go to that dreaded Browns game where we watermelon kicked it the first time and we almost got it because it spun like at the goal line, right? And then as soon as we roared back and scored another touchdown and made it within 3 points, we did it again and gave them the ball right at the 50-yard line. We had all the momentum. Yeah. Dak Prescott, I just watched the film a second ago. He was roaring at an unstoppable pace. He had the Browns on the ropes. And what did we do? Give them the ball right back at the 50-yard line. You don't make that decision. Then we go on to Washington.
Timeouts.
And right. all these issues. Like, you know, I forgot the game where he let
but J-Tuck,
missed 3 field goals before. You let Zerline kick and miss 3 field goals, but you don't go for it then.
Leverage.
Or the fact that when you have your best running back playing basketball with the football, you at least got to pull them to the side and say, "Hey, man, we're gonna sit you off for," because that's the whole point of having to change the pace back. And that what really got up under my skin last year because people fail to realize Ezekiel Elliott, I love him. Shout out to him. He's a beast out there, but he had more snaps in his entire career last year than he ever had before.
Right.
More snaps. And you drafted a running back. That was the whole Zeke who year, right?
Right.
So why would you draft the running back and then you get in return, you give that said running back that you didn't draft, of course, that year, the most carries he had ever in his entire career, more snaps than he ever had in his entire career. And these are facts. So when I put that out there, a lot of people are like, nah, but see this and that. So now you transferring to this year.
Right.
why not implement, or why not, since you did all of the analytics of the world, why not implement what the Saints did with the two-headed monster?
I got
Talk to
the answer. Because it's Kellen Moore show, not Mike McCarthy's.
Okay.
So Kellen Moore was the one saying if Ezekiel Elliott fumbled twice, don't bench him. Right? That was Kellen Moore, right? Kellen Moore said
it's not about the fumbles. Twice. It's not about the fumbles.
It is about the fumbles because if we were New England, we would
whoa. No, man, stop. Man, stop that. At the end of the day, just whenever it was Tony Pollard's show in the first quarter, he was showing out more in the passing game than the running game. And then we didn't see Tony Pollard again basically till the fourth quarter. They were going with the fucking third and fourth string running back.
Right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the accountability for fumbling. If even at a little league level, if you are fumbling the ball, you are not going to be
I mean, bro, is there accountability for Jalen Smith in coverage?
No, and like I said, I thought Mike McCarthy was going to bring it.
And I performed ahead. The head coach, it falls on him, right?
I agree. Hence why I'm saying get Kellen Moore up out of here and let it happen the way it needs to happen. I'm a rip the band. Look, band-aids don't cure bullet holes.
Right.
Rip it off and go forward. We got a couple of questions. Let me see what y'all think real quick. We do have a couple of questions. People are yeah. Man, shout out to the chat, man. We've been ignoring for a while, but we've just been rocking. And, I mean, it is what it is. Man, boom. Who you taking in the first round? I mean, it depends on where we're picking. Are we picking 5th? Are we picking 10th? I mean, it's a hard take. It's hard to say. So I don't know. I will say, guys, I'll answer for y'all. What do y'all think? Depends on where we're picking at. Fair?
BPA.
Yeah, BPA all day.
Jamar Chase, man. Team 60 burgers, man.
We get the 50. We just got a 40. Get that.
I'm skipping it.
Draft time says Pitts or Farley. Man, I'm Pitts. I'm Team Pitts. I'm telling you now, it's on the record. Your guy Nix, I'm Team Pitts, period.
ESPN 30 for 30. What if you can get both?
Right.
I'm with that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm with that. I am with that for sure. And look, trade whatever you got to get it.
Right.
Mendoza, Farley or Horn? I meant Farley for me, guys.
I like Farley better than Horn.
What do you think?
Mendoza.
Yeah. Let me see what else we got here. Oh, draft time. Xavier Collins and Jeremiah OLB.
Ed Collins.
I mean, we're getting down the draft a little bit.
Yeah, we're going deep.
No. Collins got some action.
Right.
Collins got some action. I ain't looked at Jeremiah a whole lot yet, but Collins does have some action, though. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Mendoza with the team build the set. Well, you know.
Right.
We try. The crazy thing about that, let me put that back up again.
I tried to do that in 2016. That's the crazy part.
Well, right. We tried to do that, right. We did the Cheeto, we did the Jordan, right?
Cheeto.
I mean, we kind of went and drafted back to back. We were going to turn it over.
I'm gonna tell y'all how that worked, though. But go ahead with your soliloquy on
that. No. You could. No, I'm good. I'm just saying we just tried to do that already.
And I'm gonna say this before I gotta roll up out of here. But I'm gonna say this though.
Yeah.
We did that philosophy, like you said, in 17. You go just do a wholesale chain. You bring in all of these DBs from college, what have you. It's a feel good vibe. The draft will always feel good, but you got to know how to make the complementary pieces. And it's talking about exactly what we said earlier. You got to give you a Justin Simmons out there, or you got to get you a DB with some experience out there, not long in the tooth so long it's about to fall out because he can't eat corn or anything. But you got to get the player that can complement a Diggs right now. You got to get a player that can complement a Wilson. You got to get somebody that can complement that front four. Yeah. And I ain't talking about nobody old, long in the tooth. I'm gonna say that again. So that will appreciate whoever we draft in the draft. You can't depend on 3 rookies from the draft to say, okay, let's throw them out there, sprinkle in Reggie Robinson, everything will be okay. It ain't gonna work that way.
No, I definitely agree. And that's the biggest thing we talked about for you guy here. I'm like, I got Wilson, who I banged the table for, and where it's at. Well, like Jamal Adams doesn't work with Wilson. It's not a good marriage. Like, go get a Justice Simmons, go get it, maybe a Keenan O'Neal. Marcus Williams, no, I'm good on that. It doesn't work well. Like Bluff City said, if you can trade a 4th or 5th for a Jabril Peppers, let me ask you this, Law. Jabril Peppers and Wilson, can you marriage that on the back end on the safety position? Do you like Peppers and Wilson?
Well, Pepper's mentality, he ain't gonna be looking at the like when Xavier Woods play on that 4th side, you got to come down and feel. He'll at least come down and feel. He may not be the best coverage out there. I'm talking about Peppers, but at least he gonna do his job and responsibility to crack, or it's the cutback responsibility. He will be there, and it would never be a questioning of, oh, is he giving us 25% right now, or is it 50%, or is it a good 72%? We don't know. So Xavier Woods, I think the writing is on the wall with him. I believe whoever we bring in will have a different mentality, and I think you can marry that up with Wilson if he can stay healthy for 16 or 17 weeks.
Yeah, 17 next year. Yeah,
hopefully we can see some better play out of the young guys who we sprinkle in, and that's where I'm standing at on that one.
Absolutely appreciate that, Law. Hey man, we appreciate y'all rocking with us, man. We've been 4 hours strong. I mean, Law, you kind of came in late on this thing. Now, me and Tubby, low key. Man, me and Taylor have been in this thing for 6 hours before. Once we get going, man. It just is what it is, man. But
y'all can continue the show, man. I just got.
No. Question for Lotto. What we doing tomorrow? What we're doing today, actually. Eagles versus Cowboys.
Today. I know me, Big Game James, Skywalker Steel, man, the young phenom. We're gonna be doing the play-by-play. I might do a pre-game show and then a post-game show. You know how the nation, we really never sleep around here, and we're gonna get it going, man.
Let me
get this done.
I'm gonna say, the other side of this, outside of the Killer Moore with the Eagles on deck, Law Nation. I got it 34-31 Cowboys. I think, Tuck, you had it, 30-27 Cowboys?
27, yeah.
What you got at Law? What you got at Law? You got a score?
Well, let me pick one of the 30s out of the year. Let me get a 31 to 27. That'd be a tight game. Us at the edge of our seat. Yeah. We come out victorious. But what I really want is the Panthers?
No, the Panthers.
Yeah,
Panthers versus
Teddy
the
B. Let's go, Teddy B.
Teddy B, maybe they send some strippers that way, over there in Washington, some boppers, something like that, and just play around with it. Let's go, let's go Team Panthers.
Yeah, absolutely,
Matt Rule.
Man. No, Matt Rule this thing, ex-Baylor. Let's go. Man, it's been a good time, man. Appreciate y'all, fellas. Rolling off the red carpet real quick. Law Nation, man, go ahead. I'm sure they're nowhere, but by all means, tell them where they can find you, brother.
Oh, man, just type in LAW Nation on any of your search engines. You should see my face, name, or logo, man. You'll see me there. I'm on multiple pages as far as YouTube. Even got a beard channel. So y'all check that out. We're going to have that beard butter coming out soon.
Wait. There's a beard channel and I'm not there yet? The hell?
Oh, man. Hey, I'm going to have to crack it open. Maybe we just talk about beards and what we do, man. Keep that thing going. Keep the manhood strong. Shout out to you, Tuck, man. I see you got the trim over there.
I stayed up, man. I stayed up, man.
Team dirt face. You gotta have something. You can't be walking around here shaving the top lip and the bottom lip. You can't be having a baby face over there. But I like what you got, though. It's smooth over there.
Yeah, man. J-Tuck, CFO.
Yeah, man. You
got it out for the people
on Twitter at JTuck151. Also follow me on my YouTube channel, Cowboys Fans Only, and also go to cowboysfansonly.com. And you also can follow me and also Law on the Fan to Fan Network. So tomorrow morning for the pregame show, man, I'm about to toss these Eagles fans into the blender, man, and chop them on up and get ready for the game, man. So it's definitely going to be a fun one. Y'all not going to want to miss tomorrow morning because we finally got some Eagles and Cowboys content coming. So I appreciate everyone. Salute to the Star Gang. We're going to get through this thing. But Kellen Moore, I'm going to start a GoFundMe. We're going to keep him here. And we're going to be all right, man.
You ain't got boys that got all bro, you see that blue turf they got? You ain't got bro, that GoFundMe ain't going to help you. Man, at the end of the day, man, you see it right down on the bottom on Twitter, your _guy_Nix, man. Come follow me. Stargang is the link for Facebook and page group. Come join the group. Come like and follow the page on YouTube, Stargang Podcast, man. Again, I love how my guy J-Tuck somewhere down here on YouTube, man. Hit hit that notification, hit that sub button, the whole nine. Man, appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. We've been way too long. It is what it is. I got a little bit more whiskey over here. I might save that for the Cowboys game because, man, I ain't gonna lie. Maybe a little Pepto Bismol as well. That boy Jalen Hurts and then feet and this team and this defense with that feet. But you know what though? We're gonna win. Hopefully, Carolina can do this thing, man. Yeah, Team Tank. I have to hold the L tomorrow, maybe.
Right. Let's do it.
No events about us about it, man. Appreciate y'all rocking with us, man.
Right,
you got the affiliates and everything. Make sure y'all follow. We'll check you out next time.